And welcome to Kensington Oval. It's the Barbados Pride up against the BCA Legends. And of course, this match is very important in terms of Barbados's preparation for the Super Cup. It starts in Trinidad and Tobago next week. In fact, October the 17th to precise. I'm Andrew Mason, along with Jamal Smith, and the news is good. The weather is absolutely superb, and it's the Barbados Pride batting, Kyle Mears, and he's got with him Craig Brathwaite. Hello, good afternoon to you. As the over comes to an end, the Barbados Pride batting, first over gone, it's two without loss.
Yeah, Andrew. Well, good afternoon to the listeners and viewers. First of all, pretty good surface for what I've seen from the pitch report, and that first over from Zidane Clark seems to have good pace in the pitch. Very circumspect start from these two, Calmiers and Craig Brathwaite. Craig Brathwaite, as we know, he's always watchful of Calmiers and just allowing some deliveries to get to him, just probably having a look. But the surface does look good. There's a very moderate breeze from east to west, so really, really good conditions here as we try to identify that bowler from the southern end. It looks like Shakil Kamabach, and he's been known to pick up quite a few wickets in this 50 over format. Bit expensive at times, but such is the life of an attacking bowler. Start. Nice bounce from Shaki Kamabach. Andrew, I don't know if you would have had the occasion to watch Kamabach. He's been coming along quite nicely over the last 2-3 years, picking up some wickets for the Empire Club. He bowls with a bit of pace. He's just been selected in that Barbados A team. He's a wicket taker.
He is. In fact, I saw him only on the weekend. And what I saw of him with bat and ball, playing in the local derby, Spartan up against Empire, he bowled very well. And you're right, I think he's an underrated cricketer. Looks a lot fitter as well.
Yeah, he's been coming down nicely. You know, he's in the system now. So remember, he's ground staff as well.
Yep. So he knows about hard work. At least he should.
Andrew, you mentioned the derby. Can we really call it a derby now? Your esteemed colleague, your esteemed colleague, Harold, our statistician here, I give him that nod. He would have been privy to some licks that we were putting him. He's really been devastated over the last 10 years for Spartan.
There was some debate about Craig Brathwaite's selection to the Barbados Super 50 squad, but I think when you look at Craig, he's one that can be at the top. You've got as many as 50 overs and kind of an important cog in the wheel, and actually playing for Wanderers in the local competition has done pretty well. So I don't have a problem with his selection. Do you?
I'll be honest with you, Andrew. I was actually asked this question a few days ago by a young budding reporter. I just kept walking, but I'll engage you.
Sure.
I pretty much agree with you, and I think that there is a balance that must be struck, and Barbados has found that balance if you look at the team.
That's a lovely drive. Beautifully played indeed. Had they been quicker, they might have gotten 3, but a good firm push by someone who's struggled in recent times, Calmiers.
Yeah, well, as I said, so far he's looked a bit circumspect. He's looking to let the balls come to him. But yes, Andrew, I think Barbados have found that balance with the team. And I noticed that you would have interviewed the chairman there to show you can shed some light on that. But in terms of Craig Brathwaite play, yes, we know he's defensive, but he still needs cricket to play. He's makes runs with the white ball. The team has a lot of power as well through the middle, so and experience in sheer work. So no real alarms there in terms of the selection. I mean, if you want to play devil's advocate, you can say, well, if there was a youngster, but the question is there a youngster that opens the battle in Barbados that was banging down the door that you would say, okay, Craig Braffett needs to sit? I would probably say no. As we said, he's customary square runs. Yes, this is not his format for the West Indies, but playing cricket, certainly he has his time as well in the 50 over cricket. It can only serve him well going forward and serving West Indies cricket well if he gets scores as he's accustomed doing, Andrew. But on that discussion, I've seen some articles coming out of Trinidad in terms of their team selection. Coach Furlong, quite interestingly, putting up his case. And I think that is a slightly different situation because there you have 5 or 6 guys who've played, been tried, tested, and not necessarily lit the world alight. Furlong says that he's come to win, which is fine. But there were a lot of questions being asked in terms of could the construct of the team been a bit more towards blooding some youngsters. There's Jason Mohammed, he's still at 37, who probably will not play for the West Indies again. So just a couple question marks. It's fair criticism.
It is. So Zidane Clark, who plays for Carlton in the local competition, to continue. Very well played by Brathwaite. And that will go all the way. Beautifully timed. What a mid-on. That's the first boundary. Well played, Craig Brathwaite.
I appreciate strokes like these, Andrew. I don't know if you would have noticed the last over Craig Brathwaite. He took his guard slightly more towards off stump, and he did it as well for Zidane Clark on that occasion. He's very punchy, isn't he? Just allow that delivery to come on to him, and just basically a shorthand job at the last point. Good contact, nice timing. It sped away to the western side. So, he looks like he's in good nick. He is in good nick. He scored a century over the weekend last week as well here in Barbados. And this is what you like to see. I'm actually quite impressed with the teams that I've seen from a regional perspective in terms of what came in on offer for the Super 50.
So tell us about Zidane Clark, the young fast bowler from Carlton.
Very useful. He's been coming on well. As you know, he is the brother of Club Mears as well. A lot of people probably don't know that. Usually, though, for his club, he would, spend a lot of time through the middle overs, coming through the backhand with his variations. He's opening the bowling here today, doing a relatively good job, hitting a decent length. But he's been coming on leaps and bounds as well. He has a skill set about him. And certainly this all-star 11, as it were, would have been selected from that Legends Cup in terms of the better performers. So he would have done well throughout the season and in this Legends Cup. In the Legends Cup, now finding his way into the all-star team, he played for the Barbados A team as well when they toured Bermuda. So he's been coming on. There are quite a few guys out there, Andrew. They've been coming on steady, and they need more cricket. They need more games. The experience, both like Carl Mears and Craig Brathwaite, could only serve him well.
Well, they certainly know him well because they've got the backward point on the boundary for him. That's an area that he scores quite heavily.
There's also an area you old commentators, Andrew. Remember when I started with you way back when? It seems so long now. You didn't necessarily like the deep point, but it was creeping in. We call them the modern day fields.
Yes,
but it saves a lot of runs, especially in this format.
It does.
Cricket is evolving.
I remember Tino Best opening the new ball for Barbados with a backward point right in the boundary. Never forget that. Right at Kensington.
You know what I remember, Andrew? I remember seeing Darren Gangas out in the field for Phil Wallace. He had 2 slips in the gully, but it was a long on and a deep backward square as well. Yeah. Phil was that kind of player, very pugnacious, audacious at times. Dwayne Smith as well. He came to the crease. Darren Ganga had this habit of having that man at demon wicket, regardless of what stage of the game. And sometimes he was proven right as well. So, I mean, it's about matchups. It's about knowing your players and where they like to score.
Oh, that's very well played by Mears. That's 4. Beautifully timed, pitched up, wide off, bit off. That's gone to the boundary. To end the 3rd over, Mears is on 8, Brathwaite is on 8, and the Barbados Pride batting first. They're 16 without loss.
Yeah, what I like about that stroke, what I like so far about the construct of Calmer's innings is he's seemingly allowing the deliveries to come to him. I don't know if it's because of the occasion in terms of, yeah, there's not much pressure around, but he will be well reminded that he can start in his vein because he certainly has the power to make back up going through the middle of the innings. And I think, especially from a Barbados perspective and going on to the West Indies, he needs to construct some very good innings at the top of the innings. It's just not all about swashbuckling innings. There'll be times when he has to let the ball come to him, and that was a lovely stroke through the covers.
Sure. Shaquille coming back to start over number 4. Just a single. Yes, it's going to be interesting to see the Barbados team in action in the Super 50, which starts next Tuesday. That's October the 17th. Barbados would have last won the championship back in 2016. They've won it 8 times, Barbados. Went to the semi-finals last year. They've got a powerful side. Well, that's going to go out to the boundary and will get there comfortably. That's a poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner. Well played, Mears.
Surface is very good, Andrew. Very, very good. They expect lots of runs today. The balls are coming through the bumps. It has been pretty even. Mears is able really to just rock by and deposit that in front of square. So it looks a good surface. We did say that at the pitch report. This is what you want to see at Kensington. Sometimes we've come here and we've seen some variable bounce, but so far the surface is played really nicely. Yeah, we're looking at Craig Bradford's list here, stats here now. 56 matches, 55 innings, 7 not outs, 1,822 runs. Highest score 108, averaging 37.95, 300s, 950s. I think the argument, there's no argument really. There's none.
Didn't time it very well. It was a full toss. Would have been a bit disappointed he didn't get that through the offside, maybe through wide, bit off and cover. Kyle Mears, he's gone to 12 now. Brathwaite is on 9. It's 21 without loss. But he's been short of runs, Kyle Mears, but has got the ability. There's no doubt about that. Opening the batting for the West Indies and for Barbados.
Just think it's a case, Andrew, where he needs to give himself some time as the end of the over 23. No, it's not the end of the over, sorry. Changing over. I just think he needs to give himself some time. As Calmer just get back to some basics, iron off his technique. I mean, I have no issues with his modus operandi in terms of how he seeks to play, but sometimes you have to reel it back, get some scores under your belt before you go back out there with your exploits again. So I think he's at that stage now, and so far in this innings, he's showing that temperament that we would like to see. As it's now the end of the over, it's 22 without loss. I will look at Calmer's his list A career. 84 matches, 76 innings, 11 not outs, 1,740 runs, high score of 120, averaging 26.76. He has 300s as well, and 650s. And Andrew, obviously these stats will not be reflective of the type of player that he is now, because he would have played quite a few of those matches as an all-rounder, batting probably 7, 8. But again, even that stroke there, you see he's letting the ball come to him. He's playing those deliveries on his eyes. He's been guilty from the India series, just of getting those hands out there, probably looking to score too much. But he looks good. He's allowing deliveries to come, possibly doing a lot of work with the coaching staff. But nothing is wrong with this, Andrew. You can play like this sometimes. Get yourself back up to good health. Be ready for England in December. Be ready for the Super 50 next week.
I think too about 50 over cricket. It's been a tremendous change in terms of the way it's now played. Remember in the days of Sir Andy Roberts, Michael Holden, Colin Croft, these great fast bowlers for the West Indies. In a 50-over match, and you make 225, 250, you would reckon that that's enough to win. Not nowadays. You've got to make over 300. And I want to invite your thoughts on that. Because
sometimes 400.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, we've seen teams chase down comfortably 350, 320. Why is it that so many runs are being scored in 50-over cricket now?
As the game has evolved, you have better surfaces. Obviously, the rules have changed as well. You have power plays, and there's so much information out there. Andrew, I don't take for granted the collection of information. Yes, the sport has evolved. Mankind evolves. We get better. 20, 30 years ago, not even 20, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, the streaming for games like this first class cricket would not be in. There's the technology out there. Batters in particular are learning different ways to score. We're seeing all kinds of shots now. I don't know what's the next shot to be invented. I think they've exhausted the full repertoire now. But there's shots being played. The batters are much bolder. The coaching styles have changed as well in terms of not being conservative. And you have to keep pace with the rest of the world. And the Englands, the New Zealands, the Australians, they are doing these things. So obviously, the West Indies, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc., they need to follow suit, and we've seen big scores, Andrew. So combination of number of factors, but the overall thing is that the game has evolved, and you expect it to evolve. I think T20 has done a lot for the 50-over game in terms of certain periods where you can accelerate as well. You remember when T20 cricket first started as well, those scores be around 140, 150. Sometimes we can get in excess of 200, 220, and sometimes that's par, depending on the ground. So Andrew, batters have gotten much bolder in the grand scheme of things, and that is the reason for the stroke play. And there's so much information out there. You know to counteract a guy. I mean, both ways. They done analytics, but in terms of batters, they know where they want to score. They know the particular balls, the stop ball, as it were, that particular bowlers. That's the end of the over. It's 24 without loss. Mears is on 14 from 16 deliveries, and Craig Brathwaite 10 from 14. So a combination of factors, Andrew. But this is what we like to see. This is what the fans like to see. Good, positive batting, good intent.
So Shaquille Combach to continue. You talked about how he's developed so nicely. Groundsman here at Kensington, big man, but certainly seems to be on some kind of special program, because I'd suggest 3-4 months ago he was a lot bigger. He certainly slimmed down quite nicely. And that's a good delivery. Well bowled, good aggression. Talk me through that delivery.
Yeah, that's his skill set. He usually just hits the pitch very hard around that 6-meter mark, sometimes 7. That was a short delivery there, and that's his delivery. He will bowl a short ball. He will test you. He keep you on the back foot. Hasn't really pitched up anything much. Kalmir did play a good post short off him in the previous over, but there's a deep backward square and there's a fine leg. So this is the plan.
That's going to be called a wide. First wide of the match. The Barbados Pride batting. They're 26 without loss. Mears is on 14. Brathwaite is on 11. We're into over number 6. Hello to you wherever you are. Brilliant weather in Bridgetown. But you talk about Mears, he tends to let the ball come on to him, and he just get the feeling sometimes he almost looks as if he's hurried into the shot.
Well, I certainly prefer to see him in his vein, Andrew. I just think that he's allowing the balls to come to him, so that's fine. But don't take anything away from the turn of pace of Shaki coming back. He gets a good turn of pace, good bounce. He's not the most rhythmic, but he's a strong guy, a brute of a bowler.
Yeah. You could see it. Oh, that's going to be 4 runs. Through cover, in there a bit, but safely. That's well played by Craig Brathwaite. This is what he can do. There are many who feel he's just a poker, but I know better. I've seen him on the attack on several occasions playing for the Wanderers side. In fact, he's got a good record for Wanderers in 50-over cricket. And I think it's going to be an important cog in Barbados' wheel. 50 overs, a lot of overs to bat. And you need someone like a Craig Brathwaite to set the innings up for you.
Well, Andrew, there was some quality in that stroke, and I'll tell you why. Shaquille Cumberbatch has been operating around that 6-7 meter mark, which is just back of length, just in the surface. That was the first real half volley from him. And Craig Brathwaite was able to commit and miss that delivery past the cover region. It also tells you that he trusts the surface, that the bounce is very, very good, the pace is true. So, thumbs up so far to the ground staff and quality batting from Craig Brathwaite.
Oh, where did that come from? Wow. Free hit is an offer. That might have slipped from his hand. Umpire Dave Thompson doing duties with the very experienced Gregory Brathwaite, who I assume will be going off to Trinidad for the Super 50. Gregory Brathwaite. So here's a free hit. Just a single.
Very good option for Cumberbatch, Andrew. He did have in the deep backward square. He did have in the third man. Let's not forget, this could not change the field. So he stuck his guns, got into the surface, hurried Brathwaite a bit. So good bowling from him. But yes, umpire Brathwaite going off to Trinidad. This guy, umpire Dave Thompson, he's been around for a while, and I think he's one of the better umpires around. And I always wonder how far away is he from a regional berth. He's quite respected by all the players in the leagues. Really, I see them. Don't never seen him make that many mistakes. I've seen some guys make a lot of mistakes. He's not one of those guys. Any over 33 without loss. He's past the age. Aaron? There's a cutoff point for when you can. Really? That's interesting. So you're telling me he's stuck here?
Well, he's a good umpire. In fact, good enough to do the derby. They love to test Craig Brathwaite with his short deliveries. He's been able to come inside the line and help it down to that long leg area for a single. It's 34 without loss, a solid start so far. And I would imagine that in Trinidad, where the bowlers tend to enjoy the conditions, it's important to occupy the crease for long periods. And this is why Brathwaite's selection, in my view, is so vital.
Andrew, the reality is this Barbados team, you expect quality cricket from them. The last time they won the Cup is 2016, which is quite interesting. But this group together, let's run through the card. We had Shamar Brooks, Roston, Chase, Sheho, and these two at the top, Craig Brathwaite and Kyle Mears. You expect a lot from this batting unit. You really do. Yes, Craig is the cog in the wheel, but let's not forget Sheho. This is his format.
It is. And where would Sheho bat at 3? What do you think? Tell me.
I reckon he probably bat 4. He'd probably stay in his customary role right now for the West Indies. The thing about Sheho is in the 50 over cricket, it doesn't really matter where he goes. You remember, he did quite well at the top as well. So
my question to Jamal Smith, the tapes are rolling. Where would you bat Sheho?
4 based on his role. Based on his role for the West Indies, I think that Shea would be comfortable there, and I think based on the team, nothing is wrong at 3-4. Certainly no later than that.
So Mears and Brathwaite to open?
Based on what I've seen, yes. Let's not forget Zachary McCaskey somewhere around there as well. So you probably can go Mears, Brathwaite, Brooks, Hope Brooks. Ross and Chase, I expect those to occupy the top 5, but certainly Shea would be no later than 4.
Dylan Clark has bowled well. Bowling very well to his brother.
McCaskey isn't a bad addition as well. There are combinations where McCaskey can get into this team, and that top 6 could probably finish with Ross and Chase at 6. So you could have a scenario where you have Mears, Brathwaite, McCaskey, Hope, Brooks, Chase.
McCaskey at 3.
That's just saying that you can't have that combination. if you want to.
That's going to go. That's gone for 6. The first 6 of the match. Too short, helped away over square leg. So Kyle Mears on top of that delivery. It was a bit short and played it very well. He's looked solid. 7 gone. Mears 21. Brathwaite 17. It's now 40 without loss.
Yeah, good shot from Kyle Mears, swiveled and deposited against the wind as well. So that tells you about the power of the man as it comes to the end over this 40 without loss. Mears advancing now to make him 21 from 23, and Craig Brathwaite on 17 from 20. But yes, Andrew, there is a combination where you can get in that top 6. And now looking at the sheet, I think that's possibly what they would go with, Andrew, in the competition. Because you have the luxury of having Ross and Chase, who will be a number 6 batter who can bowl 10 overs at this level. Kyle Mears, who could certainly get him 5 to 7 overs as well. So if you have a solid top 6 along with Rashawn Primus, it gives you option. And Ray Marifa as well. I'll be honest with you, Andrew, this is a very good team on paper. Very, very good team on paper for our regional cricket.
So Cumberbatch to start his 4th over. Cotton ball! Very well taken. And he's running around Kensington as if he just struck gold in the Olympics. Very well bowled indeed. Brathwaite going for the drive. Cotton ball. Cumberbatch strikes in over number 8. It's 40 for 1.
As we said, Andrew, he is a wicket taker. He usually takes wickets at the top. You will hardly see him bowl a 4 or 5 over spell in this 50 over format and not pick up at least a wicket. He's gotten a big wicket, as you would say, the snapper of Craig Brathwaite. Good delivery, just about that 5 meter mark. It wasn't a half volley, it wasn't too full. Craig Brathwaite, he committed to that punchy drive of his, and he could only manage to get it back to the hands as of Shaki Cumberbatch, as we see the number 3 there. Well, let's look at the replay first. Yes, just about, admit that, just about 5 meters not there for the drives, particularly a player like Craig Brathwaite who punch drives really from under his eyes. So well foxed by Cumberbatch, and he's excited. McCaskey is at 3, Andrew. McCaskey is at 3. And
so is that a cue that he may possibly bat at 3?
It's a practice game. You would get him McCaskey, but he certainly played well enough, hasn't he, over the last 2 years or so to be there or thereabouts. To be quite frank. And if he goes 3, Shea Hope is 4, Shamar Bucks 5, Ross and Chase 6. Jamal Smith won't complain about that. Rashawn Primus 7. I think that's a very solid lineup. That's just me. I don't know how my other analysts feels about that.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you seem to have slotted in McCaskey. I rather suspect he's going to struggle to actually make the side because you've also got
I'll
Raymond
tell you
Reefer.
what, we'll ask Harold to pull up some stats on McCaskey in terms of his BCA, because I'm saying to you, Andrew, cricket is about combinations. If they want to go with the first 6 as solid batters and they have Rashawn Primus around there as an all-rounder, it's a possibility.
But he could only play 11.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a possibility that Raymond Reefer could sit. There's a possibility that Rashawn Primus could sit in particular games as well. It's just about the combination you want to play. I'm not saying that McCaskey has to start, but I can see the thought process behind a batting lineup that has that top 6.
I'm always cheeky. I think he's going to struggle. He's a good little player, but I think he's going to struggle. But we shall see. That's all conjecture.
Yeah, combinations, man. And again, you may find yourself on a particular surface down Trinidad where you may see it may be better to stretch your top part of batting, and McCaskey may get in. You have Raymond Reefer around who can bowl and bat as well. You have Rashawn Primus who can bowl and bat as well. It's a combination, Andrew. It's the matchup depending on the opposition and the conditions.
Oh! Very well bowled indeed by this young man. That could have been taken. It had pace.
You have to definitely wait on that replay, Andrew. What I can tell you is Cardinal sin has just happened. It's something that is a bugbear of mine as a coach and as a cricketer. I always believe that if there is a first slip, particularly when the ball is hard, that first slip should be at first slip. If the delivery is going to beat you, let it beat you to your right. It should never be a space between the keeper and the first slip. That's just my opinion. Some people see it differently. They will have that first slip floating, as is the position of Matthew Jones. We'll have to see that replayed, though. I'd love to see that.
Caskey will get off the mark. A lucky man to be there with 2 through cover. Now, was it the keeper's catch? Was it the fielder at first slip? Should he have been able to come to his left to catch it? We may never know. But what we do know is that it was a lovely delivery
I have faith
by a very impressive medium fast bowler.
I have faith in our technical guys, Andrew. As you said, it was a very good delivery. Rising, sharp. But as I just said, just cricket philosophy. Matthew Jones is still away to his right, probably at 1 3/4 of a slip. Almost second, not quite second. That delivery went. Barrows between the two would almost split them, and I still believe Matthew Jones should be at that first slip position.
So he ends a very successful over, an over in which he got the wicket of Brathwaite. 8 gone. The Barbados Pride, they're 46 for 1.
Yes, Andrew. And the stats of Zachary McCaskey. He's had 12, let's say, games, 11 innings, 1 not out, 358 runs, his high score of 71. He's averaging 35.80, Andrew. And this is precisely why I said that if he's at number 3, I would not be surprised, depending on the combination that Barbados wants to play. By no means written in stone, but certainly a good start in his Lycée career. Anytime you're averaging over 30 in first class cricket, you're considered a good player in the region. The gift really there. Easy stuff for Calmere, just depositing it through that extra cover region as we see the 50s up with that stroke as well. 54-1 or 51 deliveries, 35 minutes. So that run rate just about 6.12. So going along rather nicely, as we said, on a pretty good surface. Good bounce, good pace, but the batters certainly could get the measure of the surface as we see Calmere continues to advance his cause. But Andrew, a word on McCaskey's stats. 35.80 as an average after the 11 games. I told you he's done relatively well. You still think that he will struggle, Andrew? I don't think he would play all the games, but I think certain combinations he will certainly have a go. You're changing your opinion now. So you're smiling.
Well, I was just basically looking at the construct, and I rather suspect that he may very well struggle, but you never know. He's a good player, one who is, given the limited opportunities, has done pretty well. So we, of course, invite you to come to Kensington Oval, and if you can't make it, game being streamed on the BCA website. 50 for 1. Hello to you wherever you are. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. We certainly need the breeze. It's been so hot. Here's Clark, and that's going over the top. Kyle Mears, very well played indeed. That's going to be 4. Pitched up, lovely drive over that mid-off area. Very well played by Mears to go to 29, and the Barbados Pride to 54 for 1.
I'm loving the pace of this inning so far, Andrew. He's allowed deliveries to come to him. His brother, Zidane Clark, is now in his 5th over, probably just tearing a bit. Certainly, Calmere has a measure of him. And I love the pace of this innings, and I think he can do this more often. Just allow those deliveries to come to you, and then counter attack as you get a little deeper in the power play. Keep your wicket intact. Don't need to be out and about, dashing, particularly if there's something in the surface. But as we said, the surface is playing pretty nicely. I love to see how Calmere changes gears and goes through that phase after the power play if he survives. I think this is an important innings for him.
Now, do you like Kyle Mayers opening the bat? And do you think is a position that you would advocate? Would you say, look, I think that Kyle Mayers is the man to open? Jamal Smith, can you tell me?
Well, simply because he opens the batting for the West Indies, I think there's no question where he would operate for Barbados. I think that's the most diplomatic answer that I can give you, Andrew. Based on his role for the West Indies, it is very likely that he will open the batting, so therefore I can't have any challenges with that. And based on how he's played here today, so far, especially if he can go through the gears and get to that 20th over or so, I dare say that it's a pretty good decision.
So you support the decision to have Kyle open the batting for the West Indies?
It's his role for the West Indies.
Okay.
The construct of the side, as we know, so many openers have come and gone. Evan Lewis, Chris Gayle. You know, you're looking for someone to play in that vein. So therefore, I certainly don't have any challenges with it.
Cumberbatch has looked very good. Good pace. And as I said earlier, the value of getting fit, he looks a lot fitter. And sometimes we don't place the kind of emphasis on fitness. And I've seen him bowl for the Empire Club on several occasions in local cricket, and he bowls a heavy ball. Very much underrated cricketer.
You say underrated, Andrew. I say that he's slowly beginning to turn some heads in his direction. I think he himself believes as well. You noted that he's finally gotten a bit fitter. He looks better. I think he's coupled Barbados A-team selections. And I think the Barbados A-team is a very important team as well. There are so many cricketers around with a bit of talent. You just need to give them a little extra encouragement to let them know that they're thereabouts. I think it's done well for him.
You could see the energy. He's all about the place. Loves this cricket. And of course, we'll be quite happy to bowl at Kensington Oval. He's the groundsman here.
How old is Cumberbatch? Cumberbatch should be about 26, 27 now. Good 12.
Age 26 now.
That's good pace, Andrew.
Yeah, good pace.
Good pace in his in his fifth over on a surface. He's offering a bit if you put it in. That delivery was sharply. Yes, it was a wide, but that is what he does. He keeps coming, and in his fifth over in this heat to be able to produce a short delivery like that, pretty decent bowler, Andrew. He's there, but he's not right at the door yet. But he's certainly in the neighborhood. Very aggressive attacking bowler, Andrew. Really like him. He shapes the red ball very, very well as well. He's a very important cog in the Empire Wheel as an all-rounder, but used with the new ball, he gets wickets. That's what he does. You would hardly see him go a 4-5 over spell with the white ball and not at least pick up one wicket, as we saw him getting Craig Brathwaite. He has the knack for that, and he's improving. He's an improving cricketer. Nice to see him on display.
But he's got 2 balls left in his fifth over, so he's been given a long run here. This could be his last. Well, that's not a good shot at all by McCaskey, a man who wants to bat at 3 for Barbados. Bit of a waft, really. It's not the kind of shot you'd invite the schoolboys to see. We invite the schoolboys, of course, after 3 o'clock to come to Kensington Oval. At the moment, the Barbados Pride, 55 for 1, losing the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, caught in bowl by Cumberbatch for 17. Here's Cumberbatch with his last ball of the fifth over. Chance for a catch, not taken at short fine leg. Might have been a difficult one. It'll go all the way. That goes down behind the field at short fine leg. That's gone for 4. End of the power play as well. At the end of 10 overs, the Pride batting, they're 59 for 1.
Yeah, rattled is McCaskey. Let's not forget that chance. I went to begging off his second delivery from Cumberbatch. Could have easily gone to the keeper or the first slip. A half chance, he really puffed the delivery to that mid-off position, and I realized he was getting a leg side to the ball, possibly not wanting to be in line with Shaquille Cumberbatch's short deliveries. As I said, he's not express, but he's heavy. He reminds me of that guy who used to play for your club. I think it was Blaze. He was very heavy. And those type of bowlers, they hit you back
Roger
very
Blades.
hard. Hit you back very hard. Short deliveries are always a worry. McCaskey was not comfortable in that over at all. He actually came inside his wicket on that last delivery. He almost caught it somewhere in the rib cage region. Could have easily presented a catch for that man on the 45. So, you know, this is how it goes, Andrew. Sometimes you need a bit of luck, but certainly an impressive spell from Shaki Cumberbatch. His 5 overs for 29 runs. He picked up the wicket of Craig Braffett. And that bowling change, we'll have that name for you know. It looks like Lane, but I'll have a look at the sheet. Where's the sheet, Andrew? Shot.
That's 4 runs. First ball, put away by Kyle Mears. In the air, but safely. That's gone through cover. Powerful shot by a powerful man.
Yeah, good stroke. As I said, the timing of Kyle Mears' innings, and this is what I wanted to see him just beside the power play, how he would take the attack to a new bowler. And we've seen a new bowler coming in. This sheet doesn't do justice to who's out there. I suspect, though, that is either Shea Simmons or Johan Lane. But nevertheless, a very good strike. Yes, it is Shea Simmons.
More runs. It'll go for 4. Over wide mid off. That's gone for 4. Well played.
Yeah, another good stroke. It's Shea Simmons, Andrew. I usually know these guys' actions very well, but he was in England for so long and there's been a slight modification. He looks a little tight at the crease, but he served it 2 half volleys and duly obliged by Kyle Mears. And this is what I'm talking about. This period of the innings where Kyle Mears has given himself an opportunity. There is a new bowler on. Yes, we're outside the first power play, but his power, his pugnacious nature, he's able to expand his range. As we see, the long off has now gone back. He's played 2 nice strokes in this over through that long off region. We've also seen him play 2 in the previous over from off his brother Zidane Clark. So he's in stride.
Good comeback delivery, bang on target. Tell us about young Simmons. A no ball called by the umpire, so it was not that good after all. Tell us about young Simmons.
Very interesting is Simmons. He was looked after in England. He was playing some county cricket as well. He was just there or thereabouts as far as the West Indies on the 19 team is concerned. But he went off to England for a while. He's back here now. As I said, there's some modifications to his action, and we have to see how he goes. Ooh. Wow.
Wow. What a shot by Kyle Mears. Another no ball as well. Power and more power.
Typical Kyle Mears. Typical Kyle Mears. Flared that delivery, a foolish wide delivery in that point. Reason as we know that he plays. I probably went some 10 rows back as well. A wonderful strike for Shea Simmons. As we see, he is playing for Carlton. He will play the next game for Carlton as well. But he doesn't look the part so far. Very erratic. No balls, half volleys, full toss there. So another free hit on offer for Kyle Mears, who's expanded his range now. And he's gone steadily along and make him 39 from 33.
Mears enjoying playing against this young man, walking on the pitch, played that with a wash span of disdain. That's gone away wide of long on. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, enjoying himself, isn't he? Finally cracked the case, Andrew. That guy in green is Demetrius Richards. Finally cracked the case. But yes, another good shot there from Kyle Mears. Simmons all over the place. He's definitely under pressure. How will Kyle Mears finish? How will Shea Simmons finish here in this over? Oh, yeah.
Wow.
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 Describe that.
Wow, Andrew. We just did. Short delivery, spiked away. Kalmir's firmly on top of Simmons now, who's low on confidence. He smacked in a short delivery. It was dispatched. Too easy for Kalmir's at this stage as he moves up to 53 and make him now from 35 deliveries. Really a gift of an over so far, and it's not done. From Shea Simmons, really coming under pressure here, operating from this northern end and not starting well at all. Those no balls, those half volleys, and now Kalmir's is firmly entrenched this over, and I dare say he'll be looking for another boundary strike if it's on offer for this young man. But again, Andrew, I want to see Kalmir's play big innings. I really want to see Kalmir's go through the gears today, get to 80, 90, 100, and signal that he can do something like this in the tournament and beyond.
So we've already had some 26 runs from this over. Bears contemplated the second, but he decided against it. Cumberbatch's work was very good, coming to his right at third man. So the Barbados Pride, good start for them. Visions of making well over 300 here. Very good signal indeed. They'll push away in the offside to cover. The communication between two batsmen, very good indeed. An over from Simmons that produced as many as 28. Some 11 gone, it's 87 for 1.
Yeah, Kalmir's really going through the gears there. You have to see he got a couple of gifts as well, Andrew. Those bad deliveries and then those no balls, getting those free hits. So he's well on his way. As you said, I think this is an important innings for Kalmir's and the Barbados Pride, and looking towards the future, certainly that England series where Kalmir's is able to just rein it in a bit, get out of those first 10 and advance his cause and the cause of his team further. In this case, the Barbados Pride. We'll see there will be a bowling change. I was wondering when there'll be an introduction of Spain. This All-Star 11 is a good enough test for the batters, Andrew, in terms of them setting up their innings. They're not as experienced in some cases as the Barbados Pride 11 itself, but it's a pretty good test. You can gauge yourself as a batter off an attack like this, off an occasion like this, and that's what I'm hoping Kalmir's does. We'll see if McCaskey was settled as well. You know, he started a bit erratic, and particularly to Shaki Cumberbatch, but I'm sure you're much more comfortable here at home with Matthew Jones, who will be operating from the southern end, certainly in terms of not getting short deliveries.
So, the first bit of spin being introduced. Matthew Jones, I'm told, was rather close to selection. In fact, I'm told that there was a lot of discussion among the selectors, and in the end, didn't quite make it. But he's done very well for Gladiola in the local competition. Formerly played for the Carlton Club. Of course, that's the club of the current chairman of selectors, Desmond Leo Haynes. It's also the club of Kyle Mears.
Speaking about our Pride team and close selections, what do you make of Kemar Smith, Andrew?
In terms of his performances locally, you couldn't ignore him. He's done very well for YMPC in the last 2 years or so, and could not have been ignored.
So Andrew,
purely on performances.
We've actually reversed our roles. Usually you ask me the questions. I'm asking you the question, would you have selected Kemar Smith in your 11, in your squad?
Well, just give me some time to do an assessment of it, and I wouldn't sit on the fence. I never do.
Hey, please don't. I like him though, Andrew. I like him. I think he's done well enough to be certainly considered and be in the team and earn his place. The question is, what other combinations could the selectors have possibly been thinking about? Said that Matthew Jones was there or thereabout. You know, there's Shem Hall as well, who bowls a bit of spin. Who else really could fit the bill? But certainly in terms of Kemar Smith's performances over the years, the last 3 years or so, he's done very well in the right ball format, bat and ball. The question I would have is, how does he fit into the plans of the overall Pride team? When you sit down as a selector and you say, okay, I'm going to pick this guy that bowls off spin, bats top order, to fit him into the Barbados Pride side, is he predominantly then an off-spin bowler for the Barbados Pride in the Super 50 and will be suited probably in games against, say, you have 4 or 5 left-handers, for instance? Was that the trainer thought from the selectors? We can only wonder, but certainly he's done well enough that he could be there.
So Matthew Jones, the son of the former Barbados wicketkeeper Ricky Skeet, would have come along. Ricky Skeet at a time when it was difficult to make a Barbados team. Very good keeper. So 12 gone. The Pride are 89 for 1. Mayor's 55. McCaskey's on 12. The man to go. Brathwaite, cotton bowl by Cumberbatch for 17. Clark has bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 30. Shaquille Cumberbatch, very impressive. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Simmons, expensive, is over cost as many as 28. And Matthew Jones's first over just cost 2. So we start over number 13. And it's going to be Simmons to continue, looking to get his length right. Bowled into the pugnacious Kyle Mears. A dangerous customer he is. We all know that.
Dangerous indeed, Andrew. I still want to see him get a big score. I'm not satisfied with his 56. I want to see him setting up himself to go through the gears for the Barbados Pride.
Here's Simmons. Oh, that's gone. Bang! On top of the 3W stand, that's a huge hit by Kyle Mears. What a shot. Tremendous power.
Andrew, we can actually still hear it rolling around on the roof above us. It's boom, it's dropped now. Very lucky to get that back. We were up here on the 4th floor, so that's a massive hit. I heard it bang on the roof and it just rolling around, and then it found its way in the drainage and back onto the field. Shea Simmons really getting a height in here from Kyle Mears. He's advanced his cause nicely, as I said, Andrew. He's gone through the gears, and I know what gear Kyle Mears is in now. He's in 5th gear. He's not coming back.
No. And this is not the kind of pace that will worry him either. Here's Simmons again. Much better delivery. It's a single.
So well played by Mears. See the replay there. Lovely execution.
Tremendous shot. Now where's that gone? Let's look for the ball. Where is it?
He plays golf.
Oh, yes.
Harold tells me he plays golf. That certainly was a good swing. Yeah, but Simmons not having a good time of it at all. This is a good learning experience for him. Good delivery this time, though, Andrew. It's much more comfortable ball, not Zach McCaskey, who's a look unsettled, not his usual self. I saw Zach McCaskey play a lovely innings against the Indians in the 2-day warm-up. He made about 60 yards, just about 65, 66. He looked good. Batted Jadeja and company very, very, very well. He has a bit of quality about him, Andrew. We can't deny that.
So we come up to the end of the first hour. It's been a good one for the Pride. A run rate of 7.68. Oh, that's very well played. Elbows well cocked, beautifully timed. That's for McCaskey.
Well, you see Matthew Jones's hands that came, but I was just wondering. They deliberated about getting in the slip. Matthew Jones moved from extra cover and went into slip. Next delivery through the covers before. You just see his hands in his akimbo as if to say, I should have been at extra cover. And I'm just wondering if that was the right tactic. Albeit McCaskey didn't play that delivery all that convincing. But Simmons is under some tremendous pressure as the 100 is up now. 100, a 4-1. No ball again, Andrew.
Well, he's certainly struggling, young Simmons. How quick is he?
There was a time when I remember we put the gun on him, and around COVID times he was just about 82, 83. That was way back when we were preparing for the West Indies on the 19 competition that Kevin Wickham and those guys would have participated in. But he went off to England. Haven't seen him since. This is the first time we've seen him in just about 3 years. He looks to be just about 75, 80 to be honest, and not no real threats, particularly to Calmiers, who's on the rampage. Slower delivery there. Something from the skill set. I wonder if I could see that again. See if that was back of the arm, but it was a slower delivery. McCaskey just not looking his usual self, not allowing these deliveries to come to him. He's not settled at all. He's got 16 from 21, but not convincing by his standards as yet. He's still there.
The first 51 balls, 6 fours and a 6. The second, 81 balls. In the last 50, given what we've seen from Kyle Mears, who's rushed to 62, some 30 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes, and has really gone into second gear. So Simmons continues to struggle. His 2 overs costing 40, 101 for 2, 13 overs gone. Time for change of commentator. Lyndon Yard comes a call in, and alongside him is going to be Donovan Lovell, who's actually making his debut at this level. Hello, Donovan. Nice to see you. Are you well?
I'm okay, Andrew. How are you doing? Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Indeed, a pleasure to be here.
So Chad Williams comes into the attack. Who would have formerly played for the Spartan side, now playing for Windward Club in St. Philip. Kyle Mears has really batted very well, Donovan. In fact, in terms of his performances, 41 balls, 7 fours and 4 sixes. Good work by Kyle Mears.
Yeah, certainly indeed a very impressive knock. From the get-go, you see he started slowly. Patience came in, looking to see rightfully what the pitch was offering, and then he got into his stride, and certainly looks to be on his way for a pretty big score in terms of this innings on a good-looking surface. Really, that's conducive for good stroke play as he's shown so far.
So Chad Williams. Starting pretty well. Pitch, Donovan has played well so far.
Certainly indeed. Good even bounce. If you bend your back as a pacer, you can get something out of it. And it certainly, as Kyle Mears has shown, you can get value for your shots going through the line as a ball really. And it's certainly finding this by him so far.
So 13 overs and 4 balls bowl, 103 for 1. We'll certainly invite your thoughts in relation to who do you think the Barbados Pride will be looking for here at this stage?
This is going to start anyway in the vicinity of 350, 360. Really will be a pretty good score.
Interesting that you talk about those figures. Of course, the benchmark nowadays in 50 over cricket is no longer 225 or 250. Sandy Roberts, as I said earlier, was telling me that when he played for the West Indies and they made those runs, they could have defended those runs. But nowadays, some teams find it difficult to defend 350. Pitches are a lot better. I suspect that the bowling is not as penetrative. Of course, nowadays batsmen score very freely, and we've seen the World Cup produce a lot of runs in India. So Williams ends his first over. It's been a tidy one, just 2 coming from it. Some 14 overs gone. The Pride are 103 for 1. Time for me to take a break, and it's my pleasure to welcome Lyndon Yard.
And a very and a special good afternoon. Welcome to the Mecca of cricket here in Barbados, the Kensington Oval, for this all-important match featuring the Barbados Pride, who've elected to bat first. 103 for the loss of 1. We'll be about to see the commencement of over number 15. And it's going to be bowled by Captain Matthew Jones. He's going to be operating from the Joe Garner end, and he comes into bowl to McCaskey, who's striking it down to the long off position. With that single, he's up to 18. Mears on 63. It's been a flamboyant 63, and at the moment he's faced some 43 deliveries, 7 4s and 4 6s, and really took a liking to young Shea Simmons, who I thought should have been protected by his captain, having gone for 26 in his first over. And it's always a tough task to come back when you're going to go for 26. It's a 50 over game, so you had enough time to pull him out of the attack and just let him think about what he wants to bowl. As Jones, between the umpire and the stumps, is whipped out to mid-wicket by Mears. So he helps himself to run number 64, 105 for the loss of 1. Donovan?
Yeah, certainly a very impressive knock so far by Kyle Mears. As I said earlier, patience, shot selection again was very important, and he looks pretty good on his way to, I should be 100.
As this one is a stroke to the fielder off the cover boundary by McCaskey, who's punched at number 3, having lost the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. Cotton bowl by Shaquille Comerbatch, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end of delivery. 3/4 of a length, more than the 4 meter mark than that meter mark that he could drive. Well taken. Jones is in and worked. Front of square, mid-wicket has a long run across to his right, and they're going to come back for 2. So it's all been very easy for the Barbados Pride. Select 108 for the loss of 1. McCaskey 19. 66 is Mears, having lost Brathwaite for 17. And here's Mears, just timed in front of his stump. Allows the ball to hit the face of the bat. Picked up by the fielder at the off position. So, interestingly enough, for the left arm spin who's between the umpire and the stump, this is Jones. And a stride in. There's Mears and plays it back to Jones, and that completes over number 15. Done and dusted. Barbados Pride. They're 108 for the loss of 1, with Mears on 66. 17 Brathwaite made, and Zachary McCaskey in at 3. He's not on 19. Donovan?
Yes, indeed, a very good start by the Barbados Pride side. But Matthew Jones, one who's always a very steady ball in terms of lines, and that in-between length that he bowls, that you really, as we saw, Mears are really trying to get under it, because of that in-between length where he can't get under it to strike him away. So he's one who's pretty accurate most of the time, and he's always more than not bang on target and not giving much away. But indeed, a very good start by Kyle Mears and Neil McCaskey.
And the left arm spin of Williams. Was a full toss which is slammed out to the fielder on the cover boundary. Another single attained, 109 for 1. Just to give you some bowling figures. Zidane Clark, 5 overs, no maintenance, done for 30. Operated from the Joel Garner end. Shaquille Cumberbatch from the Malcolm Marshall end, his opening partner. 5 overs, no maintenance, 1 for 29. Shea Simmons, 2 overs, no maintenance, done for 40. As Williams will continue. Tosses the ball from hand to hand at the Malcolm Marshall end. And he's in left arm, which is cut over the fielder at the point region and will beat the fielder on the cover boundary and into the boundary for 4. So another boundary for Kyle Mears. That is his 8th 4. And he now races to 70. So visions of 100, 4 sixes to go with that. 24 dot deliveries, 48 deliveries his face all told. And that 70 straight rate of 145.8. Shea Simmons took a hiding, 2 overs for 40. And here's a drive, very, very straight up to long on. We'll take 1. Run number 71 to Mears. As I said, I thought that young Simmons should have been protected, having gone for 26 in his first over. I found it very tough that the captain should ask him to go for a second over. And to start with, he started around the wicket. And then this very start of second over, his first delivery was hit straight on top of the 3W stand, going over the wicket. So in essence, he never really had a line, and he started around the wicket, then went over the wicket, and made no difference whatsoever. And I always believe as a fast bowler, or any bowler, you have to pick up your line very, very early, especially if you're going to bowl to a player of the caliber of Kyle Mears and the form for which he's in. Of course, these are very different conditions to what young Simmons would have played in over the last 3-4 months. And the cold climate of England might be a little hot and cold here and there, but it's been extremely hot here in Barbados, and he definitely looked the part today. He never really was allowed to settle. As a matter of fact, he never had a line to start with, and paid the price down in pace. And we'll see how he comes back, if he is brought back in time. So I believe he should be given another opportunity to redeem himself, as Williams is in and stroked out to the field on the cover boundary by Mears with that single, which concludes over number 16. It is now 116 for the loss of 1. 72 is Mears. McCaskey on 21. Donovan.
Yes, Linda, you mentioned young Simmons. Obviously on a good track, really conducive for stroke play. He struggled to find his line a bit, but it could be too the captain showing some confidence in him and bringing him back for a second one. But really, to be truthful with you, he bought a good strip. This is a very good batting strip. And Kyle Mears was really on the rampage. But nevertheless, I have confidence that he would come back and he would do well again.
And this delivery is hoisted. 3 W's. There's no buying in the microphone. You know there's the buying. So another 6 to Kyle Mears. And he's really on the rampage. He rushes to 78. 122 for the loss of 1. Donovan.
Yes, certainly effortless. Just came on the front foot, got close to the delivery. That's very important. And he just went through the line of delivery, and it's gone really miles. And he really, in this knock especially, seems to be in a no-nonsense mode. And anything that's given whiff or is up in his arc, as they will say, he's certainly going to make sure he capitalize on it. And indeed, a fine knock so far. As I see they're taking the water break now, but a beautiful start, superb start by the Barbados Pride. Mears really motoring on and looking dangerous, and no doubt looking to get a big one here to prepare himself for the 50-over tournament.
Well, he's on 78, having faced some 51 deliveries, 72 minutes of batting, 8 4s and 5 6s, 24 dot balls still. Having lost Craig Brathwaite, caught him bowled by Shaquille Cumberbatch for 17. He faced some 21 deliveries, 29 minutes, 2 4s in that knock. Zachary McCaskey, he's not on 21, batting at number 3, 29 deliveries he's faced, 40 minutes, 3 4s to come. The impressive Shamar Brooks, Roston Chase, Dominic Drake, Shea Hope, Akeem Jordan, Javid Leacock, Jerry McAllister, Rashawn Primus, Raymond Reefer, and Keemar Smith. So a very, very tough-looking batting order. When you look at Shamar Brooks and Roston Chase, both of whom have been short on runs. Dominic Drake, Shea Hope, he's had runs of plenty, and I'm sure that he could lease some to his fellow partners above him. And Roston Chase and Shamar Brooks, as you said, it's a belter, it's a perfect batting strip. And then we go down to the all-rounders, Akeem Jordan, Roshan Primus Raymond Reefer, who finds himself on the board here at number 10, and Keymar Smith, a new find for the Barbados Pride this year, and let's hope that he goes well if given the opportunity. And at the moment, the Pride 122 for 1 of 16 overs. And the wicket taker being Shaquille Cumberbatch, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Shad Williams, he sent out overs with maidens, none for 10. Matthew Jones, before that delivery was hoisted onto the 3Ws stand for the second time in this match. 2.1 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Been decent. Shea Simmons, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 40. And Zidane Clark, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 30. I thought the medium pacer bowled well. At times he was searching maybe a little bit too much. Both of the opening bowlers given 5 over spells. That's good to get them out of the way, get some shine off the ball as well. And I think the most important part now is this period here between overs 17 and I would say 40 done. That's a period where batsmen can definitely take the game away from you. The captains have the option of relaxing the field a little bit more. But what he will need is for his bowlers to be on top, because in all cricket, in all forms of cricket, a bowler has to control a batsman. If you don't control the batsman, then Kyle is going to do just what he's been doing.
Yes, certainly indeed. But if I might go back a bit, Lyndon, I was very impressed with Shaquille Cumberbatch, who started from the southern end. Really, he was up on in pace, and in terms of a good batting track, he really bowled some training deliveries. He bowled some good areas, and this is a very vast improvement from the same Cumberbatch that we've seen maybe a couple of years ago, who would have been down the leg side one, down the offside two, and he really has shown that he's been in a system that is working. He's really improved in terms of his accuracy, and I really was impressed with him, and he's certainly up on pace. Also, young Zidane Clark, who played straight for the Carlton side, and who too is one who is improving leaps and bounds. I've seen him a couple of games this season. I think one game against Gladiola where he got 5. I think 5 for 44, and he was really up on pace as well. I was really accurate. So it's good to see these two young fast bowlers, really, medium fast, if you might, really improving leaps and bounds. But I just had to let you know, based on what I've seen, I'm very impressed. On a good track, these two medium fast bowlers really showing that they have the goods, that they can do it.
Well, I have a right smile on my face because I'm happy that you retracted yourself when you used the word medium, because sometimes the term fast bowlers are really thrown around too freely, really and truly. And I think at best there are medium pacers at best, and on a good track like this is when you're really tested. And it's no surprise at all that Kyle Mears is pretty much in his element here. But I think on a track like this, you have to hit the ball in the right areas, as they like to say, and that right area is that 4 and 3.5 meter area, where if you're going to generate any bounce, you have to generate it from there. I saw young Shea Simmons maybe use a 6 meter short ball that was hit over mid-wicket with disdain, because the wicket is that good. Kyle Mears has obviously picked up the length of the wicket, the length of the pitch, how it's playing, and he's in full nick, and he's the type of player, and this was what makes the difference in my opinion. When you're bowling at a player who plays at the elite and higher level, the highest level, which is the international level, you've got to be able to lift your game. So it isn't a case that you're going to just come and run in like any normal Saturday in Barbados and think that you're just bowling at an average player. You're bowling at a player who's played predominantly over the last 2-3 years against the best in the world, which means he's at a different level, which means you have to lift your game. You've got to be able to rise to the occasion. He's not going to just let you come and settle. And when you butt a wicket, this, I must commend the ground staff here at Kensington as players about to resume. That this is probably one of the better strips I've seen in a long time. The bounce is fairly consistent. It's a nice looking strip that you would want to bat on. You would want to take it home with you. I believe in your head there, and you bat a strip like this, maybe in the first hour you'll be 62 with 5 chances, of course.
But the chances will not really be stored in the book, as you know, just the 62 in a few deliveries. But I agree with you, really, because this is a track that reminds you of the old Kensington track. Good and bounce, in terms of bounce. You bend your bat, you can get something from it, and you can go through the line of the ball and get value for the shots because the pitch is that good.
122 for 1. Jones is in, and Mears is stretching forward, plays the ball to the field at the short mid-wicket, who doesn't feel. The ball goes through him, That's Zidane Clark, and no addition to the total. So usually it takes a break for something to happen, and the Legends 11 will need something good to happen here. This one is stroke in front to square off the boundary. Comes the fielder from the cover point region, and the Mears is back for 2. And again, the difference is when you're playing at the other level and the ordinary level, because he turned what easily could have been 1 into an untroubled 2, because by the time the throw was halfway in, he was just about making his ground, and the throw had not reached the keepers yet. And young Teron Gibson. Here is Jones, and this one is whipped away. And there is Shea Simmons, makes a meal of it, recovers, and there's no addition to the total. 124 for 1, and this fixture between the BCA 11, the Barbados Pride 11 against the Legends 11. Jones is in, and a swing, there's a pay for caught behind. Not out, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And his partner at square leg is Dave Thompson. 2 seasoned umpires between the umpire and the stumps. And there is Mears looking to play that one casually into the leg side. The ball probably flicks the right tight pad and ricochets into the offside. There's no run. So the first over after the break is concluded. 124 for the loss of 1. Mears 80. McCaskey 21. Love it.
Yes, indeed, a very good over again by Matthew Jones. As you mentioned batting and you mentioned levels, I just wanted to just make a quick point here. Even when you go to bat as a batter for the very first time, you have to assess your conditions, obviously. And I found that Mears would have been guilty in other matches, international matches as well, as just trying to beat his way from ball 1.
McCaskey strikes a full toss to Captain Jones, who's patrolling that short cover region. There is no run. Technical man, Saharil Eastman, and this one is a work through mid wicket. Off the boundary comes a sweeper. They'll have 1. So another run into the book, into the computer. 125 for 1. It brings the dangerous Mears onto strike, long off and long on out in the country. So it was deep mid wicket. So it was the cover on the boundary. As Williams is in from the Malcolm Marshall end and is slashed out to that field. That cover comes across to his left, and the Mears is up to 81. 126 for the loss of 1.
Yes, indeed. As I said, you saw with this knot, he took his time. He sought to see what the conditions were like in terms of the pitch. He got his singles, he got himself going. In other words, he built his innings from scratch, and once he got in, he carried on. So levels, high or low, I would suspect this is what you need to do as a batter once you've just gone to start your innings.
To summon all that up, he changed gears appropriately.
That's correct.
127 for 1. Tension on Mears. He's on 81. Shad Williams, 2.4 overs, no middles, none for 13. He's been decent so far. And he's going to come left arm over the wicket to bowl to Mears. And Mears is stretching forward, plays the on drive. The hardest shot in the book to play, Don?
Certainly. Once you see a batter playing that consistently, he's in fine nick. And Mears certainly looks to be in fine touch, especially this knock today so far of 82.
A more sedate McCaskey on 23 waits for this delivery and stretches forward. Plays the ball to the natural side of Shad Williams. And that concludes over number 19 in the book. 128. Number 18 in the book. 128 for the loss of 1.
Yes, indeed. And Williams finishing another tidy over in terms of direction, bang on target. Not giving, especially Mears, the width that we know he loves so much, keeping him close, as they would say, wicket to wicket, and not giving him a chance to free his arms. So indeed, he started well, along with Matthew Jones so far. They've pulled things back a bit.
A dart up left arm spin. This one is hoisted out to mid wicket. Who comes across? He sails under it. The catch is spilled. Unbelievable, and goes into the boundary for 4. So delivery hoisted on the line of center and leg. Mears didn't get under it as he would like. It went high in the air, and the fielder out at the mid-wicket position, just trying to make it out if it was.
As you see here, the replay.
Yes, the replay is put down by Clark, and Mears lives to fight again. This one is cutting to Williams, who's patrolling that backward point position. Can't score, so he gets a life at 82. He's on 86. Jones is in to bowl to Mears, and Mears cheekily runs it down to third man, which is vacant. They go for one. They can turn it, come back for two, and with that double, Mears is up to 88. But Don, have you say on that chance?
Yeah, certainly. Matthew Jones again, tight on lines, and he forced that one from outside the off stump. He got a lot of height on it. Should have been taken easily, and in the end, given a life.
And here is Jones to Mears, and Mears is swinging this one down in front of square. Across comes Clark and fumbles, and they get two. So Clark not having a good time. Two more to total, 90. And my apologies, that is young Zishan Mutara, the leg spinner in the side. And settled under it, coming across to his left. Had a long time to settle. Obviously, the sun was in his eyes. He has his sunshades on. And not that that helps you, but sometimes it takes some of the glare out of you. But you still have to keep your eyes on the ball and pick up the movement with the wind as well. So Mutara will want to lift himself up. As here is a delivery, Richard Mears is down the wicket and slams it up to long on. The field is in attendance out of our view, but from all expressions out in the middle, one is all they have. And with that single, Mears is into the 90s. He's on 91. He keeps the strike. 137 for the loss of one off 19 overs. Done.
Yeah, certainly. But you see that Matthew Jones continues to bowl these tight lines, not giving Mears the whiff he would like, nor can he get on the delivery to strike it straight because he's one of that in-between length. That one, he dragged that one from outside the off stump. Didn't get a good connection on it, obviously, and really should have been taken at this level by young Matara. But that's the way it goes sometimes, and he lives to fight another day. Not to take anything away from a knock so far has really been a brilliant one.
Shadow Williams to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end, and the Mears is driving up to the field at that short cover position, as I said. 1, 2, 3, 4 out in the countryside. Cover right back around to mid-wicket. Demetrius Richards at short mid-wicket. And there's a point in position. Short third man as well. As this delivery, he's playing the reverse sweep. Does he get back onto it? It'll go down to third man or fine leg if you look at how he was batting. And down to third man by signal by the umpire, 4 of them. So, 141 for the loss of 1. And Mears looking to get cute, Don?
Yes, sir. He's in. He's full of confidence, obviously. He believes that, as you might say, levels, he's going to say, you know what, I'm the man in charge here. I'm the West Indian opener. I'm going to dominate here. And that shot certainly suggested that. But indeed,
so
being cheeky there, as you would say.
And that's a 100 partnership. Being brought up off 77 deliveries, 55 minutes, 10 fours and 4 sixes. 100 partnership, 77 deliveries, 55 minutes, 10 fours and 4 sixes. And we all know who those 4 sixes belong to. He's the man on strike, 92 against his name, Kyle Mears. As he waits on Shadow Williams from the Malcolm Marshall end, or the Coppin, Cozier and Short Media Center end. They're going to make an adjustment in the field. And there's going to pull a slip into position, so they take the short third man out, and we'll have the first slip in position. So slip in a backward point, sweep on the cover boundary, cover, long off, long on. And there is Mears, hits it high, hard, and goes just beneath the scoreboard. The sight screen at the Malcolm Marshall end for huge 6, and that's his 5th 6 of the innings. He rushes to 97, and it's 147 for the loss of 1, and visions of 100 here. And I suspect that once he gets his 100, that he will make way for someone else to have a knock, because it's been a marathon innings thus far. 68 deliveries. Here is Williams, moves in to bowl to Mears, and he looks for the reverse sweeps. Make no contact, taken by Gibson behind the stumps. And there is no run. So Mears on 97. 68 deliveries, 88 minutes, 9 fours and 6 thorough sixes. Now the slip has been pulled out and will go to short third man where he started the over. And Williams from the Malcolm Marshall end. Fine leg comes into the circle and Mears is forced onto the back foot. Good line and length there by Williams. And knocked down by Demetrius Richards, one of several keepers in this side. Teron Gibson, Rivaldo Clark, and as I said, Demetrius Richards. So 3 keepers in this side. The Legends select 11, and that concludes over number 20. 147 for 1. McCaskey, a very, very silent partner. He's on 23 at the moment. It's all about Kyle Mears. He's on 97. Done.
Yes, certainly, but you know, the batting-wise, this is why they say you bat in partnerships. And even though McCaskey has not been scoring, as we see he on the replay here,
he attempted reverse sweep.
Scoring all the way for buys. Yes, it was. But batting in partnerships is important, even though he is not looking to play the big shots as some other batters do when they see their partner like really playing some lovely strokes. But he's playing the supporting role and really batting with loads of common sense here, making sure every time possible I keep Kyle Mears on strike, who's doing most of the batting, the scoring.
Here's Jones, and there is McCaskey. Strikes it up to long off, will take 1, and most importantly, it brings Kyle Mears back into strike. He has 97 against his name. 5-4 field, as in 4 out, 5 in the circle. And Jones between the umpire and the stumps passes Brathwaite, and onto the back foot goes Mears. Strokes it back down the offside. Knocked down by Matthew Jones, the son of Ricky Skeet, former BCL on Barbados. Wicketkeeper batsman. Here's a delivery hit in the air, and that's the 100 over the extra cover region for 6. What a way for Kyle Mears to bring up his 100. 100 off 72 deliveries, 90 minutes of batting, 9 fours and 7 sixes. So for those of you who keep stats, 100 for Kyle Mears, 72 deliveries, 90 minutes, 9 fours and 7 towering sixes, 154 for a loss of 1. He has a strike rate of 143.0. Don will get back to you after this delivery. As this delivery, he is sweeping out through square leg. That's gone all the way. Another 6. So I suspect he's going to enjoy his time at the middle before he retires. 160 now for the loss of 1. Kyle Mears, 109 and smoking.
Certainly, indeed, a wonderful 100 here from Kyle Mears. From the beginning, he suggested that he was going to be here for the long haul. He took his time. This time, he started in first gear. He decided to knock the ball around. He got in. He saw what was happening pitch-wise. When he got in there, he certainly moved from first gear into fourth gear, and they simply could not find an answer for him. He drove well, he pulled well, he cut well, and when the ball was in his heart, as they would say, he went over the top straight, hitting some massive sixes here at the Oval. So indeed, a brilliant knock by Mears, and one that is really impressive and sets the tone for the 50 over competition coming up. That tells me that he looks to be in fine nick, and I can only hope that he takes us in to the tournament coming ahead, Lyndon.
160 for the loss of 1, and he replaces his gloves, having gotten some refreshment, and Jones is into him. And he's onto the back foot, forced onto the back foot, strikes it down to Evan Grant, who is patrolling the long off position. And they take 1, so 1 more to the total, 161 for the loss of 1. The 50 for the Pride came up off 51 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6. 100 off 81 deliveries, 12 fours and 4 sixes. The 150 off 129 deliveries, 14 fours and 7 sixes. All 7 belonging to Kyle Mears. As McCaskey waits on Jones and goes onto the back foot, strokes it out to the fielder who's patrolling that straight mid-wicket position. There's no around the end of over number 21, done and dusted. 161 for loss of 1. Kyle Mears, with his last 50, coming off 37 deliveries, struck 2 4s and 6 6s in that last 50. And 72 deliveries, first 50, took just 35 balls, 7 4s and 3 6s. So he's really gone on the rampage where the sixes are concerned. And it's not looking good for the bowlers. But I think this is where the bowlers really ought to be tested. You're going to play in Trinidad, you're going to butt wickets. Similar in nature in terms of good wickets, I expect. Not a lot of pace in it, and I think you're going to have to learn to bowl those lines and, as I said, control the batsman. There's no control here other than Kyle Mears doing as he pleases.
Certainly. You realize, especially from young Matthew Jones, when he bowled him close, making the wicket after his delivery, continue.
Go ahead.
And every time he bowled him close, he was flat in trajectory. He found it difficult to score. Once he got the whiff, it was easier for him. And anything that was flighted, then he easily scored. So you must adjust your lines and your lengths. So as you said, it's really a challenge for the bowlers.
And he's down the wicket. Long off is interested, comes in, and the ball will fall in no man's land. And they're going to turn and come back for 2. Demetrius Richards thought he had a chance running back. And the long on in Shea Simmons was right back on the boundary, and the ball fell safely. So Mears looking to accelerate again, gets 2 to move to 112. 163 for the loss of 1, and he has 112 out of 163. So imagine that. Imagine all the people. 5 overs no middles done for 38. Matthew Jones. Shadow Williams, 4.2 overs no middles done for 22. He's in to bowl to the dangerous Mears, and Mears is advancing and hits it straight. Shea Simmons across to his left, intercepts, and they take 1. So 113, and I think you need to play some smart cricket here, Don, because reality is, with the mood that Mears is in, he's in a no-nonsense move. So I'm thinking that if you can't get him out, you keep him at one end, keep him away from the strike as much as possible. McCaskey's content to just turn around the single, which is good. And this delivery, he goes onto the back foot, finds Demetrius Richards at that straight mid-wicket position. There is no run. So once you have McCaskey on the strike, at least you guarantee there'll be a dip in the run rate. And try to keep Mears at the non-striker's end as much as possible. Deliveries is worked up to Shea Simmons for run number 165, and McCaskey, if that single moves to 25, and of course the field will start to make their way back out in the country as the ever dangerous Kyle Mears with 8 6s and 9 4s comes on to strike in his knock of 113. Shadow Williams, the best of the bowlers thus far, 4.5 overs is done for 24, and this is a delivery swept at chance for a catch at backward square. The end of the innings of Kyle Mears. And just trying to work it out. Seems to be Van Grant has taken the catch. Yes, caught by Grant at short square leg. Looking to sweep and a top edge, but nonetheless a beautiful innings comes to an end as Kyle Mears sweeping at the left arm spinner Shadow Williams departs for 113. 165 for the loss of 2 at the conclusion of over number 22, Harold? You have over number 22 done.
Yeah, certainly a fine knock by Kyle Mears. Sets the tone really, in my opinion, for the competition ahead. If he continues in this vein, he seems to be getting into some form that's very important for the Barbados Pride side. But as I said again, from the time he got to the crease, he really built a wonderful innings in terms of his stroke play. He was patient earlier. He was selective in the balls to hit. And once he got his ones, he got his twos. And once he was in and he was settled, then he really mortared on to really play a beautiful innings here today. And I wish him all the luck going forward for the competition. And I really suspect that he is going to do well. I'm getting that feeling. Really and truthfully, some wonderful shots he played here today, and those massive sixes. And he's one that his confidence is high, and normally he does well. So a very good 100 from him, and a good start for the Barbados Pride. 165 for 2, really indeed a good start by the Barbados Pride.
He has been replaced by Ralston Chase, who's also short on runs. The last time we saw him at the Mecca, he did get 100 against Gladiola in that final. And a one-sided final on that occasion. Took the game for Empire away from Gladiola. And he could use some runs in the middle, but he doesn't have the strike because it's going to be McCaskey on strike at the beginning of over number 23. Bowled by Jones, and he strides forward and goes for a quick single. The return comes in. Ricochets off the bat of McCaskey. And they take 166 for the loss of 2. With Chase about to have his first delivery. To take you around the field. There's square point. A whitish third man. It's in no man's land at the moment. Hands on his knees. Sweep on the boundary. Now they're going to put a slip in position. The mid off, long off, I suspect, out of our view. Long on in position. Deep mid wicket. And yeah, straightish mid wicket coming into play as well. So Captain Jones, 5.1 overs on is done for 39 between the umpire and the stump. And there is Ralston Chase looking to get cute immediately. Just looking for a paddle sweep, really. How dangerous is that shot, Don? First up delivery.
No, taking guard, just facing first delivery. And Matthew Jones, who's normally very tight.
Nicely toss up delivery, instead of stroking it down.
Stroke down the ground, get off the mark, and go from there.
Well, we'll see what he does with his second delivery. And he goes on to the back foot, forces it. The fielder at that point position can't score. And this is an opportunity for the Legends side to crawl themselves right back into the game. You've got a new batsman in Ralston Chase, and I see date Zachary McCaskey. Again, Chase looking to get cute. There's Jones confident in his appeal. There's umpire Gregory Brathwaite confident in his decision. Not what is the verdict.
Yeah,
but,
really.
But the element of risk, you call that a factor, the risk, because it's a high risk for low volume return.
Too risky. You've now come to the crease, hit the ball on the ground, get off the mark, get your ones and twos, get yourself in, then you can go from there.
And this time he's off the mark as Demetrius reaches across to his left, can't prevent the single. And that's what you all just got to do. Just get back on the ball, pay with a straight face as opposed to looking to go across the delivery. 3 deliveries, and he's attempted 2 half sweeps, of which 2 resulted in an appeal for leg before, turned down by umpire Brathwaite. And McCaskey is now on strike. 167 for 2. And there's the vicious stroke out to the field at the cover region. And there is no run. The conclusion of over number 23, done and dusted. It's now 167 for 2 with Chase on 1, McCaskey on 26.
Yes, and certainly McCaskey are really playing a good, important knock with Kyle Mears. Really, and knocking the ball around, finding the gaps, finding the singles to keep Kyle Mears on strike, and most importantly, keep him going. Because once you're in that vein and you're stroking the ball so wonderfully, you want as much strike as possible. And as soon as you're starved from that strike, then something happens and you just gift it away. So he really played a very important innings and not so far in that partnership with Kyle Mears.
And of course, we invite you to go on the stream, www.barbadoscricketassociation.org, barbadoscricket.org, and you can follow the live stream of this game between the Pride 11 versus the Legends Select 11 and BCA TV. BCA TV 246. BCA TV 246. Follow the live stream. And there is 4 runs. Edge. And Don?
Reverse sweep again. Luckily.
Was that Chase?
Yes, Chase again. Reverse sweeping. Luckily eluding the outstretched hands of the man at first slip, and it ran away to the boundary for 4. So he's living a charmed life so far in the few deliveries that he's faced.
Well, I think he maybe he's in a T20 mode and just needs to zap that for the time being and understand he has 26.5 overs available to bat. And he can just bat properly and get himself into nick. And this is a good cricket stroke, which is a on drive to mid wicket. Will get him a single. And with that, he's up to 726 is McCaskey, who comes back on to strike. And we also invite you to come on down after work. If you're a school child, you can come on down and watch the proceedings. And, and have your parents pick you up from Kensington if you are within the vicinity. Some good cricket going on, and of course, this game to be played, finished under the lights. And there is McCaskey driving back to the bowler, who has a shy, forces Teron Gibson to dive to his right. He took a dive earlier and missed everything between himself and the captain. Went down to the boundary. Remind me of David Williams in his younger days because he's diminutive behind the stumps. And he leapt for all he was worth, but the ball was quick and past him. A reverse sweep by McCaskey will bring him a boundary. And long time he hasn't had a boundary. He moves to 30. It's now 176 for the loss of 2. McCaskey on 36 is chase. And as said, you're invited to come on down to Kensington to follow the proceedings. Once you have finished work and don't have to hurry home, come on and relax and enjoy. See the final practice game for the Barbados Pride against the Legends Select 11 on a beautiful strip here at Kensington Oval. Outfield a little bit parched. The country has been devoid of water in recent times, and it's been extremely hot. I'd say the last 3-4 weeks we had 2 days of welcome water, I would say, and hence we have some green as well. It's been extremely humid, today being no exception. And there is a delicious tuck down to short fine leg off the boundary, comes in and intercepts and take 1. So 177 for the loss of 2. Action in this game. Barbados, as I said, they will have won the Super 50 Cups on 8 occasions, last doing so in 2016-17. As here is Chase, plays the ball to the fielder in front of square, stationed alongside the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, and can't get a single. The end of over number 24, done and dusted in this game, featuring the Barbados Pride and the Legends Select 11. Pride batting first, 177 for 2, gives me the opportunity to run through the scorecard. Kyle Mears at the top of the order, caught by Grant off the ball of Williams for 113. Yes, 113. 78 deliveries, 98 minutes. 9 fours and 8 sixes. 9 fours and 8 sixes in his knock of 113. Craig Brathwaite contributed 17. Colin Bowl by Shaquille Cumberbatch, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. As a matter of fact, both wickets came from the Malcolm Marshall end. And Zachary McCaskey in at 3 is not on 31, having been there for quite some time. And Matthew Jones, who's in. And there is McCaskey looking to sweep a delivery outside and the off some turn across his body. Doesn't make any contact. Taken by the keeper. Nicely taken in the end, one-handed as well. Boston Chase is not on 6. Extras 10. 4 byes, 2 wides, and 4 no balls. As Jones is in to bowl to McCaskey, who's striking it out to the field on the cover boundary. Has it under control. That looks to be Zishan Mutara. We've yet to see the right arm leggy into the attack. And just to give you some bowling figures, Dan Clark, 5 overs, no minutes, none for 30. Shaquille Cumberbatch, 5 overs, no minutes, 1 for 29. Shea Simmons, 2 overs, no minutes, none for 40. Matthew Jones, 6.2 overs, no minutes, none for 41. He's in to bowl to Chase, and Chase is stroking it up to Demetrius Richards, who patrols that cover region, can't score. And Shad Williams, 6 overs, no minutes, 1 for 31, the best of the bowlers thus far. Here is Jones, the captain, between the umpire and the stump, off the back foot. Goes Chase, and again, he finds Richards. And this has been a good period for the Legends side. They have stemmed the flow of runs with the dismissal of Kyle Mears, as Chase goes onto the back foot and will pick up a single out to the fielder off the long on boundary, and the return comes in from Williams. Another single attained, 179 for the loss of 2. And Jones getting through his overs pretty quickly, just going about 6 runs per over. And there is a lazy looking shot by McCaskey, attempted to come forward, and then in the end decided to play the right up underneath his back, off the back foot, transferring the weight, and it was airborne for quite a while and fell just short of Demetrius Richards. So over number 25 is done and dusted in this all important practice game for the Pride, who are batting first. 179 for the loss of 2. McCaskey is on 32. Chase is on 7. Done.
Good tight lines again from Matthew Jones, who continues to be very impressive here, not gifting any thing away at all, and really backed up beautifully by young Williams. Again, good tight lines, not whiff, no whiff on offer, in between length, making it difficult to score. We saw chasing that over doing the right thing, punching the ball down the ground and getting the singles. So, as you said, the floor runs are stemmed a bit here by these two who continue to be very impressive.
The impressive Shad Williams on the Malcolm Marshall end will do business for the Royston Chase. Tosses the ball, flicks the ball from hand to hand. Into bowl to Chase, and Chase is run this ball down the short third man. Onto it comes Zidane Clark, and can't prevent the single. Another run attained. 180 for the loss of 2. With Chase on 8. 32 is McCaskey, who comes back into strike. And what around the field. There's 3 fielders out now rather than 4, so they operate with a 6-3 field, as in 6 inside the circle and 3 outside. And this delivery is a delivery which the batsman allow it to come to him, playing it off the back foot, playing it off the pitch is McCaskey. Finds Captain Jones, who's patrolling that straightish mid-wicket position. He remains 180 for the loss of 2. Barbados Pride. Williams goes past umpire Thompson. And this one is hit hard and knocked down by the fielder. That looks to be Rivaldo Clark, who's patrolling the mid-off position. And they take 181. The loss of 2. Of that 181, Kyle Mears made 113, and he made it in a hurry. As Chase to this delivery plays a reverse sweep and will get 4. The fielder, Zidane Clark, who's inside the circle, has absolutely no chance. The outfield is quick, and for the second time in this innings, that Chase plays a reverse sweep on this occasion, and it gives him a second boundary. So with that, that's his second 4. He's up to 12, having been at the crease for 12 minutes. He's faced some 12 deliveries. So 12, 12, 12, 2 4s. And with that, the total up to 185 for a loss of 2. No adjustment in the field, and to come, Shamar Brooks, Dominic Drakes, Shea Hope. I suspect not in this order, as Chase lunging forward, plays the ball to cover fielder. There's no addition to the total. Williams about to complete his 7th over. 6.5 overs remaining in 1 for 40. His final delivery, legit that is worked to Demetrius Richards, who tumbles to his right, prevents a single, and over number 26 is concluded, and it's now 185 for loss of 2. The Barbados Pride 11 batting first. Mears 113, Brathwaite 17, McCaskey 33 not out, and also not out is Royston Chase on 12.
Yeah, certainly with still the likes of Shea Hope to come and Shamar Brooks, you can still, the Barbados Pride that is, can still find themselves getting up to a really good total here over the 350 mark. But I just want to say quickly, as you mentioned, a young keeper, Gibson earlier, who I really think, is one for the future in terms of his glove work is really good. He really looks a very bright spark in terms of keeping as young Matara comes into the attack.
Yes, that is the right arm leg spinner, formerly or Wildy, now playing his trails with Barbados Youth. Zishan Matara, and his first delivery stroked by Kasky out to the cover region for a single. So we'll see how the right arm leg spinner goes from the Joel Garner end. and he's one of the reserves, and he's in, and the leg break is again stroked out to cover. Demetrius Richards is off the boundary, and another single attained. Let's see the support he has. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Cover, extra cover. Cover point, short third man, and a kind of whitish mid wicket between himself and the mid wicket. As he's in, goes past umpire Brathwaite just about now, tossed up. Good flight, stroked to long off for a single by McCaskey. So a good start to the right arm leg spinner. And his first couple of deliveries have been right up within the driving area, but directed between centre and off, which is a good start.
Yeah, certainly it looks pretty good, as you said, in terms of start, and causing Chase to be a bit watchful.
And now Chase is sweeping. Mid wicket is interested, comes across to his left. They will think about two and will come back for the second run. The return comes in a weak return. And if this is one of the areas that you would want to see is those fielders who are patrolling the boundaries. They must have good arms, Don.
Yeah, certainly. They must be agile. You get in, you're preventing that second run. So once you're off the mark quickly, that certainly puts doubts in the batter's head, and you certainly can save a run here or there, which can be vital in the end.
Chase to this delivery is stretching forward, and a good line, good length. Not quite there for the drive. He stopped his shot. The ball ballooned a little bit in the air down to the fielder at the short whitish third man. Score. So it's been a good over thus far. One delivery to come as Mutara is in and Chase is sweeping, and that's 4. So bad line, just sliding down the line of the leg stump, and he helped it behind square, and that's his first delivery. So first badly line delivery. I will give him kudos for the over, because what was most impressive about it, Don, is that he did not pull down a delivery. So despite the fact that he bowled a badly line delivery, the last delivery which conceded the boundary to take total 194 for 2, I think that young Zishan Mutara will be very impressive with his captain with his very first over from the Joel Garner.
Yeah, certainly a goodish start from young Mutara, who I think really once he's on, he's one who gets a lot of bunks as well coming from that height. And once he starts well. He's also a confidence bowler. So once he starts well, normally he's one who can be, will be a match winner for you. But as you said, that one slightly angled down the leg side. The only bad delivery in the over, and he paid for it really, with a fine looking sweep shot by Chase, which spread away for 4. But before Williams started, I was mentioning earlier the fact that we have so many young good keepers in terms of Gibson from Spartan, and there's Demetrius Richards from the Wildy side. So the future looks bright in terms of the keeping department.
Rivaldo Clark as well.
Rivaldo Clark, one who also has done well. He scored 100 only here, the last game he played on the weekend, and it was really a beautiful 100. And within the last 5 games or so, I think he scored 200s. So I can safely say that the future is bright. I really hope that all concerned make sure that they get the best from these young, but talented players.
I have a question mark for that future after this delivery. Here is a delivery, which is whipped in front of square. Square leg is off the boundary, and they'll take 1. So 195. My question, with the future being bright, I'm not questioning that. I have a serious concern about the fast bowling stock. I look around the country, and it is extremely bleak. Can you help me?
Yeah, certainly.
Let's go around the country by team.
But certainly,
and we're talking fast bowlers and not medium pacers.
Certainly, it's sad to say, because the pitches are not conducive, if I'm using the right term. Once a fast bowler, after this delivery from Williams, is driven down to mid-off, runs in, first ball of the day. He bangs the ball in the pitch, gets nothing. From there, he decides, you know what? I'm not going to kill myself there. He's not going to play that effort. So I think pitches to play a vital role.
Here's a lofted drive over, long off for 4. And that's the elegance of Roston Chase. And if you can get back to the Roston Chase of maybe 8 years ago, this would be a joy to watch. That's his third 4. He's rushed to 23, 199 for loss of 2. And we'll continue the debate after this about the fast bowlers, because I'm not in agreement with you that the pitch decides whether I'm a fast bowler or not. If you're a fast bowler, that's your chosen career, and there's nothing to say that the groundsmen have to prepare fast wicket for you. Here is a delivery which Chase gets cute, and cute enough. The reverse sweep will bring him another 4. So,
Yeah, certainly,
and that's the 200 that's come up. So 200 off 173 deliveries, 118 minutes, 24s and 8 sixes. Once again, 200 for the Barbados Pride. 173 deliveries, 118 minutes, 24s and 8 sixes. You were saying, Don?
yeah, certainly. I didn't get a chance to finish as the ball was struck for 6. But most fast bowlers do that. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do because you can still run in, you can still use your variations, you can still use your angles, you can still use your crease, you can still come in close, and you can still get results in terms of a fast bowler. But sadly, that's the way it's been heading for a long time. If the pitch, in their opinion, as a fast bowler, is not conducive to good fast bowler, they have to really bend it back. They just don't give you the effort. So you will see one season, a guy who played for a club as a pacer, next year he plays for another club as an off-break bowler.
Tucked away down to square leg like that there, Don. He plays one season as a pacer, next season he plays as an off-break bowler. I think that's a detriment to his career, because I think if you start out as a pacer, unless something goes terribly wrong with your action, you should continue in that vein, because, as I said, there's a dearth for pacers, and I'm talking speedsters, because here's a situation: you might not find a pitch that's conducive to pace, but you might have a batsman who has several flaws, who's just not at home against fast bowling. And you can exploit that. As they always say, a bowler's job is to dominate a batsman. You can't let the batsman decide he's going to do what he wants to do. You're not missing any play. The end of over number 28, 204 for the loss of 2. Chase is on 28, and McCaskey sedated on the 36. But I was mentioning, if you're going to have a little bit of a break, the batsman is going to get some refreshments, maybe some Lucozade.
So what would you suggest, Lyndon? We have a recruitment drive in terms of pacers. What would you do, being a former pacer yourself?
Well, I would say first and foremost, you said the pitch, but I'm going to go to the coaches, because the norm these days is that regardless of what type of cricket you're playing, you're tempted to play and open the bowling with a left arm spinner or a right arm spinner. That's the norm. So I don't think it has anything at all to do with the pitch. I think it's about coaches wanting to get results. Yes, there's a serious flaw where playing spin is concerned, not only in Barbados, but throughout the Caribbean. But I think that in order for the pacers to have an opportunity, they must be given the opportunity to bowl in all conditions. So what's the purpose of you picking a side with 3 fast bowlers, a spinner, and a backup spinner who's really a batsman, and yet you're going to give the backup spinner the ball before any one of your 3 fast bowlers? It's detrimental to his mentality, his mental approach to the game as well. So that's part of the problem that I have identified. And here's Zishan Mutara. I'll get back to that point. And off the back foot goes Chase, plays it late, and will get a single. So he's up to 28, 204 for the loss of 2, as I was saying. And I believe that if you're going to pick 3 fast bowlers, then at least they should be given a run of at least 4 overs, because generally a fast bowler or medium pacer, his body's only going to get one within his 3rd over. The tendency is that after 3 overs and you don't get a fella out, the ball goes to the spinner. There's no guarantee the spinner's going to get anybody out either. You know, I've seen too often situations where they re-stroke back to Mutara, situations where the spinner gets a 5-4, and I can't recall one good ball he bowled that deserved a 5. But he got 5. You don't take it away from him, because he just did what he had to do. But in terms of developing fast bowlers, I think they have to be given a run too often on a Saturday in our local elite cricket competition. The opening bowler bowls a 4-over spell, and he does not see the ball maybe before 10-6, which is just to get the play that comes to end. Caught, brilliantly taken at the short cover by, that looks to be Grant, is it? Yes, brilliantly taken. Magnificent catch. He threw himself to his left at full pelt. Might have done a little bit of damage to his left knee, but I think it's worth the damage. And in the end, a soft dismissal. The replay is coming up. A short delivery. The attempted pull, full stretch. And Grant, he is a tall man, the son of played for the Pickwick.
Yes, that Adrian
So
Grant.
Adrian Grant, and he came up with a magnificent catch, full stretch, plucked it out of the air. And how often have we seen this where a batsman gets stuck in the middle, and once again, the casualty on this occasion, Zachary McCaskey, with loads of potential, but again, he gets himself into the 30s, gets bogged down between 25 and 30, and he's out for 36. Brilliantly taken, and those are the catches that win matches, and this is what you want to see. Magnificent one-hand catch, and again, the legends are right into this game now. 205 for loss of 3, and not that there's not a lot of batting to come, because Raymond Reefer strikes to the crease, and again, with the experience, he's punched at 3 for the West Indies at the highest level in the Test arena, and he's a decent white ball cricketer, and he strikes to the comes at the crease at this stage, and the importance of a left-right combination, and 205 for 3. Let me get your description, then we'll continue the debate about the fast ball.
Yes, certainly. That one was short. Actually, hit out of the park, really, but he could only get as far as a mid-wicket, and as you said, and the replace have shown it was really a brilliant catch indeed. So young Mutara starting well, starting with the wicket, and that's important for him in terms of boosting his confidence. So we shall see how he will continue from here onward.
Well, Reefer is on strike straight away, and here is Mutara into him, and the delivery tossed up on the leg stump, and he's looking to get on his knees to sweep it. Doesn't quite get it pulled off in terms of getting on his knees, but he got enough bat on it to get off the mark down to fine leg render wrong from the backward square position. So Reefer opens his account. He's on 129 is chased, 206 for loss of 3. And Zishan Mutara caught a wicket with his very first shot delivery he sent down.
Yes, sir.
Here he is, the bowl to Chase, and Chase is driving, beats the fielder at cover point. The sweeper off the boundary, Demetrius Richards is in attendance. Another single attained, 207 for 3. And that concludes the over. So give me a chance to get it back to that debate we're having about fast bowling. And I was saying to you that I find where the coaches are concerned, and it takes away from a fast bowler developing his craft, because you're going to start play at 1 o'clock, and he's given a 4-over spell. He does not see a ball until 25 to 6, which is when maybe the light is beginning to go. 5 or 6 batsmen might have been out, and you've never tested the batsmen in between their quality of their technique against pace, because you're relying heavily and dependently on spin to get you into the game, which is about getting the result. So the development for me of pacers is being stymied by this notion of a spinner have to open the ball from maybe, if not the northern end, the southern end.
Yeah, well, certainly, Lyndon, and you would have struck the nail right on the head, because for too many years now, you've heard and realized that I don't want to label anyone, but people looking at results, they're more concentrated and concerned with results, so they can say, I've got 7 trophies under my belt, I've got 9 trophies under my belt, and they're not developing or looking, and again, this is my opinion, looking to develop some of these players. As we watch this delivery from Jason striking the offside, no addition to the total. So they're looking wholly and solely at winning. And my question is, quickly to add to that, when you look around and you see so much talent that comes and goes, do we man-manage? Do our coaches man-manage?
Here is a delivery. Turn down to short, fine leg. They'll take 1. Let's see if there's a signal from umpire Thompson. There's none. 208 for loss of 3. This is over number 30 in progress. And you've also hit the nail on the head, man-manage.
So quickly to add to that, you have someone who comes into the system who's talented, who's gifted, who's bowling at 90 miles an hour at 19 years old, but then you're going to tell me that he's out of your system because he's not fit. I mean, I really can't get to understand. They're different personalities, and they need to know that no one person is the same. So are we managing our players? That's my question, really.
Maybe we aren't. Here is Shadow Williams into bowl to Reefer, stretches forward, plays the ball on the offside. There is no run. 206 for the loss of 3. 208, sorry. The Barbados Pride with a Reefer. Bat in the middle. Number 3 slot today given to Zachary McCaskey. 4. Went to Ralston Chase, who's still there on 31. Reefer on 1. Williams, who's bowled a good spell. And Reefer goes on to the back foot. Can't beat the bowler to his natural side. Actually, to his right side, sorry. And over number 30. Here is Williams. We'll continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. Who was past umpire Thompson. And that delivery is not taken cleanly, but he's bowled him. So he seemed to have played it on. We'll wait for the replay there. It was a lazy attempt to play the ball out in the offside by Reefer. And I think reward for Williams, who's been asking the question. And he's now sent no 8.4 overs, no minutes. 1 for 51. And I think his 2 for 51. His figures really not doing credit to how he's bowled. Here's that delivery. And Reefer coming forward. And yes, the ball hit the inner portion of the bat. Just going to play the ball out on the offside. And he can't believe his luck. The ball hit the inner portion of the bat and dislodged the bail. So Reefer's visual at the crease is very short. 208 for loss of 4. And as I said, the fall of Kyle Mears obviously would give the Barbados Legends Select 11 opportunity to get back in the game. And they have seized that opportunity. They've collected another 2 wickets to make it 208 for the loss of 4 in the 30th over down.
Yes, certainly. Good spell here, as I said earlier, from Williams. He continues to be very impressive. But before I make my leave for the most talented and most resourceful Jamal Smith, I just want to leave you with this. When I mentioned earlier the fact we need to manage. And, you know, as I said, there are different personalities sometimes who might be going through all kinds of things. And I ask the question again, do we just scratch the surface, let them go, see what's going on, you know, to make sure that we get the best out of our players? So I really hope that they do. I really wish I was a fly on the wall to be at some of these meetings, really and truthfully. But I really hope that they do. As I take my leave, Lena, thanks for having me. As I welcome Jamal Smith and now to join you.
Well, it's going to be Williams to continue. He just has 1 delivery left. And in over number 30, 208 for the loss of 4. And this delivery is tucked away down to short fine leg. Zishan Mutara from in front of square gets there before the fielder off the fine leg boundary. And that's a strange position. Well, 3/4 of the way, Zishan Mutara obviously more fleet-footed. And he gets there first. And it's 209 for loss of 4. The completion of the 30th over. And if you're just joining us, the Barbados Pride 11. 209 for loss of 4. Kyle Mears, a Hurricane 113 off 78 deliveries, 9 4s and 8 6s. Craig Brathwaite 17. Zachary McCaskey, a patient 36 before he gave it away. Brilliantly caught at that by Evan Grant, who's taken 2 catches. Rustin Chase is now on 31. Raymond Reefer, he went for 1. Kemar Smith, the new kid on the block in the Barbados side. And he has an opportunity to get himself knock in the middle. Zishan Mutara, very impressive thus far. 2 overs, no millions, 1 for 12. Jamal, welcome back.
You've been standing this entire time since I left, Linda?
I think I've been getting fit. Here's the delivery, which the batsman is going on to the back foot. And straight away, Jamal, I don't know if you've had enough time to see young Zishan Mutara, but I've been very impressed the way he's come into this team, and he struck his length and line immediately. He's bowled 1 single short delivery in 2 overs and 1 delivery, and it got him a wicket. It wasn't a particularly bad delivery. It would just happen to be a short delivery, which is identical to this one, and this one is run off the thickish edge, but in control, and that's young Smith. So he opens his account. He's actually up to 2, and 210 for loss of 4. How important is it for the leg spinner to come in and hit the straps right away?
I'm actually impressed. We have 2 wrist spinners. We have also Chad Williams operating from the southern end, and obviously a leg spinner is gold.
As Mutara is in, and this delivery seems to slide on to the batsman Chase, who's onto the back foot, plays it with soft hands out to the offside. There's no run. There's a deep mid wicket, long. Say long on, by saying mid long on, and this delivery struck over the long on region all the way for 6. So just as I was about to search and find that fielder, there's none present, and the delivery tossed up, and over-tossing on this occasion. And a player with the reach of Ralston Chase, he just got it straight in and kept the elbow cocked very, very straight. Easy, soft, silky shot for 6. And this is the Ralston Chase of 8 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good strike. To be honest with you, I when I was having my lunch, you were still standing. I was saying that Ralston Chase is batting like someone that played international cricket. That's what we want to see.
Most definitely. Here is a delivery. He goes onto the back foot, forces it to the captain at cover point. And Matthew Jones can't score 216 for 4. And for a long time, I've been crying out for this young man to get back to what he was 8 years ago, because he's predominantly allowed his spin bowling to overtake his cricket. And I don't think that's his strength. It's just a department really that is added to his repertoire. And if you're seeing him in his elegance, if you're seeing him batting the elegance with which he scores his runs, if he can get back to that, then it'll be a perfect foil for not only Barbados and West Indies cricket, but for himself personally, because I think that's where his strength lies. And maybe he's just gone away from it a little bit with his introduction to the CPL, the T20 version of the game, where he's doing more bowling than he's doing batting, and it's only 4 overs you're going to send down. But in terms of batsmanship, you have maybe, if he bats at 3 or 4, he's likely to face, I would say, if he gets in the 3rd over, he's got at least 17 overs to bat and still need to be able to bat properly. And this is the area here where you're playing the longer version, or a little longer version, 50 overs, and he has an opportunity to really set himself up for a big score. He has 38 against his name, and Chad Williams in his final over of left arm spin is into bowl to Chase, and Chase is launching it straight, very, very straight. And here's the fielder coming across to his left. That looks to be Shea Simmons, and he put down, at this level, I'm going to say he put down a regulation catch, Jamal. Some would say it's hard, but I'm thinking when we go to the next level, these are simple catch that has to be taken.
Well, he got in the drop zone.
He got in good position.
Got in the drop zone, and he didn't complete it.
We watch the replay, he comes across, and maybe he lunged a little too early, as opposed to getting another strike to get a lot closer, because his hands was away from his body, which suggests then he's going to have no control on landing, because obviously you try to break the fall. So Chase gets a life as Williams is into him, and now he's driving out to Ravalda Clark, who looks to be a hawk in the field, diminutive in stature. 222 for loss of 4, I think. In England, Dickie Bird will be raising a foot, 222. For 4, this is the 32nd over, and it brings Kemar Smith on strike. Saw him score 100 at Gladiola last year, and he stretches forward and plays the ball with wrists, looking to work the ball from the offside to that mid-wicket, through that mid-wicket region. He finds the straightest mid-wicket, and Captain Jones is no run. It's a sweep on the cover boundary, the fielder on the offside in the shade, as Williams to complete his over. And there's Smith playing it late, electing to play off the back foot. Can't pierce the offside. And 2 more deliveries left, and Williams' spell's been a good spell. 9.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 57. 222 for 4, over number 32. About to be completed. After these 2 deliveries, here's one which the batsman was attempting to sweep and give a leg before. So there is Kemar Smith, and I don't know, you said I was standing while you were having your lunch, so I'm not so sure whether you was following the stream. Obviously you have the latest phone, so you could follow it on the phone, your iPhone, etc. But I was saying initially with the lover who was on Don, and I think Ralston Chase has also been guilty of this, and his first 3 deliveries, he opted for 2 sweeps. 2 appeals turned down. And here's young Kemar Smith again. The opportunity, probably 18 overs available to him. A delivery pitched up, and he elects to go for a sweep. The notion of striking the ball to mid-off and mid-on, how important is it, Jamal, early in your innings, as opposed to the risk factor, the high risk factor, which the biggest result you're likely to get, you can get a 6 on a 4, and the highest risk that you can pay is you can get yourself out with that risk factor.
Evidence in what just happened. Kemar Smith looking to find his feet in this bright side, possibly better advice to hit the ball down the ground. He would probably tell you that's the way he plays, but when you start, especially with the platform that you have time to stroke the ball down the ground, so you're correct. What I say though, Lyndon, is this little bowling partnership between these 2 wrist spinners it's encouraging for me. Young Zishan Matar, he's only 16 years old, getting into his own. And Shad Williams doing something very brave. I actually commend him for it. He sought to rebrand himself in Barbados cricket by bowling left arm, back of the arm, Chinaman. And you know, he's made that decision. He's stuck to it now because, as we know, he was a regulation orthodox bowler. But there are so many. There's a dime a dozen now, just like commentators, and they could easily be somebody else in his chair alongside us. And he sought to rebrand himself. And I dare say that he's doing a decent job, particularly for only starting 2 years ago. Who knows where he will be in another 2 or 3 years? But certainly picking up another wicket, the 2 wrist spinners getting into the game. There's not much turn on offer, though. You have to say that some of the shots have left a lot to be desired.
Well, here's a player who I had a lot of time for, and this is Rashawn Primus, and he looks for a single, can't get it. I say I had a lot of time for. I still have that time for him. He's a robust all-rounder. At the end of Williams' spell, he sent out 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57. The Barbados Pride select 11, 222 for the loss of 5 after 32 overs. And as the players come out, we can debate them because let's start with Rashawn Primus. I say I had a lot of time for him. I still have that time for him, but I find that he is not carried on given the opportunities that he has. And again, I think with a lot of medium pacers he bowls a heavy ball, so I'm not too particularly impressed with his bowling. He can maybe snare a wicket or 2 for you, but I think his batting has to come to the fore. He has to capitalize when he's at the crease. For example, let's say he has 16 overs here available to him now. Zishan Mutara, the leg spinner is in, and onto the back foot goes Chase and plays it with silky hands out to the field at a cover, can't score, and there is no run.
So let's put it into context. Both Roston Chase and Rashawn Primus, you've actually raised an issue. Let's call it the primary role. What is the primary role?
Well, Chase, for me, has an opportunity to bat normal. He can back himself. He can change gears accordingly. He's in. Now, this is the opportunity for Roston Chase, for Rashawn Primus as well. He has an opportunity to set himself up. He has come in with the leg spinner on. He has an opportunity to get score. We know he can bash the ball around. He can get the ball to the boundary with effortless ease. But the problem for me is that he's not capitalizing on as a batsman. And I find with maybe 6 or 7 medium pacers, pretty much the same, maybe that high 70 into early 80s in terms of miles per hour. And here he is stretching forward, plays the ball up in the offside. Score. I think they have to separate themselves. We saw young Graves from Empire. He's now giving up bowling somewhat and is more focused on his batting. I think it's a good decision because that has to separate the medium pacers. They're pretty samey. They're going to vie for one position. We have Akeem Jordan, the medium pacer. Well, he too fancies himself with the bat. So for me, a player like Rashawn Primus, he has to accelerate when his batting is concerned. This is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely. He's used at the top of the order for the Wanderers team, as we know, in the local division.
As he waits on Mutara and stretches forward, plays the ball to the fielder at a wideish third man. There is no run. So again, Mutara spot on, 3.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21 his final delivery. A deep mid wicket out, long on, long off. A sweep on the cover boundary. As this delivery, he is forcing Primus onto the back foot. Rivaldo Clark from square leg can't prevent the single. So Primus opens his account at the end of over number 33, 224 for the loss of 5. The Pride batting first, and for his impressions thus far, here's Mr. Smith.
Yeah, so I'll continue that conversation. As we said, primary role. Roston Chase is a classic example of someone who started to get lost in terms of what he brings to a cricket team. I'll have to say that I totally agree with you. I think his primary role is to bat. If he's not making runs, I'm not picking him. I know that he's using the T20 format at times to ball off spin, etc. But I don't believe that's the way to go. I believe when you have your primary role, you stick to your craft. I think this bowling is an asset and can be well used. But when you see Roston Chase batting the way he is right now, you've seen some glimpses of it over the last 2 years, albeit that he's been patchy at best. If I'm being very kind, he's not been the batter that we've known him to be when he's first come into international cricket. When you see him batting like this, you know what he has on offer, and you always believe that his value will always be higher if he can get his batting right, and his bowling augments his play. So I agree with you totally.
Yes, and we're going to have a bowling change. Let's try to ascertain the bowler. Will come from the Malcolm Marshall end, and this is his first delivery. Cumberbatch has come back Yes, Shaquille coming back in the attack. Bambi's the nickname, Jamal?
I actually give him that nickname.
Why did you give him that nickname, Jamal?
Because they told him he's big but he's soft. That was years ago. You know, he was a young, rambunctious fella, keeping a lot of noise and stuff. He said, you know what? You look at that figure on the bread. They call it Bambi. He was just big. He was soft, and it stuck.
He is moves into bowl to Primus. His delivery, which is wide down the leg side, nicely taken by Tyrone Gibson. Skipped across behind the stump. Wide signal by umpire Thompson. 225 for the loss of 5. And in the process of the 34th over, and we have another 16 after this, and I'm going to get a projected score by Jamal, the analyst. I'm also going to throw a dice at him. He said the commentators are a dozen a dime. Beautiful shot, square the wicket, not a man move besides the man on the cover boundary to retrieve, and that's a glorious shot. Outside the off some over pitch, allow him to extend his arm, and he throws his bat at it. I suspect he has a heavy bat. He is a big man, Rashawn Primus, and that's his first scoring shot, his first boundary. He's up to 5, 229 for 5. Jamal.
Yeah, he got very good stroke from Primus, and he can play. This partnership, if we're looking up and beyond, really should get them somewhere in the 300 region. You'd love to see a 300 score as par in both innings if you could. This is a good surface. Well, it's good for cricket. The outfield is pretty fast, and we have some good talent on display for this level. So you expect these two to go on, as we see on the replay now. Primus just open up those arms and open up that blade and beating the backward point away to his left, a 4 runs. So Lennon, if we're looking at projections, we'd like to expect 300 runs. Roston Chase is well entrenched, and Rashawn Primus is finding his stride.
And we're expecting the crowd to come on down after work. 229 for the loss of 5. As Cumberbatch moves into bowl to Primus, and Primus gets a little short, looks turn it down the leg side. Good pace by Shaquille Cumberbatch. Where Primus looked to use his pace to work it down the leg side, might have gotten a little bit too much inside the line. And at the end, the ball going back down the pitch, there is no run, and it's 229 for the loss of 5. Chase looking very elegant. He has 44 against his name, 34 delivery, 6 4s and 1 6. I'm going to throw the dice to you, Jamal, because at the beginning of the 36 over, I'm going to hand the commentary over to you. You are fairly new, slashed away, beautiful shot, the sweeper patrolling that boundary, diminutive. Rivaldo Clark limits them to 1. And Primus is now up to 6, 230 for 5. I'm going to throw the commentary to you at over number 36. You're in the infancy of your commentating. You are well ahead where your comments are concerned. Very advanced, and always a joy to listen to. So, in the interest that I've been standing so long, I've also been talking this long, so I'm just going to throw you a little 5 over spell after the completion of over number 35. Here's a short delivery down the leg side, pulled away by Ralston Chase. The sweeper off the fine leg boundaries across to his left, and Chase helps himself to a single. So maybe at the moment a little overuse of the short ball, but he's gotten away with 2 of those deliveries. And Shaquille Cumberbatch 231 for the loss of 5. But I think the important thing here, Jamal, is that he's hurrying the batsman with his pace.
Always has it. This is a good test for him as well. His first spell is always pretty good. Well, not 2 good batters.
He moves into bowl to Primus, and Primus gets a short delivery, tucks it into the leg side, and they take 1. Zishan Mutara comes across to his right from mid wicket, and I know I promised you that over. So what I'll do in the essence that Mr. Mason has come back, I'll let you get in that over to start the next over before I depart, and Mr. Mason will come back, the senior pro. 232 for the loss of 5, Jamal, with Ralston Chase not out on 45. Primus is on 7, and we've seen 34 overs done and dusted. And your thoughts thus far as we come up to the break?
Yeah, pretty reasonable exercise. I tell you what, there are points in games like these that I look for certain things, because I always believe that a game like this must have an objective. Obviously, the objective is to prepare this Barbados Pride team for the Super 50, but it is about the roles that certain people will play. That's possibly why we didn't see Shea Hope operating today. Just probably looking to see what his options are in terms of giving Ralston Chase a run out, Ray Marifa, allowing Zach McCaskey to bat at 3. But right now, Shaquille Cumberbatch bowling his second spell with 2 fairly good batters. Normally hits that 6-7 meter length pretty hard. We say short of a good length, especially in his first spell. He's always customary that he would pick up a wicket early in his set. Now he's back. How does he assimilate a spell that breaks this partnership, that stops Barbados Pride from getting to that 300 mark. As we said, he's hitting that left pretty hard. He has the protection. But what happens if Roston Chase or Rashawn Primus start to open up the left hip, as Jeffrey Mapp would say, look to swat some of those deliveries? What does he have up his sleeve? Does he have a slower ball? Does he have a Yorker? Those are things I would like to see. As far as the spin is concerned, as we said, Zishan Matari looks very good, 16 years old. You can't complain for where he's at in his developmental path, getting some good bounce, getting some good pace on the wicket, bowling some very, very good deliveries. And we have Chad Williams showing what he can do as possibly now the only left arm orthodox in Barbados. And as I said, rebranding is very brave. It's left to be seen how far he can go, but certainly his spell so far.
10 for 57, 3 wickets.
10 for 57, 3. It shows you the value of wrist spin, especially in the Caribbean, especially at these levels. So, you know, there's just little bits and pieces to look for outside of what the audience will be looking for from the Barbados Pride team per se, because at the end of the day, these guys, these all-star guys are the guys that, if duty calls, they will have to fill these positions. So it is good to see from a bowling standpoint that you have some options. As we said, we see how Shakil coming back goes about his business. We know what Zidane Clark can do through the back end of innings with his slower variations, etc. But most certainly, what we've seen from Kyle Mears in particular up top of that wonderful 100, splendid 100. I did say earlier on comms that I expected him to go through the gears and get a big score, and he did that. I think he gave himself a lot of time today, whether or not it's because of the type of game it was and he didn't have to necessarily go hard, or he didn't feel that competition pressure. That's left to be seen, but that's certainly something that he can keep in his toolkit, because as we know, Lyndon, it doesn't matter what stage of the game is at. If Kyle Mears is setting these in, he can get after you. I think if he gives himself some time, particularly when he's playing for the West Indies as well, it will all go well for his career. We saw Craig Brathwaite being Craig Brathwaite. A bit unlucky, I guess. It was a ball just there or thereabout. He punched it back to Shakil, coming back to corner. Boy, Zach McCaskey didn't look all that convincing, but he still got a score. Remember, his let's say average is just about 30. He did 36. I found though one thing about him is that his strike rate for Barbados is actually only 68. That's something he will need to work on.
Yeah, we need to improve that tremendously, especially if you're going back in the top 4.
Need to work on, unless especially his role in this team, if he starts, probably will be that linchpin just to keep things together. But certainly, Lyndon, you can't argue. We look at that card. We haven't seen Brooks. We haven't seen Shea. Possibly wouldn't see them. We'll probably be into Dominic Drakes et al., Hakeem Jordan. The Barbados probably battling up for regional cricket, for this regional Super 50. It looks pretty powerful.
Yeah, what I like about it is that it has a lot of balance, because in between the attacking players, so you're going to get Brooksy, who's going to be pretty flamboyant. You have Roston Chase, another flamboyant player, Shea Hope, another. So you have 3 in the same category in terms of being flamboyant. Then you have a Rashawn Primus who can give it a clout. Raymond Reefer, depending on which role he is asked to play, can also adjust gears. Then we get onto the all-rounders. Before we get on the all-round, we have Zachary McCaskey. He can fit in as well. Not the most flamboyant, but he will work it around. Just need him to carry on if he gets in early, especially. And Craig will be Craig Brathwaite for sure. Kyle Mears can give you that rousing start. But I think what he has to do most importantly is to decide that he, first and foremost, is playing as a batsman. So once he goes out, he has to understand this is my role. Whether I'm going to take on the 2 fielders out in the early to get the team off to a brilliant start, he still has to tell himself he has to bat. So he set himself up. I need to be there at least by the 20th over. Given he's there 20th over, more than likely he'll be 60 plus.
Yeah, what I like about that, as I said, we speak to primary roles. So we know, for instance, Kyle Mears' primary role is to open the batting and bat first. We know what he can do with the new ball. We know of his exploits, that big boom in swinger. But the Barbados Pride selectors, I think, are starting to work out certain things. Let's not forget, when you and I would be in this commentary booth some 2-3 years ago, you would see the dime a dozen all-rounders, as I like to call them, Justin Graves, Shamar Springers, all them clamoring for 2 and 3 players. Kevin Stout somewhere in there as well. And sometimes you get this CME kind of attack, as you say, and they don't penetrate. But this team just has a bit more balance. Yes, there's still all-rounders in the team, but if the roles are clearly defined, if Kyle Mears knows that his role is to open the batting and bowling, if required, if Roston Chase knows he's batting top 5, top 6, and he's required as a batter as well, we know Rashawn Primus, possibly if he fits in, he'll be slotted at 7-8 and expected to hit a heavy ball and probably bowl a heavy ball through the middle and the back end of the innings. All of a sudden, the Barbados Pride team, it looks better suited to play this game. If there's one thing they've been guilty of, they've always taken good teams to the Super 50 tournament, but they've not won since 2016, and that's not the standard you expect based on the cricketers we've seen. The question is probably those roles may have been conflated a bit. Remember, primary role, I'll say that all the time, primary role is what the example you want to follow. It is the framework that will get you more victories more often than not.
Well, play is about to resume, and your primary role now is to commentate.
Well, we'll get there. This first delivery from Matara. A bit of spin and bounce there, well taken by the keeper. Primus essays a sweep again once more, but no contact. Hop, skip, and a jump. Matara is in. Foolish delivery driven down to that long off position. Looks like Rashawn Worrell in attendance. And he sends a return back to Matara. Matara so far, his figure is 4.2 overs for 23 runs and 1 wicket. As we said, he has been impressive. He's operating with a cover, an extra cover point mid-wicket. The square leg is now pushing back to the boundary, a deep wicket as well. A long on, a long off.
Well, long on is going to come up.
Well, long on is coming up now, so there's a long off and a sweeper. Possibly looking to change that line as he's in again. A flatter delivery, punched into the offside from Roston Chase. Well directed again from young Zishan Matara, and not allowing Roston Chase to capitalise. 3 deliveries in. And Matara again. Hop, skip, and a jump. Lovely rhythm. Short delivery, cut away. Roston Chase, well fielded there by the man at point. It looks like Shea Simmons finally getting something right for the day. He's had a rough examination in this exercise so far. 2 deliveries left. Matara's in again. It's a bit slower on this occasion. Lyndon using a bit of girl, a bit slower, got a bit of bounce as well. Nice purchase. Young man, just about 6 feet or so, just 16 years old, but he has some very, very good attributes as a leg spinner. 1 more delivery to complete that set of 6. He's in again, short delivery. Roston Chase punches that to the mid-wicket position. Shaquille Cumberbatch is in attendance. No run. The score remains now on 233 for 5.
233 for 5.
And I see your thumbs are up, but now you're in the analyst booth. What do you make of that set of 6 from Matara?
Oh, it's been a good 6. I've been very impressed with him. As I said, 2 short deliveries bowl, and the art and the craft of leg spin bowling. The art of leg spin bowling is always a very difficult craft for one to practice. Predominantly, you will see that most leg spinners will get their wickets with a full toss or a long hop, and you'll pick out the fielder. Generally, you pick out the batsman, will generally pick out the mid-wicket or the long on fielder. But he's been spot on. Again, what I can say, because I like to see challenges. The batsman lack of intent to even try to get to the pitch of the ball. So he's prepared to even toss the ball to them because he's not prepared to use their feet. So I've been very impressed with him so far.
Very impressed indeed. As we see, Cumberbatch will continue from that southern end. He's in now. Good delivery, just about 5 meters or so, bringing Primus forward. He pushes it into the cover region. He cannot score. You want to continue at that point on Matara?
Yeah, and most importantly is that he's bowling to his field. That's the most important part. He's bowling to his field, and he's asking questions. The batsman I haven't seen him bowl a leg break on the line of something going even further out. He hasn't gone for the googly on a regular occasion, and that's something that he can always develop.
Most certainly, as Cumberbatch is in again. Short delivery. Primus is stuffed, and he's caught at that mid-wicket position. It looks like young Matara in attendance there, taking that catch. Shaquille Cumberbatch, he celebrates for all he's worth. That's the 2nd wicket he's got, and why not? 2nd big wicket as well. Firstly, removing Craig Braffin, and there he was with a short rising delivery to dismiss Rashawn Primus. You have to say, Lyndon, there's a bit of pace about him. He doesn't look that quick, but he's deceptive. He's heavy, as we would say, as we see it there now on the monitor. Short lifting delivery. It actually jagged back as well. It tucked up Rashawn Primus, and an easy offering there to that mid-wicket position to Zishan Matara. Rashawn Primus, he has to depart, and we can't see the score here. He departs for 8.
Yeah.
233 for 8. More from Linden Yard.
Yes, I think what was most important there, I was having a discussion with Donovan Lovell, the advent of lack of pacers in the in Barbados, especially when we look around our elite setup. Now, here's a perfect example of why I tell him I have a problem with all the clubs in Barbados not utilizing. You pick 4 fast bowlers or 3 fast bowlers.
Except Yorkshire.
Okay.
I'm a fast bowling coach.
Well, I haven't seen them as yet.
Well, when you see us, you will see what I mean.
I've seen the others. And here's a situation where you have a fast bowler. Your job is to run in and bowl fast. Regardless of what pitch you have, your job is to run and bowl fast. The difference is he's getting to the batsman a lot quicker than normal. Now, for a couple of deliveries, Rashawn Promise struggled to turn the ball into the leg stem on that 6 to 5 meter mark. And the difference with a fast ball, if you're going to bowl a short ball, it has to be shoulder to head up. These half trackers that usually bowl between shoulder to waist down is meat and drink. So this is perfect bowling from the young man. Let's complete this over before the heir apparent to commentary in Barbados, Andrew Mason, returns to join you.
Yeah, but it looks like Akeem Jordan, he's straight out to do battle to Cumberbatch is in again. Good delivery outside of the VR stump. Very, very good delivery. A bit of pace as well through to the young keeper, Teron Gibson. But as you rightly said, Lyndon, pace is necessary. And not only that, if you're going to bowl a short ball, you bowl a very good short ball. But there's something else as well. Sometimes I find the teams take too long to go back to the seam, and batters are allowed to just walk their way to good totals. So you're spot on there. I'll let you finish that point. As Cumberbatch runs away again, a short delivery. Not that much pace on this occasion, but it was well directed. It was pretty high, and Jordan just defending into the offside. Yes, so we're saying, Lyndon, that, pace is necessary. And here Cumberbatch, we're seeing the rewards with that breakthrough.
Yeah, beautiful pace, good asking questions. And the point I was making is that the opening bowlers bowl at 1 o'clock when play starts. And then you don't see them until 25 to 6, which is just to get the umpires to pull bails.
Cumberbatch in. Good delivery again on about that middle stump. Jordan pushes it into Matthew Jones. I have to say it though, Lyndon, I'm impressed with Shaquille Cumberbatch bowling that 6 meter mark, predominantly 7, 8 if he gets a bit shorter. I'd love to see him being challenged though. I'd love to see what happens if a batter gets on top of that length, what he will respond with. But it's working, so why change it? As he runs away from the southern end, now another good delivery on the off stump, bang into the pitch, back to Matthew Jones again. So 4 deliveries, bang on target. He collected the wicket of Rashawn Primus, doing really, really well. His figures reflective of some 7 overs for 37 runs, 2 wickets, more from Lyndon Yard.
Yes, 233 for the loss of 6, 36 overs gone, with Ralston Chase now on 45, and Akeem Jordan now on no score. Quickly from the top, Zadine Clark sat 5 overs, 1 minute done for 30. Shaquille Cumberbatch, 7 overs, 1 minute, 2 for 37. Good spell. Shea Simmons, haven't been seen since his first hiding, 2 overs, 1 minute done for 40. Matthew Jones, 7 overs, 1 minute done for 42. Shad Williams, 10 overs, 1 minute, 3 for 57. Our left arm wrist spin, beautifully bowling. Beautiful bowling. And Zishan Mutara, 5 overs, 1 minute, 1 for 23. Jamal to continue, and then he'll be joined by the heir apparent of cricket commentary in Barbados and the Caribbean, Andrew Mason, your good friend.
The heir apparent. I love that description as Mr. Mason now just getting his notes in order. He'll be along soon. I'll take you through this delivery. Matara in. Well played there by Ralston Chase. A flighted delivery just about midline leg stump. Ralston Chase utilizing the fact that the mid-on was up. Really didn't have the full flourish. Just really a very good connection, very clean connection. Well aware of where the fielder was. 2 bounces into the boundary. 4 more runs to Ralston Chase. He moves up to 49 from 40. A really good innings indeed. Andrew Mason, as I switch back my hat to the analysts.
You always do a good job, there's no doubt about that. Now, this young man, Matara, is actually reserved. Tell me about him. Got lots of bounce in that leg break.
Yeah, Andrew Emila. He's one of the very few leg spinners around. There is the leg spinner in the Barbados team, Javier Leacock. He bowls pretty well as well, but this young man has a good skill set. He's come along leaps and bounds in the last 3 years or so. Yes, he's only 17 years old or so, but he's bowling with wonderful control here against some experienced batters. You have to give him his credit. As we see, a slip is now in, and these are the kind of things that you don't want to see. Bowl a beautiful leg break just now. Wicket down. You could be looking to attack. Give the young man some support. Let him see if he can get another wicket.
So Jones has gone to first slip. He's the captain. So 238 for 6. Matara has been impressive, getting some turn and bounce. And again, beautifully bowled indeed. Looks very impressive. So after the exploits of Kyle Mears, who batted so very well, for 113 from just 78 balls. The innings gone into a bit of decline, really. And I would think that this leg spinner who's impressed would want to try and make sure that the low order doesn't rally here. They're 238 for 6, and it represents a position that is not strong. It's you're comfortable. You're not really all that much in command. So 238 for 6. Pitch is played well. Good cricket pitch. We saw some magnificent batting from Kyle Mears, 113. Brathwaite cotton bowl for 17. McCaskey got 36. And Roston Chase, who would be looking to get pretty close to, if not 100 here, is on 50. But the impressive Shaquille Cumberbatch with 7 overs, 1 bid, 2 for 37 has been very good. There's no doubt about that. And has had pretty good support from Chad Williams, 10 overs, no biddings, 3 for 57. So we're about to start over number 38. And it looks as if it's going to be Clark to come into the attack. Zidane Clark. By the way, he's the brother of the man who made 100 a day, Kyle Mears. He's going to bowl his 6th over. So here's Clark, this time from the southern end. But this now is the time when these two just want to ensure that the Barbados Pride get pretty close to 300 here. The other thing, though, is that in terms of wickets, of course, Cumberbatch has been good. Williams has also been good as well. Matara has been impressive with his leg breaks. He's picked up 1 for 28. But Chase is firmly entrenched now. Will be looking for support from someone who can bat a bit. Jordan. Just a single. You've seen a lot of Jordan. Is he a capable lower batsman?
Well, he fancies himself. He's not too bad at all, Andrew, but he fancies himself. Sometimes possibly fancies himself a bit too much. But his role right now, obviously, is to support Ross and Chase. And as long as he's doing that, he's quite capable of that. And then he can expand a bit later in the innings. Quite a little defensive here is Matthew Jones. This move to bring Zidane Clark. He's not necessarily a wicket taker at this stage.
Very well bowled indeed. Lovely delivery just outside the off stump. Chase was nibbling. He was fishing. Caught nothing.
And it's good for him. He didn't catch anything. The only thing he could catch on that occasion was an edge. He went through the keeper. That delivery went through pretty nicely. But as I said, Clark usually, when he operates at this stage and into the back end of the game, he just tries to stop batters from scoring. Shea Simmons, he only got only 2 overs, possibly could have turned to him just to give him some confidence as well and see if he could pick up a wicket. But nevertheless, Clark does a good job.
That one hustled on to Roston Chase. Might have been slightly surprised by the extra pace generated there and rather hurried that stroke into the onside. So 240 for 6 now. And we're into over number 38. So after this, 12 remaining. If these two survive, I'm sure they'll be quite happy to get to close to 300. Lovely shot. Very well played indeed by Roston Chase, the Barbados team, leaving for Trinidad on Sunday coming, which is October the 15th. They'll start their campaign on October the 17th. Last time they won the championship would have been back in 2016. They've won it 8 times, so they know about winning the cup. So Akeem Jordan, who's had the experience of being among the big boys in West Indies cricket, decent medium fast? Is he medium fast? Is he
Yes,
fast medium? What is he? Tell me.
we call him medium fast.
Medium fast. Okay.
Yeah,
What's the difference between medium fast and fast medium?
well, fast comes first and fast medium. So I take that self-explanatory. But he has a good skill set. I can tell you that Jordan is the type of guy on his day, especially if there's a bit of help around, a little grass or whatever, he can blow away a top order, and that will be his role. And credit to him for bowling well enough to find his way amongst the big boys, as you would say, Andrew. He's certainly done well enough. But you know, one likes to argue sometimes maybe he could put on a bit of pace, etc. Maybe he can, but certainly when conditions suit him, he can be a handful.
So just double checking, is he fast medium or is he medium fast?
Medium fast.
He's medium fast. Okay. Well, we won't have any debate about the man who's bowling now. He's neither. Here's Jones back into the attack. Heavy set left arm orthodox spinner. As we said earlier, the son of Ricky Skeet, who would have represented the Barbados Cricket League and the Barbados team. Very, very good keeper, one of the best we've produced in Barbados.
Yeah, quite interesting. Matthew Jones opted to go for himself as well, Andrew. As I said, he's gone defensive. I think his thing now is to get to 50 overs with as minimal damage as possible. I dare say that Mataro was bowling well enough. He could have certainly gone one or two more, especially with a slip-in look to lure Jordan into some kind of indiscretion.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that Mataro was pulled out of the attack. And you're right, I think he's happy to maybe restrict them to maybe 290. But some captains will be looking to get wickets and put further pressure on. Different style of captain.
Yeah, Andrew, and I dare say that, you know, for me, these are the kind of things that can lead to errors that cause you to lose games. Yes, it is a practice game, but young man bowling well, leggy bowling well. You let us finish the innings, keep getting them ball out for 260 call out a day, instead of trying to restrict it to 90 and allowing them to bat through the overs, because, you know, this is relatively straight bowling. Is defensive, albeit that probably looked like a chance, but Matthew Jones is known basically to hold and contain, so he has his two containing bowlers himself, Hansen and Clark at the moment. Quite interesting. We probably wouldn't tell on the replay if that was a drop catch or not. I've just noticed over the last couple of weeks, though, young Tyrone Gibson, I don't know if you could correct me, Harley, he hasn't been keeping as well as we know. He's just out of rhythm somewhat.
Well, I think you're correct. In fact, I had a chance to see him on the weekend keeping for Spartan. He's a good keeper generally. In fact, he's not been at his best in this game, and he just banging the gloves together, which would suggest that perhaps he knew he should have taken that. But you're right, he's not been as good as we know he can be. So at the end of over number 39, it's 246 for 6.
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes these things do happen, Andrew. He's a young man. You have to learn how to fight his way through issues like that, you know, possibly not having good rhythm. You see on the replay, good bounce from Jones, but that was actually the punch. But his rhythm probably is just a bit off, Andrew. It does happen. You know, you do something for such a long time, you continue to do it well for such a long time.
Brilliant work. I mean, brilliant work and brilliant photography as well. So,
yeah, everyone is practicing there. It's Gregory Brathwaite getting the steps and making sure he's all good to go for the regional Super 50.
Gregory Brathwaite, one of the senior umpires.
I tell you what, Andrew, he throws the rule book at you on
Saturdays.
Yes,
he does.
If anytime you come to cricket and there's just an ounce of rain anywhere around, cricket will not start. I can tell you that. Those are the standards that Gregory upholds.
Well, it's been around for a long time. The president of the local umpires association as well, a job that he has had for a very long time, and I'm told he's the undisputed leader. Now here's Clark to start. We're going to start over number 40. So when you look at this Barbados side, though, it's a powerful one. I mean, the squad: Shea Hope, Craig Brathwaite, Shamar Brooks, Roston Chase, Dominic Drake, Zakeem Jordan, Javed Leacock, Kyle Mears, Zahir McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Roshan Primus, Raymond Rifa, Kemar Smith, and Jamal Warrican. That's a very powerful side on paper. Very well bowled by Clark.
So Andrew, I dare say you're satisfied with the team. This would actually be the first time I've ever been on comms with you and you were like, okay, this is the right squad.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose when you look at it, who outside of the members of the squad that would have been close, Matthew Jones, I'm told that it was very close. In fact, it went to a vote, I'm told, in terms of Matthew Jones getting in to the final 14.
Matthew Jones for who, Andrew? You always have the information.
Well, I'm told that Jamal Warrican was the name that was actually called as one that who possibly could not have gotten into the side. You know, I get my information, but certainly it's a situation where you had to take Warrican. I bring no further tales of the school. A little bird in the wall told me that.
I tell you what, Andrew, sometimes the information that you have, I'm very concerned and wondering if at some point in time the tape might be loose under one of those tables and the tape recorder would drop down.
Well, we've heard of that recently in Barbados, and it's been under the microscope. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I did in fact hear that, really. But in the end, Warrican, the man to be picked. Where was Roston Chase going there? Not a single at all. Just pushed firmly to the wicket, took off. And at this stage, he wouldn't want to get out, Roston Chase. He's 54 and must recognize that he would want to bat right through the end to try to get the pride up to, I would suggest, maybe 300 here. But we shall see the two batsmen having a long-range conversation. In your picture is umpire Dave Thompson, one of the top umpires in local cricket. They look for the second here and will get it comfortably. Well played, Roston Chase, wide of long on. So the 250 has come from the board now, and the over has come to an end. The last power play as well. 250 for 6, Chase 56, Jordan on 6, and earlier Kyle Mears warming up for the Super 50, which starts on October the 17th. 113, good support from McCask, who got 38, and Roston Chase 56 not out. So as you see on the monitor, 252 for 6.
Okay, he's gone back to Mortara now.
He's gone back to Mattar. What do you think is the thinking there?
I think it's a good move. You have to look for a wicket, as I said. If himself and Zidane Clark in our operation, it's almost like they've given up and now going to 50 overs as opposed to getting a wicket and bowling out the opposition. I think this is a good move. I think he fixed the error.
He's also got the slip in as well.
And I think that's fair.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly agree with that.
Down to the surface, though, it's played really well. And what I like about it at this stage, I can't see much abrasion. I can still very much see dead center of the surface being well together. That's a good sign.
So here's Mattar, the leg spinner, very impressive. And starts bang on target, just on top of that off stump, a little turn away from the right-hander. I would think he'll fancy his chances against Akeem Jordan. Beautifully bowled, good control. One went straight through the arm, beating the outstretched bat of Jordan. Very impressive leg spinner. It's got good control, that's important.
Andrew, I just got a message about the tape recorder. We need to be careful of what we're saying.
Yes, indeed.
On the air. We don't want to be reeled out of here.
Not at all, not at all.
Police.
I passed by Dodds, I'm a St. Philip man, but never actually been in there. I don't want to. Don't jail me, please. Here's Mattar again. Just a single down to long off. Not quite getting to the pitch, but going through with a shot. But this has been an impressive over so far. Just one from the over. And with two to come, we'll want to finish strongly here Matara. Beautifully, but what a delivery. Describe that for me,
Yeah,
Jamal.
pitch just about middle of the leg, good bounce, good turn, good pace as well. We have to say, Andrew, this young man has been bowling very, very well.
Now here's a chance for a catch. Will it be taken? It is. And Matara gets the wicket of Roston Chase. He went back, the ball was short, his eyes opened very wide, but it went to cover. Catch taken by Williams, and a wicket that is richly deserved by this impressive leg spinner, with Chase going for 56. It's 251 for 7 now.
Well, Andrew, I promise you we don't have a crystal ball. It's just basic cricket common sense. This young man has been bowling well. He was getting purchased from the surface. He's kept all the batters honest, and we knew he was just a couple overs away from another wicket. And we thought it would be Jordan, certainly being lured into indiscretion, but it was actually the big fish. It was Roston Chase, a delivery that bounced on him. It held a bit in the surface. Roston Chase possibly looking to punch that delivery somewhere to the mid-wicket region, but nevertheless, this is the value of a leg spinner, and a leg spinner that is bowling well. Credit to the young man, credit to Matthew Jones for fixing that slight error, and credit to the Legends team for picking up another wicket. 251 off for 7. They have a real chance of closing up this innings for, let's say, a 270 yard, which would reflect good on them as we see it on the monitor now. Yeah, a good delivery. Spun and it held just a bit. Roston Chase looking to go to the leg side. What I like about this young man as well, as we saw it on the replay, Andrew, he pivots at the crease. Get some disturbance. That means he has good counter rotation, getting some revs on the ball. And we say I only have seen him bowl one single bad delivery for the day. Everything else has been there or thereabout. He's been veering his pace well, and that wicket of Roston Chase is good testament to the spell that he's been bowling here today.
Yes, he's been very impressive. He's now picked up his second wicket. 7 overs, no better than 2 for 29. Harold Eastman, our statistician, is saying that he should come and play for Spartan. I understand he's already got a contract to go to Yorkshire. Is that true?
Not Yorkshire. He wouldn't fare well at Yorkshire. Our square boundaries are unforgiving. That's Harold. His leg spinners came there. They were tired. Yorkshire's not a place that you want to bring a leg spinner to, but certainly no matter where he goes, he's certainly a good prospect, Andrew.
So it's going to be Simmons to continue. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, and Andrew, I'll be honest with you, and this is the coaching hat on. Simmons is back, and he's all over the place. He's been all over the place from the first spell. I don't like the mechanics that I'm seeing. He went away from us some 3 years ago. He went off to England. I dare say that I'm not seeing good alignment, especially finishing at the crease. And I'm just wondering what has happened to Simmons over the period where he went missing.
Yeah, you're right. Very unimpressive in his first couple of overs. In fact, his first 2 cost 30. Kyle Mills went after him. First 2 cost 40. Let me say sorry for that. 2 overs for 40. Slim man. Want to get a bit more beef in his shoulders as well, one would think. Chance for a run out. But the batsman getting home. In the end, I think safely. Chad Williams very quickly across from that cover area, knocking the stumps over, but Jordan had things in control.
Little things, Andrew. Chad Williams, he pounced on that delivery, he threw off balance. He was very quick. He was able to throw down the stumps. He's a decent prospect as well, Andrew. He's rebanded himself. He is bowling left arm back to the arm now. Still has a little bit of way to go in terms of controlling that, but he got 3 wickets here today. Of the Barbados Pride. He's showing his worth in the field as well, and he's the kind of guy in the lower order he can give it a bit of a clout. So certainly he may become an interesting prospect, say, the next 2 years or so as he continues to hone his craft. But credit to the young man for seeing a void and looking to fill it. Andrew, can you think of when was the last time you saw a left arm back of the arm Chinaman bowler in Barbados?
It's a long time ago. I'm just thinking, Harold Eastman, our statistician, may be able to tell me. Dominic Strix is the batsman and gets off the mark immediately with a push away square in the offside. So just trying to think, Harold, of any back of the arm leg breaking googly.
I could only think of Derek Bishop when he was a schoolboy.
Yeah, Derek Bishop. Yeah, that's true.
And that was a long
Time ago. Anyone else you can think of?
I don't know. Harold says he doesn't know the difference. does he?
It's almost like asking the medium fast or the fast medium.
Yes, well, certainly. But to the credit of Simmons, though, back on Simmons, he has a good bound, a good start. But, those last 5 tries or so, he's a bit over the place, as we would say. He's not as well aligned as we would like. But that's something that can be ironed out.
Well, he's had the experience of going to England. Sometimes England can make you better. Sometimes it can make you worse. As we would have seen with someone like Hardin, having gone to England. What's gone wrong with him, though? I mean, lucky to have been contracted by the BCA as well. But he's all over the place. I mean, 2-3 years ago, he looked so impressive. People were talking about him actually playing for the West Indies, but he's really fallen off. Now, where is well, that's going to be pretty close indeed, but he gets home. Where is Jordan going again? Chad Williams very quickly inside the circle, knocking the stumps over. Jordan looking for a run that was not on.
Chad Williams again, Andrew. I really like this guy. I really like what he's offering, what he's bringing to the cricket. I really like what he's bringing. But yeah, I mean, the signs were on the wall from Harden, if we're being honest. When he left for England, he wasn't bowling well.
Okay. That's going to be a wide, full and wide call. In fact, it's a no ball call by the umpire for height.
Yeah, you see Chad Williams. He's very quick on the ball. Look at that, Andrew. Natural athlete, low arm. That's twice he's done that now, both sides of the wicket as well. So he's showing his dexterity in the field, good body movement. He moves well laterally, he releases the ball quickly. He's a live way in the field, Andrew. As I said, not there yet, not quite there yet, but he certainly has my vote.
So the free hit is an offer and hit hard. That's going to go the distance. That's gone for 6. Well, that's what's happened when you infringe. It was pitched up, hit high over the top of long off. That's gone for 6. Well played, Vas. Well, I always call him Vasper Drakes. Of course, it's Dominic Drakes, his father, who, of course, is going to be his head coach when they go off to Trinidad and Tobago. But that was hit powerfully. And Simmons not getting it right. He's been, as you said, all over the place. Has now completed his 3rd over and has produced as many as 51 runs already.
Yeah, some work to be done for the young man. And the good thing is that he is young. As I said, we haven't seen him for a while. The first time we've seen him in about 2-3 years. So, there was some stuff to work on. And, games like these sometimes show you where you need to be. And there's nothing wrong with that. But a good strike from Dominic Drakes, though. Possibly still in CPL mode, but he had a torrid time with the Patriots. As you know, the Patriots had a very torrid time with Andrew. I'll be very surprised if many of them keep their jobs, both players and staff.
Yeah, one would imagine, yeah.
No one likes to lose, but certainly not in the fashion that they were losing. They were playing like a franchise in disarray. So a lot of work to be done.
Well, they had a captain who wasn't quite sure if he wanted to be captain as well. So here's Matthew Jones, who is very, very keen on captaining and has done a good job so far. Interesting that Matara has been pulled out again. What's the thinking there? The last over, he got a wicket. He's also got, 3 overs left, but Jones has come back. What's the thinking there?
Could it possibly be the matchup with Dominic Drakes, the left-hander, hitting to the slightly shorter side, or is Matthew Jones playing a bit of roulette here? 1 over for him, 1 over for Matara. We have to wait and see if that. See, Harold's looking at me. It's possible, Harold. It's possible.
So Matthew Jones, do you know him well?
Yeah, man, very well. Matt Jones, there's a whole family up there. In St. Philip. I dare say Ashley Nurse is on his way to building a cult at Guardiola.
Yep, indeed. Very surprising when I don't know the politics
Yeah.
of Carlton.
Wasn't surprising to me at all, Andrew.
Okay.
Matt Jones would drive from Orange Hill and go straight to Sam Lawrence Castle and to have a beverage with Ashley Nurse and company. I've been guilty of it as well. He got me a gradiola as well too. Andrew, he's very alert personality, that Ashley Nurse.
Wonderful guy to talk to. He's a tremendous guy. Of course, a lot of them don't like to talk to the men in commentators on a Mason and guests and those shows. But when you get them, a little bit of a drink or something, they'll talk to you. Well, I like Ashley Nurser, nice personality. Still a bit upset that he's not playing for his country, but so I suppose he knows that you got to move on. I served Barbados pretty well over the years. Just a single little tuck away in the onside down to that backward square position. So Jones continuing to try to keep things tight. His 9 overs cost him 48. So we've now completed over number 43. The prior to 264 for 7 with Dominic Drakes, as you see on the monitor. He's got 8. And with him is Akeem Jordan. He is on 10. So that grounds, member of the ground staff done a good job there. Looks like the head groundsman as well. Is that Mr. Newton up there? Is it? I think it is Mr. Newton up there.
First time I knew his first name was today when you asked me to do the pitch report, Andrew.
Nigel Newton.
An alliteration.
Yep, he is.
You almost tied my tongue, Nigel Newton.
Yeah. In fact, he's the brother of the noted journalist Ezra Michael Stewart, who is
You would never believe that.
Different personalities. Can you imagine? Yes, Nigel Newton, who's had lots of experience. Remember him actually playing First Division cricket for St. Catherine's against Carlton. That's Kyle Mears' team. And that would have been a long time ago. And he had the Elcocks to contend with. He was chock flush on his forehead. Blood was all over the place, and he continued to bat. Tough customer he is. Well, those were the battles. To see the Elcocks of Carlton up against the Pearson Besses and Thelston Paynes of St. Catherine's. Those were the days when you really had a tremendous contest. Good fast bowlers. Yeah, and we also up at St. Catherine's had the Pit Bulls. Yeah, that was an awesome combination. Would you have had it any time playing against the Pit Bulls?
My first elite game was against St. Catherine's. I made 90 odd off the Pit Bulls, but when I took off my shirt when I went home, it was another story. I was purple. Got a good beating.
Yes, these guys were sharp. In fact, wrapped on the pad, that looks to be, might have been an inside edge there. We'll have a look at that. Oh my God, he played across it. Let's look at the umpire. Signals leg by. Wow.
Well, we usually rate him as a very good umpire. You have to see that on the monitor. I'll tell you what, Don O'Neill just actually told me that Jedson Yard would have been the Chinaman, Jedson Yard. Forgotten Jedson Yard.
Oh yes, Chinaman and Googly. Hello to Don O'Neill, who's watching this stream. What's going on at Maple though, Don? Tell me, please. You couldn't get 100 and what was it, 58? Let's have a look at this here on the monitor. Here we go. Oh, well, not quite, but we'll certainly bring it up for you, and you be the judge. Now, mind you, the umpire said that there was no bat involved. So we shall see, but it looked to be adjacent with the naked eye. But you never know. Might be headed down the leg side. Umpire Dave Thompson said not out.
Usually does a very
Let's
good
have a look at this. Here we go.
Quality decision.
Yeah, going down the leg side.
Decision.
Yeah, high quality decision. All the evidence that's going down the leg side. So that's a good decision. There's no doubt about that. I haven't seen it on the monitor with the naked eye. It looked out, but haven't seen it. It's headed down the leg side.
A caveat there, though, Andrew. The seam was upright. It touched down and it slid back. This guy, Shaquille Comerbatch, he has a bit of skill about him. I question whether or not he would be able to adjust his length as he goes through his spells. This is his third spell now, and he's adjusted that length. He's now from 6 meters to just about 4 or 5 meters, so he's gotten a bit fuller, not too full for the volley. He's still hitting the pitch relatively hard, so you have to say he has a good skill set about him as well. As you said, he seems to be a man with a purpose now that he's gotten a taste of what it's like to represent his country.
Well, he went to Bermuda with the Barbados team recently and bowled well. And he looks good. He's come back, and of course you'd expect him to be slightly down on pace, but he's a strong man. Let's look at him there on the monitor. Yes, big strong man, and bowling a heavy ball. So we've now completed over number 44. It's 269 for 7. Just getting back to Maple. It's interesting that in our local cricket that we've got the country teams not involved at the highest level. St. Catherine's in the east and Maple on the west coast of the country. That's significant, really. And both of them have been struggling for some time. Maple played against St. Catherine's on the weekend, had 158 for victory and couldn't make it. What's going on there? At Maple, my friend Don O'Neill.
Yes, Andrew, but I'll get back to Maple and St. Catherine's again. Mataro coming in also. A bit of roulette has been played by Matthew Jones. He's coming for one. He's brought back Mataro. This is the kind of cricket that Gladiola plays as well. I tell you, Ashley Nurse influence is very, very strong.
Okay.
So he's back now again. A good test. He's bowling to the left-handed Dominic Drakes now. So this is another proposition. We know that Dominic can give it a strike at this level. We'll see also if those over breaks affect this young man's rhythm anyhow. But this is a good audition for him regardless. Andrew. He's bowled really, really well.
Yes, very good in terms of his control. And he's going to continue. Little man. And I think he's got a bright future. There's no doubt about that. In he comes. He's going to start his 8th over. A little push away in the onside for a single. Young Gibson, who plays for Spartan.
Well bowled, Andrew. I'll tell you what, the modern day white ball leg spinner bowls the ball at the stumps. And that's what Matara has done very, very well. I'm not seeing those expansive drives over and through cover. He's been mostly bang on target, asking the batter to do something with a delivery that's on the stumps. That is the way to go.
They look for the second here and we'll get it as the ball goes out towards cover. Backward point got a finger to it but couldn't stop it. And as a result, the ball slowed considerably, allowing the batsman to come back for the second.
And we see the surface on the monitor, Andrew. It's just about the time we will get a bit of purchase, a bit of spin. We've seen stuff. Even Matthew Jones has got 1 or 2 balls to just hold a bit. So we're firmly in the back end of the innings now. We're seeing that the surface will offer us something in the second innings for the spinners.
Look at the bounce generated there. Very well bowled indeed. He was completely deceived by the increase in terms of bounce there on the back foot. It was rushing through on him as well. They said he's a reserve for the Barbados side, and I can tell why. Good old cross haul from Jordan, just a single. Just trying to bludgeon his way through this innings, but the leg spinner has got so much control that he's been denied.
Wonderful to see, Andrew. We can't say enough about this young man. Let's remember, just about 17 years old.
Yep.
Coming in, bowling well against some accomplished batters, bowling against a Barbados Super 50 team, and reflecting figures so far of 7.4 over 33 runs, 2 wickets.
So here's Matara. He's got 2 balls left in his 8th over. Bowling to Dominic Drakes. Good control. Bang on target on the off stump. And Drakes just can't get it away. Well, he had to try something. That reverse sweep came out and was not the best to see, but he got a run to end the over. So we've now completed 45 overs. The Barbados Pride at 274 for 7. Drakes is on 13. Jordan has got 14. As we come down the home stretch in this innings.
Just having a look at our last delivery there, Andrew. I wanted to see if Matara actually tried to bowl a wrong one. Google there. It looked like just a slight change. It looked like a counter rotation from my naked eye. I'll have to see it one more time on the monitor. But nevertheless, a good delivery. A bit comical there from Dominic Drakes, looking to do something different. And then, as we said, Andrew, the innings has just come to a bit of a lull right now. Proceedings were going on rather nicely when Carl Mears was on the go. But since then, it's just been a little rush and chase. He provided that engine room as well. But it's just been a little lull coming into the back end here as we see the shadows lengthening as well.
Well, for those just joined us on the stream, we'll look at what happened earlier. It was the Kyle Mayers show, 113 from just 78 balls, 9 fours and as many as 8 sixes, who got things going. Brathwaite got 17, McCaskey 36, Rushton Chase 56, Reefer failed, he just got 1, Kamar Smith failed as well 2, Roshan Primus was choked with a bouncer, his contribution was 8, Jordan and Drake's at the crease. Now that's gone away. 4 runs, through the wicket, short and put away by Drake's. Not the kind of length that the bowler should be happy with, and he's been punished.
Yeah, so once again, Matthew Jones opting to give Common 1. He's come now to give Zidane Clark 1. I don't know if he's playing roulette with the seamers as well. That would be a little more difficult to play roulette with the seamers. Clark being swatted away through that middle wicket region for Dominic Drake. So we know it's no slouch with the bat. He still leaves a lot to be desired at the higher level, but this is certainly right in his wheelhouse.
It's very well played indeed, down to backward point. That's 4 runs. Pitched up. The ball before was short and he was trying to overcompensate. Got it wrong and was punished square in the offside.
Yes, Andrew, and as I said, Drake leaves a lot to be desired at that slightly higher level. I think he can give it a better account of himself with the bat and certainly showing his prowess here. And yes, it is a big step up, but some of the strokes you see him play here today, that expansive drive again just away for the point region, it proves that he can play.
That's a wide.
Surface just beginning to hold a bit, Andrew. It was a slower delivery. Binding the surface, it just held up just a bit. Just a bit. First signs, really, in the last 5 overs or so that the surface is slowing down just a bit. But I'm sure if that heavy roll is applied, it will be refreshing. It will play pretty good throughout the second innings as well. Yeah, Drake certainly looking to get after Clark. A slower delivery there, it looks like again. Held in the surface just a bit. Drake's losing his shape, as we would say, dragging that one back to the bowler.
Yeah, the intentions of Drake's very clear here. Would want to certainly just up the ante towards the end of the innings. He's faced 30 balls for his 14, so his strike rate is below 50, and would want to finish strongly here. You see 284 for 7. Just 5 overs remaining after this, so it's a situation where at 284 for 7 they should really get in excess of 300, which nowadays is the benchmark in 50 over cricket. When you don't make 300 nowadays, well, you can find yourself on the losing side, as we've seen in the last couple of years in 50 over cricket all across the world. So, situation where Akeem Jordan has struggled really. In fact, hasn't been able to get the ball away. 46 gone now. It's 284 for 7. The Barbados Pride.
And Andrew, is it just me, or it just feels like the innings is lumbering towards the back end? I mean, 284 looks like a good score, but somewhere between there, this Barbados Pride team has lost a bit of momentum, as you said. Jordan just struggling. Just a bit not making good contact. We know he fancies himself, but I think sometimes he's just a bit overzealous. Drake's looking to get in some strikes as well. Matthew Jones seems to be looking to continue, but 300 is still on the cards, Andrew. 300 is, but as we said, it's par now. but still a pretty good score, particularly for a Pride team. You would expect that this Legends All-Stars team should not get up to the target posted, but we have to wait and see because there's some good players in the lineup as well.
Of course, there's the exciting Shane Brathwaite, Roshan Worrell, Rivaldo Clark, Dimitri Richards. These are players with lots of ability.
Rivaldo Clark, Andrew,
Yep.
just of recent last month or so, he's really started to show some prowess with the bat. Got a 50 odd in the CPL. He scored 2 centuries in the last 2 weeks as well. Scored 100 in the Legends series, which is now the benchmark for 50 over cricket at this domestic level. He scored a century as well over the weekend in the elite competition when Gladiola were under a bit of pressure. So he started to show some signs, Drew, that he can play and he's up for it. Wait and see how he goes tonight.
Here's Matthew Jones to come back into the attack. Got away with a short delivery. In fact, did an interview with the chairman of selectors who was with us at the start of the innings, Mr. Hendy Brooms, a former Barbados cricketer. That interview will come at the break, so look forward to that, talking about the chances as far as the Barbados team is concerned. Now here we go. That's gone for 6. It was short and put away. It was a delivery that was not a good one at all, and with lots of power. Dominic Drakes was able to get it away, down to just wide long on for 6. Short boundary as well. So that would help as the Pride approaching 300 here. So those in the stream, we're going to have that interview with the chairman of selectors at the break, so make sure that you stay with us for that.
Matthew Jones, interesting, Andrew. Look at the bowling card. Who bowled these final 3 overs? He's only used 6 bowlers. This game shot, Shea Simmons is out of it.
One would think. Kane is too short, really, and lucky to get away with that. Pulling the ball down, and Dominic Drake's a little bit disappointed he wasn't able to get a boundary from that short delivery. How good is Dominic Drakes as a cricketer? Can you tell me?
He's okay, Andrew. As I said,
What do you mean
at
by
this
okay?
level, at this level, he's fine. But as you weren't listening a couple of overs ago, I said he leaves a lot to be desired at the higher level. But he looks here. He always looks pretty good, especially with the bat. I think that's something, that area he can definitely improve. At the top, don't expect him to be at 60, 70, but certainly look less than a rabbit. That's bluntly putting it. But he has some work to do with his seam as well. You know, he has the attributes. He's tall, gets the deliveries to shape back to the right hand. Sometimes he gets a bit of bounce, but I just feel like he needs an extra yard or 2 of pace, as we would say, in the older terms, to really be a force to be reckoned with.
No. Would you say, as he looks for singles not on, once again, Chad Williams very alert, picks it up down at that mid-on area. The over actually comes to an end. The end of Jones's spell, we look at his figures, 10 overs, no biddings done for 58. We'll assess those figures. So with 3 left, it's 294 for 7. Drakes is on 30. Jordan has got 16. In a partnership that has realized 43 precious runs, because after Ruston Chase got out, you know, I'm sure that Jones, who's leading a side that has been selected, the BCA Legends team, would have been looking to have wrapped it up to about maybe 270, but that has not been the case. So 3 to come now, and Cumberbatch is back into the attack. He's got 2 overs left. 8 overs, 1 bid, and 2 for 41. Just look at Dominic Drakes. When we look at the construct of the Barbados 14-man squad, would you have picked him?
Andrew, I thought long past the discussion we agreed that the squad was a good enough squad. We didn't argue one bit. How are we back here or whether or not a player should be selected? I thought we agreed. You said on comms, and I can roll the tapes, that you were satisfied with the team. How have we gotten here?
I didn't quite say that.
That's what you said.
I said I was going to assess it. All right. Well, I was just following up basically based on what you were saying that, and I just gathered from what you were saying that perhaps he hasn't produced the goods that he should.
At the higher level.
At the higher level.
At this level, as I said,
he's okay.
He's okay, and
Okay.
I use my words well, and
we
he's
know that.
good enough.
He's good
to
enough.
play, but he needs to improve when he gets to the top. It's as simple as that. I think that's a fair assessment. What he has going for him, as you know, he's left-handed, he's tall. He clearly can strike the ball in the back end of the innings, as we are seeing here. So we're expecting a bit more from him. We would like to see him being a consistent match winner with ball in particular for Barbados. I think that's the best way to sum it up. I'd love to see Dominic Drake getting 3 wickets, 2 wickets in an innings, blowing away the top order and setting up the games for Barbados Pride.
Be interesting to hear what Don O'Neill has to say. You can actually send us a WhatsApp 2534679, 2534679, and tell us what you think about the team. Ravindra Prasad, who plays for your club. In fact, Harold Eastman was saying to me that he's a fellow that he would have considered. Would you have considered Prasad?
He's a dangerous customer. He's flown out in the last 2 weeks to play minor league in America, and I doubt I'll be able to get him back next year to play cricket for us. He's the value added that Prasad brings. And let me tell you something, Andrew. That man has bucket hands. He drops nothing.
Well, now that ball is in there. The catch should be taken. It is taken awkwardly, but however, in the end, the catch is taken, banged in short again, and that man continues to get wickets. Cumberbatch, catch taken by Brathwaite on the boundary. Cheyenne Brathwaite, banged in short, would have been deceived for the extra pace generated Dominic Drakes. And this has been an impressive show from this ever-improving fast-medium bowler in Shaquille Cumberbatch, and I think the selectors should watch him. Let's have a look at that. Cheyenne Brathwaite keeping his eyes on it. Big man hitting to the ground, moving the earth to please. There's a commercial in Barbados that says that. But he held on to the ball, and that's another wicket for Cumberbatch.
As we said, Cumberbatch has bowled well, and he's always been the type of bowler to pick up wickets, Andrew, and it's lovely to see him picking up wickets consistently through the different phases. He's bowled 4 spells now. He's taken a wicket in his first spell. He's taken a wicket in his second spell. The third spell, he didn't get anything, but he certainly got Dominic Drake there with a good short ball, Andrew. As you said, pace would be down at this time, but what was good about that bumper, as Linda Yard is now signing to me yesterday, that I agree with you. It was a good short delivery. He had the height, and that's what you want. So the batsman is set. He had to fetch it, first of all, and then try to control it, and he could only find a deep backward square. So credit to Shaquille Cumberbatch, certainly, for providing another wicket for the legend side. Andrew, I have to say that he's a guy as well that in a year or two, he shouldn't be too far along. He's bowling quickly, he can bat as well, and he gets wickets.
Yeah, you're very right about that. He's bowling now to his teammate, Jamal Warrican. Some discussion as to whether he should have made the side. I know noted journalist Ezra Stewart would not have picked him, but you reckon based on what he's done over the years that he would have been an automatic pick, Jamal?
I'll be honest with you, Andrew. I don't think Ezra and I have ever seen eye to eye from as long as I've known myself, so I don't tend to agree with him. I even agree with you more than I agree with Ezra.
But that's a bit of a newsflash, really.
You know, he has his opinion, he has his way.
He reckons the time has come that we should really move on. That's his reckoning.
But Andrew, it's an interesting debate, you know. As I said, TNT, Trinidad had a lot of argument surrounding their team. The argument was whether or not they should have gone with more younger guys and let the experienced guys like Jason Muhammad's and them go their way. It's a very fine line for me. I think sometimes what we do is clearly set that we have too many young people playing this cricket at one time. I still think that some of these guys are useful to show where the younger ones that you're looking for can be measured. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
So
I certainly do.
So imagine a young player from Guyana batting Joe Melwarkan and batting him well, as opposed to, say, exposing another young left-arm orthodox spinner from a Barbados perspective, and you don't really get to gauge where they're at, because, yes, we could argue that internationally Joe Melwarkan, he's okay, but at the same time, he's still a wily customer.
It's
at
an
this
interesting
level.
word that you continue to use.
Yeah,
okay.
I said okay.
What does that mean?
He's okay. He's good enough to be
Okay.
there, but he's not
But
earth
okay is
shattering.
5 out of 10.
Nah, I give him more than 5.
Okay,
I think
6.
I give Joe Mel more than 5. I think that himself, or Maul, and those guys, I think they're good gauges actually to go on in terms of trying to rate your young first class batters. So, but it's a delicate balance you're always trying to find, because personally, I like the teams in the competition. I think that there is depth and scope, and we should get some good scores. But as I said, TNT may have gone a little past the perpendicular, as some people are saying that they probably could have had 1 or 2 more younger guys in the team as well. So that's a good debate.
Always an interesting debate. So you can send us a WhatsApp, 2534679. Do you like the Barbados team? Would you change it in any way? So send that to us. So we'll be only too happy to read your WhatsApp messages.
So let's talk cricket. Let's talk selection. And like, this may be an advertisement, because I've seen that Barbados is no advertising for some selectors. So I'll give you my perspective.
No, that's in the air. Catch should be taken. Oh, well, from the way he went after that, you didn't think he was going to take it.
Yeah, most difficult catch in cricket, and running away. But let's look at it this way. You have Matthew Jones, you have Joe Melwarkan. Look at the Barbados 11, particularly batting the first 7, 8. Now, Matthew Jones, if he's playing, he offers you 2 things. He offers you some nice, tight left-hand orthodox and strikes the ball well. Correct?
Yep.
Good. But Joe Melwarkan, we would say, is an out-and-out bowler, as it were. Spinner. Economical, will be accurate, whatever the case may be. Based on the construct of your Barbados side, and you have, say, your Ross and Chases, your Raymond Reefers, Shea Hope, Calmeers, et al. You get all the way to number 8 or 9 comfortably with guys that can bat. Why not play the guy that predominantly his role is to bowl, and who is known for getting wickets, especially at this level? So I'm saying to you is no disrespect to Matthew Jones whatsoever, but if there was a slightly different dynamic whereby your batting may not have been as strong, and you say you stop batting at 5, you keep at 6, and you play a Matthew Jones who can come at 7 and strike it well and bowl tight, well, there goes in Matthew Jones, in my opinion. So I'm saying it's about combinations as well. As I said, it's what the BCA listeners as well. I'm just going to put my name in the hat for one of those posts that they're advertising possibly.
Here's a swing catch to be taken. It is. And Matar strikes again.
Sheehan again.
Brathwaite taking the catch, pulled away, down to mid-wicket, and Matar continues to be very impressive. This young man, no doubt about his ability. Warkan departs, looking to swing the ball out of Kensington Oval instead, gets it down to that mid-wicket area for the catch to be taken. It's now 301 for 9, as that ball was short on the back foot, swinging the ball away. It was in there for a long time, and here we go. Eyes on it, catch taken. Those buckets from that big man, Shane Brathwaite, the captain of the Empire side, and no doubt to be looking to get a big score as well. So 301 for 9. We've got 1 ball left in over number 49. So they've gone past that 300.
They've gone past the 300. But another word on Matara. He's gotten the wicket. It was a short delivery indeed. But Andrew, what this young man has to his skill set, certainly on a surface like this, is, well, he has good control. He gets good bounce. And I can tell you, Andrew, you would know Jamie Maxwell and those guys play the cricket. You know that a spinner that extracts good bounce is a very difficult guy to negotiate. And I think this adds to the skill set that this young man brings when he's on surfaces that are hard and true. If he's not getting that prodigious spin, he will get a little bit of turn and bounce. And that in itself is another asset in terms of getting wickets. Evidence there with the wicket of Joe Melwarkan. This young man continues to impress. Now standing at 8.5 overs for 3 wickets and 38 runs. That's very good figures, Andrew.
Indeed. Well, as I look behind me, I see the arrival of the West Indies selector Roland Butcher, travelling all over the place, and has put on quite a bit of weight.
He's very clear, Andrew. He looks very clear. He hasn't been in Barbados for a while.
No,
that much is clear.
No. Good man to have. I thought behind him was Shamar Joseph, the very impressive fast bowler from Guyana. Mr. Butcher, I want you to pick Joseph. Mind you, this stream is all over the world. That didn't go out. Always good to see good old Roland Butcher, former director of the Barbados Cricket Association. First black man to play, first black West Indian to play for England. And is a big man, United man. He tells me he wants to fire Teng Hao, the The, the coach. He actually spent some time at Arsenal. Can you imagine that? So, here we go. We are down to the last over, 301 for 9. Good to see Roland. Wonder if he'll come and talk to us at the break. Roland, can you come and talk to us? We'd love to have you. Well, wonder if he had anything to do with the letter that was written to Conde Riley. Here we go, last over, being bowled by Cumberbatch, the impressive fast-medium bowler. And that's going to go a long way down to the boundary. Still directed, that's an important boundary. It's gone behind the keeper. Ill-directed, that's gone for 4. Every run there is important.
Yeah, most certainly bad delivery there from Cumberbatch. Probably just a bit of overconfidence. He's been bowling well all afternoon. Ill-directed, 4 runs to Jordan, who's held it up pretty well, Andrew. Held it up pretty well, 23 from 38. But yes, as we said, Andrew, this exercise is not only to see where the Pride squad is, but certainly the depth. What do we have left in the tank? And we've seen some good signs. We've seen Zishan Matara, we've seen Shad Williams with the ball, and now we're seeing Shaquille Cumberbatch. Those certainly will be my 3 picks as far as this innings goes, and people that could possibly at some point in time replace a fella, as we like to say, or even force their way in a play in 2 years' time.
They look for the second here and will come for it. The return comes in and they get home for the second. Not the best return, but it is pretty clear that Jordan doesn't have a lot of confidence in Leacock's batting. Hence, he went for the first run quickly and came back for the second, flirting with danger, but gets 2. So we've had 2 balls in the last over, 6 runs scored, 307 for 9. So there are 4 deliveries left. Cumberbatch looking for his 4th wicket.
A bit of inexperience there from the fielder, though, Andrew. The batter was quite far away. Probably a warm bounce throw would have been better for Cumberbatch.
That's going a long way. The catch should be taken. No, it's gone over his head. That's gone for 6. Didn't look so initially. Of course, the boundaries are is not as big as normally for a test match or a first-class match. So it went over wide long on, and that's gone for 6. So this is a good end to the innings coming from Akil Jordan, who was rather quiet at the start. He's now gone to 31 from 40, so his strike rate has gone from 46 to 77, and it's been a pretty big over so far. How many in the over so far, Harold? 12 in the over, and still 3 to come. It's 13 for 9. Now where is that going?
6 more.
6 more. What a shot. What a shot. Well played, Jordan.
Little things, though, Andrew. Little things. I just felt like 2 balls ago, Ravala Clark was on the boundary. He was about 15 yards in. The 2 batters had not crossed yet. He opted to fire in that return. It was a bit wide as well. Full. And Harold, as you know, if there are 4 squares there, he was sending that delivery on the one bounce. He will get a nice skid. And Shaquille Cumberbatch could have been able to effectively run out. So it's just a bit of an experience there. Possibly could have had the run out 12 more runs now in the bank. Those are the little things, Andrew. Those are the little things you look for, the things you want to stamp out.
So the 2 balls left. It's been a very expensive over from Cumberbatch, who has been generally good. More runs for the Pride. They look for the second. We'll get it 2. Ooh, he's gone. Is he? He's out. Well, even from here, you could give that. So it means that the innings will come to a close. Looking for that second run with just 1 left. I suppose he had to go for it. But a good cameo towards the end coming from Jordan. Run out for 37. And in 49 overs and 5 balls, the Barbados Pride 300 and, is that 20 all out, Harold? Yes. So let's confirm that. 320 all out. And it means that Leacock will finish on not, in fact, he just faced 1 ball. But this is a good effort, good bit of work by the cameraman. We could see clearly that the bails were removed before the bat got over the line. And it's 320 for loss of all the wickets in 49 overs and 5 balls. Earlier, Kyle Mears was caught by Grant off Williams for 130. Let's look at the performance of Mears. 78 balls. He occupied the crease for 96 minutes, struck 9 fours and as many as 8 sixes, really batted very well. Craig Brathwaite didn't get going. Cotton Bull by Cumberbatch 17. McCaskey was caught by Grantoff Matara for 36. Roston Chase got a half century, caught Williams Bull Matara 56. 52 balls he faced, 81 minutes, the crease 7 fours and the 6. And then the innings rather fell away until Drake's 30 and Jordan 38 towards the back end saw the Pride to 320 all out. With Kemar Smith leg before to Williams for 2. Roshan Primus was caught by Matara for good bouncer from Cumberbatch for 8. And then Jordan run out for 38. 42 balls, hitting 2 sixes and a 4. Dominic Drake's an important 30 from 26 balls, 2 fours and 2 sixes. Warrican got 3 and Leacock not out 1. So 320 all out in 49 overs and 5 balls, with Clark 8 overs, no biddens, none for 48. Cumberbatch 9 overs and 5 balls, 1 bid, 3 for 63. Very impressive. Simmons was expensive, 3 overs, no biddens, none for 51. Matthew Jones 10 overs, no biddens, none for 58. Chad Williams very good in the field, 10 overs, no biddens, 3 for 57. And the very impressive young man, 17-year-old Matara, 9 overs, no biddens, 3 for 38. With me is Jamal Smith. Jamal, let's look at the highlight of the innings. Let's look at the work of someone like Kyle Mears, 113. He batted well.
Yeah, what impressed me about Kyle Mears today was the fact that he gave himself some time. He got out of the power play. He was just about run a ball. I think he was like the 33 from 36 at the time. Obviously, that the over from Simmons catapulted his innings. But what I'm saying is he allowed the deliveries to come to him. We haven't seen that from him for a while. He was, especially in the India series, just playing away from his body. But he gave himself some time today. And as we know, when Kyle Mears gets going, the destruction that we saw out of that first power play into the second power play and onto the end of his innings is what he can do. And I think if he gives himself some time, particularly the role that he will be asked to play in this Barbados Pride team, he will put up numbers like this, and that's what you want to see. So, you know, a premium batsman in terms of being a West Indies player, being a West Indies opener, he certainly came up with the goods today.
Well, there's a possibility that he may open the innings with Craig Brathwaite. Craig Brathwaite today got 17.
Yeah, you say possibility, but he is the West Indies opening batter in 50 over cricket. You would expect him to open the batting with Craig Brathwaite. I think that's written in stone, Andrew. Unless you know something I don't.
Yes, but he got 17. Good piece of bowling from Cumberbatch. Let's look at McCaskey. How did he go today?
Yes, at McCaskey, he didn't start all that well. Remember, a few short deliveries from Cumberbatch bothering him. He played a few streaky strokes, but he was there and thereabout. He hung around. He got 36 and strike rate of just about 60 odd. And that's normally his modus operandi. He averages just about 30 in Lycée cricket, but he strikes at 68. And that's quite interesting because you know what you will get from him, and I guess the construction of the team in terms of what Barbados Pride are looking to do on the day, determine it obviously by the conditions, may dictate whether or not he may play, but certainly not a starter, as you would say, but someone that can fill a role if the opportunity presents itself for him.
Roston Chase got a half century today. Let's look at his work. How did he go today, in your view?
Roston Chase batted like an international player today. What I liked about him was the dexterity. He played some reverse sweeps off the left arm, back of the arm bowler. He played some strokes, just lofted strokes over the mid-on and the mid-off when the fielders were up without really using the full flourish of the bat. So it told me that he was in control of his innings. It was well paced as well, 56 from 52. So, you know, he looked the part. He looked like someone that understands his role and what he's supposed to do in this price side. Batting at 4 today, possibly would be around 5-6 in the competition. Remember, Shea Hope would slot in, but certainly a good knock from Roston Chase.
And, you know, towards the back end, and Dominic Drake's getting some runs as well. There's no doubt about that. Dominic Drake's would have made 30. Akeem Gordon got 38, and Russian Primus, who said 8. So 320 all out in 49 overs and 5 balls represents a very good score indeed.
Yeah, that's how his surface looked, Andrew, from this afternoon. I could tell it had runs in it. It was well put together. It was compact. I didn't see much abrasion. I didn't see any cracks at all. It was this sheen on the surface of the wicket. As we see the heavy roller going on it now, you can see that sheen coming back again. So it suggests that it's a pitch that is hard, it's a pitch that would have in a bit of pace and bounce. And that's exactly what it had in. And I think that was evidenced by the strokes we saw, especially early on. Some punches, some cuts, some expansive drives through the offside as well. So it looks a good surface. As we see now, the heavy rollers on it as well. As I said, that sheen is coming back. So the 320 is reflective of what the surface had to offer to a senior Barbados Pride side.
Well, just before we go to the break, let me remind you that we're going to be having an interview with the chairman of selectors, the Barbados selectors, Henry Brooms. That will come pretty soon. But let's look at the bowling. We saw Clark open the bowling with Cumberbatch. Your impressions of Clark?
Yeah, Clark was okay today. Bowled for himself, bowled some decent areas. You open the bowling. I wouldn't say that he's a wicket taker unless the situation dictates that his variations come into the game and batters going after him. That's where he's really strong, particularly in the T20 game. But he gave a good account of himself. They're reflective of the 8 overs for 48, no wickets.
Well, Shaquille Cumberbatch plays locally for Empire, a club that you are still associated with. I think you could well be a member of the executive, although you play for Yorkshire. How did he go today?
I think he went well. His figures are reflective of what he will offer. In the end, he went 9 overs for 63 runs and 3 wickets. Remember, 12 of those runs would have come in the last over, but he's that type of bowler. He's attacking, he bowls short deliveries, he bowls strong deliveries. He will go for boundaries. But what I like about Shaquille Cumberbatch is he always seems to come away with at least 2 wickets in his spell. He managed to get 3 today, and the 2 in the back end really heartened me in terms of the setup and how he bowled the deliveries that went before the wicket-taking delivery. So I have to say that overall he had a good day for his style. He will go for 50 plus, Andrew, once he bowls 10 overs. But the important thing is that he takes 2-3 wickets with him.
And Shea Simmons, we haven't seen him in a while. Has spent the last 3 or 4 years playing in England. Was very expensive today.
Yeah, I wouldn't knock the young man for having a bad showing today. I think it was so bad that it's one of those things where you would just write it off.
Right.
It's not a case where you've seen it over a period of time and you can see there's a build-up that he's not been bowling well. This is the first time you've seen it in a long time. Probably, didn't adjust well. I mean, it's a very tough task as a young fast bowler to come into a batter of the ilk of Kalmir, especially when he's in and get things right, and he didn't. So let's just write that off. Let's not write off the young man. Let's just write off that bowling performance.
I agree. Matthew Jones, 10 overs, no better than 58.
Yeah, Matthew Jones, particularly pretty much in the same vein. Remember what we were talking about Joe Melwarkamp versus Matthew Jones. Matthew Jones will bowl tight, but he will have days like these where we will go 10 for 50 at this level and not necessarily get a wicket or 2. And I don't think that is the role that would be required of him for Barbados Pride. He'd probably be required to get wickets, and he's not that kind of guy. He would not prize you out. If his situation dictates you go after him, he may get 1 or 2 caught on the boundary or caught at cover or whatever the case may be. But that is just the one thing he's missing from his skill set. Taking nothing away from his work, but what I'm saying to you is that in a setting like this, conditions like these, this will be his work at this level.
Well, I thought that Williams was very impressive in the field. 10 overs, no better than for 57. How did he go?
Well,
Chad Williams?
As I said, I think he's very brave, first of all, for changing his style from orthodox to what he does now, back of the arm stuff with the Chinaman, etc. I think he gave a good account of himself with the ball. Both of some very interesting fields at times. There was a bit of innovation and dexterity shown by Roston Chase. A couple reverse sweeps for 4, but overall reflective at 10 overs for 57 runs and 3 wickets. He certainly had a good outing, and the value added of Chad Williams is the way he feels. He was excellent. He was like a puma in the field, and he could be an asset going forward.
Well, certainly in terms of WhatsApp messages, there's a came out of Stanford from Lord saying, Andrew, I want to say that I do agree that Ravindra Prasad should be in the Barbados team. Interesting. We want you to continue, of course, to send us your WhatsApp messages at 253-467, and of course if you're overseas it's 1246-253-4679, and we'll invite your thoughts. What do you think of the Barbados team that actually was selected? A very powerful side selected, and there are 1 or 2 people who reckon that maybe perhaps a Jones might have slipped into the side, but generally I think you would have expected most of the cricketers who were selected. Let's look at that side again. Shea Hope, Craig Brathwaite, Shamar Brooks, Roston Chase, Dominic Drakes, Hakeem Jordan, Javad Leacock, Kyle Mears, Jahir McAllister, Zachary McCaskill was very much in there as well. Roshan Primus, Raymond Reefer, Kimar Smith, and Jamal Warrican. So we've had a situation where the action started at 1 o'clock, and the Barbados Pride team making 321 in 49 overs and 1 ball. But when we arrived today, just around 12 o'clock, we had the pleasure of having the chairman of selectors in our commentary box. We're talking about Hendy Brooms, and we were able to catch up with the chairman of the Barbados selectors. Well, hello and good afternoon, and with me is the chairman of selectors in Barbados, Hendy Brooms, a man who's been in the job for quite a long time and has had tremendous success as chairman of the Barbados selectors. The Barbados team to go off to the Super 50 has been selected. Barbados with a proud record, having won the championship on 8 occasions, the last time back in 2016, and no doubt the chairman of selectors, Hendy, is looking forward to great success for the Barbados team. Hendy, good afternoon to you. Do you think you can win it?
Good afternoon, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Of course, I think we can win it. Obviously, we have a very experienced side, and nothing but good, excellent performances I expect from this Barbados side.
Talking about an experienced side, you're very right. Shea Hope, who has done so well for the West Indies. You've got Craig Brathwaite back in the side. You know, people like Brooks and Mears. That's a powerful side. Yes,
Andrew. Shea obviously one of the top one-day batsmen in world cricket. Craig, obviously the West Indies captain and a staple at the international team for West Indies. We have Brooks and Kyle Mears, as you said, so we're backing on our batting experience to push us all the way.
And of course, Jamal Warrican, with the experience of playing for the West Indies, he's in that squad as well.
Yes, Jamal Warrican is with us. Obviously, the tournament playing in Trinidad, which is predominantly a spinner's paradise, and with some 30-something games played in Trinidad, we expect that side of the game where Jamal Warrican will come into his own as the tournament goes along.
There's some players that may be unfamiliar to many people. You've got a Javad Leacock, who has been around for some time now, playing for UWI. And of course, Kimar Smith, who plays for the YMPC club. Tell us about those two.
Well, Leacock played last year. Obviously, he had a little taste of what regional cricket brings. He did, I wouldn't say did excellent, but he didn't disgrace himself. He obviously showed some potential and some talent. I think it's important that we in Barbados develop our leg spin. So part of the emphasis was to make sure that we have leg spin prominence in the side. So Leacock is in the side for that reason. When you look around the world, leg spin in the middle overs and sometimes at the back end is a very important tool. So we look at some of the mistakes we would have made over the last 3 years. Certainly I did as chairman, to look at one or two of the things that I feel we could have done better. And leg spin, obviously, Andrew, is something that if we can develop that along with our seam bowling attack, that is something that pushes us along the way. Kimar Smith, again, I am excited about Kimar Smith for 2 reasons. Obviously, he was part of the A team that we put together, so we had 2 solid A team tours, and Kimar was in both. And again, coming from the club structure, I like to know that at least during these selection meetings and stuff, that there's somebody coming from the club structure that kind of give representation to the club structure and side of the cricket. So seeing someone like Kimar makes a side that some people is calling it a big side with all the international players in, that should give motivation to some of the other young members playing club cricket on the Saturday. So I'm very excited about the Kimar Smith and Javid Leacock selection.
Was it an easy side to pick?
Easy in the sense that obviously we're blessed with some talent for this format of the cricket. We have Matthew Jones, who would have had a very, very lengthy discussion.
That would have been close to selection given his performances for Gladiola in the local competition.
Well, correct. And again, as I said, so having those kind of players around, it all goes well for Barbados cricket. So again, it wasn't difficult in the sense of the structure. Sometimes we look at the structure, looking at the team, people tend to think, well, this body was hard left out. So what I like to do is based on the international calendar, the format and the way we put together the team changes from time to time. Obviously, with the West Indies international players available, we look at the structure to what we wanted, the balance to what we wanted, and then we apply the personnel. Obviously, sometimes now when the West Indies players are away, we'll take a different angle. We look at the personnel that is available and then try to see what is the best balance to get for us to compete. So this year was one where we look at the balance that we would need, and then put the personnel to that. So in that instance, it wasn't too difficult. For me personally, it was a little bit on the softer side. Obviously, when I look at Rivaldo in rich form, when I look at somebody like Matthew Jones again, rich form, and still not being able to be showcased from that angle, that is what we are then. I had more of a softer side to it, but as far as structuring the team, I didn't have any issues at all.
Now, talking about structure, we're going to continue on that. Let's look at your bowling. We spoke about the spinners. What about your pace attack?
And pace attack will be marshalled. Well, let me say seam attack will be marshalled by Hakeem Jordan, Dominic Drakes, and the explosive Jair McAllister. He's the one that I expect to bring that firepower to the attack. I think when we look at it last year, he was in the side. He never got a chance to get a game, and from the time he hit the market, tongues were wagging. And the good thing about it, Barbados didn't play any of the 4-day cricket in Barbados, so all the exciting comments that came about McAllister, Andrew, would have come from outside the region. So nobody can point the fingers and say, oh, Andrew is talking him up, or Harold is talking him up. It came from outside the region. So that also give good intention. So he Dominic Drakes, Jair McAllister, and we have the experienced Raymond Reefer. Based on the conditions, based on how the plans go, he'll be able to be useful with the ball. And obviously Kyle Mears, who is a all-experienced guy to regional cricket now. He's had lots of experience at the international level. So when we look at the combination, we felt that we had enough in the bank that can take us very deep in this competition, Andrew.
And of course, the exciting Russian Primus.
Correct. Roshan Primus, again, once fit, is a match winner. We saw it last season at the back end. That innings was a match-winning innings. Obviously, it didn't take us over the line, but we all know that Rashawn, once he's fit, he is a match winner with ball and bat. So hopefully he's been topping up on his fitness. I think that is the one area that if I could snap a finger and get going, that would be the one thing about Primus that I would like to see. But again, I am excited for him. He has an opportunity to be in the side now. He's been knocking on the doors. He's been around. So I expect that he will once again represent himself and Barbados' pride. Excellent.
I want to take you back to Rivaldo Clark. Tongues are wagging about this young man. People believe that he's got the ingredients to go all the way. Tell us about young Clark.
When I look at young Clark, and I had this conversation not only a couple of days with my good friend Robin Paris, and we were speaking about Rivaldo, and I was saying to Robin, I remember when people used to say that Rivaldo don't make runs and Rivaldo isn't improving. And I used to always remind them that you got to be careful with that comment, because Rivaldo never played a lot of representative cricket for the schools. So he would have been playing for Gradiola for a number of years, and people would have been judging him as a experienced player. But in that time, Rivaldo was finding his footing, and he's over at Gradiola now, Marshall and being looked after by Ashley, and I know Ashley plays a big role in him, and I'm excited about the development of Rivaldo over the last 12 months, 13, 15 months, coming out to the Under-19 World Cup. After that, Rivaldo has hit the tarmac, and he's performing excellent. I'm very, very excited about him. We have Kevin Wickham, who obviously asked to take part with the emerging team. So when you look at it, we still have some young guys, 20 and 21-year-old guys coming through, and Rivaldo, Andrew, again, runs on a Saturday, runs on a Sunday. You can't ask for much more, and that's coming from a chairman of selectors who have just selected a side, and he's not in it. And that also then shows the strength at this time of the Barbados cricket. So it's not a letdown on Rivaldo's part. It's the strength of Barbados cricket at this time.
On a personal note, are you enjoying the job as chairman of selectors?
Of course I am. When I look back at it, this will be my 13th consecutive year now, Andrew. Coming out of youth cricket and playing club cricket, I never expected that Hendy Brooms would have been the head of one of the richest cricketing countries in the world. We have the Sir Garfield Sobers and Sir Everton Weeks and those legends of the game. And you look through the history of it and you see the little young boy from Sand Hill, Westmoreland, Carlton, Edersley is the chairman of Barbados Selectors. So I've enjoyed every step of it. There were ups and downs, not from within my panel, but ups and downs with not winning certain championships. But I grew along the way. I understand that being a chairman of Barbados Selectors, only winning satisfies the public. But sometimes when we look at it, we have to look at it in a holistic way where, for instance, last year, regional 4-day tournament, we had a very young side. The side put itself in winning combinations, winning positions in almost 3 of the 5 games, then to lose. So that tells me that we had what it takes, just the experience was lacking. And again, every year, what I like to see is a new Barbados talent on the West Indies team. So last season, we had Akeem Jordan, you had Jair McAllister, you had Zach McCaskey, you had Shem Holder. All those guys brought into what they are calling the best of the best. So that even though from a team perspective, which would have missed the experience, individually we had good representation. And that doesn't even mention the 5 guys at the emergent camp. Justin now gone off from Windward Islands to Leeward Islands, Tevin Walker and Shamar Springer. So we have a wide representation throughout the region. So all those guys coming through when I was part of the selection panel. So I'm thankful, again, honored to be anything to do with Barbados cricket, and top it off being a chairman of selectors for three consecutive years. Andrew, I'm thankful.
And of course, with tremendous success, there's no doubt about that. When you look at his record, it is a very good one. We've been talking to the chairman of selectors, Henry Brooms. The Barbados team will be going off on Sunday. That's October the 15th. They start their campaign on the 17th. We wish them well. Of selectors, Mr. Henry Brooms, and very interesting what he had to say in terms of the side. He said it wasn't that difficult to actually select the Barbados side, and I suppose when you got the big guns, the big snappers like Shea Hope and company, you will certainly find that it's going to be very easy. When you look at it, there was some talk that Matthew Jones might have squeezed into the side. It would have been difficult for him to have gotten into the side. So what's your view? Of course, you can send us a WhatsApp at 253-4679, 253-4679, and talk about the Barbados team. Do you think it's the team that they should have selected? Would you have picked anyone different? And the chances of the Barbados side in relation to the whole question of the Super 50. Mind you, it starts next Tuesday. That's October the 17th. And it's a situation where the Barbados side will be looking to go all the way. They went to the semi-finals last year. They last won the championship back in 2016. They've won it 8 times, and they've got a very proud record led by the very impressive Shea Hope. What we're going to do, we're going to take a short break because the action is going to resume very soon. But the news is that it's been all about Kyle Mears making 113 from just 78 balls, 9 fours and 8 sixes, who really was the star. Got good support from McCaskey at 36 and Roston Chase 56 towards the back end of the innings. Akeem Jordan making 38 and Dominic Drakes made 30, with Shaquille Cumberbatch, the big fast bowler, picking up 3 for 63 from 9 overs and 5 balls, supported by Chad Williams, 10 overs, no better than 3 for 57, and the very impressive Matar, the 17-year-old leg spinner, 9 overs, no better than 3 for 38. And there are many people who feel that this young man has got a lot to offer, and there's a lot who feel that he could go all the way. That's all conjecture. Watch realities of the Barbados Pride made 321 in 49 overs and 5 balls. We'll take a break and come back in a while. And welcome back to Kensington Oval. The magic number 321 for victory. The legends certainly doing a very, very good job, because at one stage it looked as if it would have been much more than that when Kyle Mears was doing his thing. So we're just about ready to start. Let's go across and join commentators. Donovan Lovell, and alongside him is Lyndon Yard.
And the first delivery is slashed down to the short third man on the bounce. And that is a single for the opener in Cheyenne Brathwaite. And that brings into strike his opening partner. So the target, 321. Demetrius Richards, the left-hander, will come into strike. And Jair McAllister operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. As I say, welcome back to Donovan Lovell.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to be back. And hello again to all our viewers to Kensington Oval.
A target of 321, what do you make?
Pretty good, goodish one. The start they had really, you've been looking at anywhere in the region of 350, and they're over. But some good steady bowling by the two spinners, Matthew Jones and Young Williams, really pegged them back a bit, but still a pretty good score on the board.
Well, just two fielders allowed outside of the circle in the early, as McAllister is into bowl to Richards. Richards gets short delivery, and in the last minute decides to get under it and taking evasive action. Demetrius Richards and Cheyenne Brathwaite. Two openers, Brathwaite sporting the red cap, and just going around the field. Two slips in position, slip backward point, two slips backward point, cover mid off, mid on. Square leg, there's a field on the fine leg boundary. And it's actually Rashawn Worrell. And his first is pulled through the fielder at square leg in front of square. Should have stopped that. And the ball goes into the boundary for 4. So not the ideal fielding expected there from a pair of the Elk Al-Jomal Warrican and the Cardinals in.
Yeah, certainly. Taking his eyes off the ball, most likely. But short delivery, a pretty pacey one, but nevertheless, batsman in position rather early. And that's the important thing. I swung it beautifully at the wicket and got the boundary.
Yes, so apologies there for incorrect openers. Actually, Rashawn Worrell, who plays his trade for Carlton. With him is Cheyenne Brathwaite, what is Worrell on strike, as McAllister is in a short delivery outside the off stump, and there is Worrell looking to hit it over, I would say, between long on and mid wicket, because he was never going to get that anywhere close to square leg. It was wide outside the off stump and compulsive hook shot, I would say, and maybe might have done a lot better if you just take his time to watch the delivery, because it was that way to the off stump and there's no way you're going to get it. The most he would have gotten it is to sky it in the air. It would have been safe somewhat, because there's a wide gap between mid-on and the fielder in front of square. Here's McAllister, moves into bowl to Worrell, and Worrell is again just having a heave-ho. So not the expected start, because he just seems to be in a hurry to get back on ball. And I think Donovan, from my perspective, it has a lot to do with pace here, because McAllister is obviously known for his reputation in terms of his pace, and he's working at some pace in his very first over. And maybe the inclination here of Worrell is to fight fire with fire.
Certainly could be too a bit early nerves and wanting to be positive, but he still must be selective in the stroke play.
Well, two slips goes down, and he gets a short delivery which tucks him up, and Jamal Warrican finally feels the delivery. So the end of the first over, and Barbados Pride having amassed 320 all out of 49.5 overs, a top score of 113 to West Indies and Barbados opener, or I should say West Indies opener, Kyle Mears being the top score, 113, a brilliant knock, 9 fours and 8 sixes. And in response, the legends there have progressed to 5 without loss, with Brathwaite on 1. Worrell has 4 against his name, and the first over of pace sent down by Jair McAllister from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Indeed, a pretty quick over. He's one who, once he starts He really runs in and he can generate a fair amount of pace. Some short deliveries in that over that really took off. And with Sean Worrell trying to be positive, but as I said, you still have to be selective. You don't want it to be a case where you play a wild or naughty shot and then you're in the pavilion watching it from there and being upset with yourself.
Well, we're going to have the medium pace of Akeem Jordan from the Joe Garner end. He passes umpire Brathwaite and bowls to Brathwaite. This is Cheyenne Brathwaite. Passes umpire Gregory Brathwaite through to the keeper. Outside in the yard stump. Captain Shea Hope just making a field adjustment. And he asks the mid-wicket to join the square leg umpire in Dave Thompson. And he's positioned just alongside him. He's also asking he's pulled the fielder from the leg side. He's going to plug that mid-wicket region. I thought there was a big gap there in the last over. He's now plugged that gap. And he has a fielder in front of square mid-wicket, mid-on. And Jordan is in to bowl to Cheyenne Brathwaite. And Cheyenne Brathwaite runs it down to the fielder at slip, who has it under his control. That is Roshan Primus. No ball, so he has infringed the front crease, and a freebie on offer. And this is a perfect start for any opening batsman to get a freebie early up in his innings.
Oh, certainly. The earlier the sighter comes for you, the better for you. But as he walks back to his mark, this is one guy who's really improved a lot. You know, up front he's brilliant with the new ball, but coming back he used to be a bit light, as they would say, but he's really improved a lot coming back for second spells.
Well, he starts in with a freebie, and it's a full toss which is whipped to mid-wicket. Around comes the fielder to his right, and rifles the return to Hope. So they take 1 off the freebie, 7 without loss. Brathwaite is up to 2, Worrell is on 4. The target, 321. They have 50 overs available. So 2 slips in position. There's a fielder who will come more than likely to the backward point position. There's a cover mid-off. Take you around the field. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fielder down on the fine leg boundary, or more square leg than a fine leg. And Sean Worrell on strike, the left-hander, as Jordan is into him, and he advances down the wicket and swings it through mid-wicket along the carpet. Will go all the way for 4. So the inclination is there, the intent is very much present, and hence in his first over he was just throwing his bat around, and he advances down the wicket to meet Akeem Jordan, who's medium pace, and swings it through mid-wicket for 4. But fortune favors the Brave at the moment. With that, Worrell is up to 8, 11 without loss. What do you make of that advance?
Yeah,
this early stage.
I'm all for being positive. You know, that's the type of person I am. But still, you've just started your innings. You're playing against a Barbados side, which is a good side. You would want to impress, in my opinion, settle, get a good score. You never know what can happen after that. But if you want to take chances, then you're out for 15 or 16. Then you're sat in the dressing room angry with yourself because you're watching cricket being played as you're in the dressing room sitting down. So I don't know what plans he might have, or it might be a team plan, really, to go early. But from a batting standpoint, Worrell, I think he needs to settle down and get a goodish knock here. You never know what could happen.
Well, it'll give you something more to think about, because I don't know, you speak about what plans he might have had. Let me tell you the plan he had. He went out to bat without a box.
Oh, my God.
So to be advanced into the bowlers, and only to just realize he didn't have on a box. The box was just brought out for him. So fortune favors the brave, and I think there's some things that batsman will definitely have to have when he goes to bat, and that is the first thing usually that you will put on to start your innings.
So who knows? Now the box is in, and we might see a different approach.
11 without loss. So Worrell, having corrected that error, he waits on Jordan, who passes the umpire now and bowls a short delivery, stands tall and straight, plays it with a straight bat. That looks more accepted. Straight to the fielder at cover, can't score. The total remains 11 without loss. See Craig Brathwaite in the dugout. So he's having the first half of the game off, having only contributed 17. Jordan, who was put on some weight, I think he's more muscle than fat, really. And maybe you like to just increase his pace a little, but it's a very steady and decent medium pace. The bowl's a good line, and his team's in to bowl to Worrell. And Worrell is squared up off a thick edge, out to point to take one. They're going to come back for two. This is very, very good running. And he's back for two as that one squared him up and hit the leading edge. Luckily for him, it didn't fly to hand. And he lives to fight on. He's into double figures. He's up to 10. It's 13 without loss. The Legends seeking to get to 321 with for victory.
Yes, indeed. As I said earlier, Akeem Jordan up front with the new ball really is superb. He hits some good lines. He, on top of that, off stump more often than not. But as I said, he has improved really in terms of second spells coming back. So if he can keep getting better and better, I no doubt he'll be a handful in this tournament.
And he moves into Warrior, who slams it straight down the ground for four. A delivery on the line of the off stump, and I would say that 3-meter mark, and he just hit right through the line and into the boundary for four. It went pretty quickly, and with that the Legends are up to 17 without loss. 14 is Rashawn Worrell Brathwaite, the silent partner. He's on 2, and Jordan has just completed his first over, and he went for 12 in that first over. And they're definitely going to chase down this target of 321, Don.
Yes, indeed. Certainly a fine shot. Close to it. Straight, as the guys would say, back past the ball. Hurriedly, he got into the boundary for four. So his intentions are clear. A box or no box, he really intends to go after the ball in here today. So let's see how far it will take us. Sometimes when you have this approach, when you fight fire with fire and you say to yourself, what happens. Sometimes you end up being the end, the one who won the battle. But it's early days yet.
I think you've seen more of him than I did. I did see him last game against Gladiola, and I definitely didn't see this in him. So I don't know if because it's a different game, a different day, a different level that he decided to change his approach, or maybe this is just his natural approach. It is McAllister who's into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite stretches forward, plays the ball back to the bowler. There is no run.
Then I've seen a lot of him. I've done a lot of the games, and he's a very steady opener, patient. He's always been positive, but he's also selective. And the thing I like about him, he hits the gaps, he runs his ones, his twos, and he builds a complete innings, so to speak. But today I'm getting the feeling that he's saying, you know what, I'm going to show this Barbados Price side what I can really do.
And McAllister steams into bowl to Brathwaite, shoulders his arm through the keeper, so McAllister already begin to press on the gas. The light begin to take shape here at Kensington Oval. The sun, we look over the port side of things. The sun begins to set. And it's a cool afternoon now, having been a heated day. The target 321.17 without loss. Kyle Mears 113 if you missed it. 9 fours and 8 thorn sixes. Brathwaite having scored a century last year in the 12 games at Weymouth. Gets a short delivery and tries the uppercut. It was past him in a hurry. And good pace, good gas being generated here by Jair McAllister. What do you think of his pace?
Certainly, that gave me a flashback right away. The old Kensington pitch where you can see Malcolm Marshall charging in from one end and Basid Ali trying his best to get out of the way, hook or two. It brings back memories of a quick Kensington pitch. Indeed, that was a quick delivery, Lyndon.
Yeah, very, very quick. Just a little bit off the target because he wanted to have it within the batsman body line. He had a little move. He just swayed back and tried to get back on the ball. Here he is, bowls a delivery outside the off stump again. Good gas and taken by the keeper. Well left by Brathwaite, who looks very assured against the pace of McAllister. The other end, I can't say the same thing for young Worrell, so it's just a matter of getting his man in line. And the excitement thus far in this chase of 321 has been the pace of Jair McAllister, who represents Wanderers and has recently shot to West Indies fame. He's come into the limelight, and he's in from the Malcolm Marshall end. Goes past umpire Thompson and bowls the vicious shot also the off stump, banged hard into the turf by Brathwaite. Finds Warwick Khan at that galley-ish position, or actually backward point position. So there's two slips in position. The backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and they suspect the field is out of my way as third man and final leg. As Brathwaite comes back into strike, plays his trade for Empire, where he is the captain. Really open stance these days, and he waits on McAllister, who's into him now, and they'll be auxiliary off, so cut and a miss through to keeper hook. And there is no run. The end of a tidy over, the end of a maiden over McAllister, 2 overs, no made, is none for 5. Akeem Jordan, 1 over from the Joel Garner end. He's conceded 12 and in search of 321 for victory made by Barbados Pride 11. All out in that 320. 39.5 overs. The Legends select 11. They're 17 without loss.
So I wonder now, Lyndon, if my argument earlier, or my statement, if it's not an argument, forgive me, when I said that when a pacer runs in and you see the pitch is responsive, he charges in. All that was happening here now. So I might have a little bit of weight in my argument because McAllister certainly, with the pitch offering this much bounce and pace, he's certainly charging in.
Well, I'll deny you that after this delivery. Here is Jordan into bowl to Worrell, and Worrell stands up tall, plays the ball down to the mid-off position. There's no run. He plays his trade at Wanderers, which is a belter on any given day for any team or any batsman who love batting, and he runs in religiously. he just bends his bat. So I don't think it has anything to do with this pitch here at all. But he's getting more bouncy than he would get at Wanderers, so you can expect a handful.
Yes, certainly. He's one really who improved in a short space of time. And no doubt, kudos to the ones who've been working with him. He certainly looks the part here today.
As this delivery from Jordan is down the leg side, whipped away, past the diving fine leg inside the circle and down to the boundary for 4. So, a delivery ill-directed by Jordan, and Worrell helping himself to his 4th boundary. So he has 4 fours in 18. And Legends, they're 21 without loss in the process of over number 4.
Yes, certainly. If you know Akeem Jordan well, early up he would prefer to bowl to the right-handed batsman to get that ball to just touch inside the middle and outswing past the outside edge. He is capable of bowling to the left-hand as well, don't get me wrong. Obviously, he would prefer to be bowling to the right-hander.
Well, his team's into bowl to Worrell, and Worrell pulls this delivery through mid-wicket. The fielder on the boundary is in position, and they'll take 1. So when you hear a description of a pull off Akeem Jordan, obviously you're not taking in terms of pace. So it means that the batsman will definitely have to wait on that short delivery. And Worrell into his wicket early. Found the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary to take him to 19. Brathwaite comes into strike. He's on 2. And Shea Hope just makes an adjustment for the right-hander. It seems as though he's going to send the mid-wicket down on the boundary, as he has had in position for the left-handed Worrell. So field is going to go on the mid-wicket boundary. Also a straight mid-wicket in position. As a matter of fact, this square leg field is going on the boundary. As Jordan is in to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite looks to get on the front foot, and then in the end realizing the ball is not close enough to him, transfers the weight and plays it off the back foot, keeps it in front of him, having good control, keeping his eyes on the ball, and there's no run. Still 2 slips in position. There's a wide-ish third man. Now there's going to be a backward point going into position. Primus patrols the mid-off position. A backward point comes into a straightish point. Mid-wicket, mid-on, and the fielder in front of square on the boundary. Here's a drive through the vacant cover region. It'll take 1. They should be looking for 2. And Brathwaite is going to amble back for the 2nd run. Just easing onto the front foot. 24 without loss. And Don, how easy is it when you have an express pacer at one end and then a medium boy at the next end? As an opening batsman, just wanting your
I would
experience.
suggest fast medium. I wouldn't just go to medium. But obviously, it is easier for you. Someone bowling at 90, and then the other one someone probably at 84, 85. Obviously, you prefer that. But he's one that swings the ball too. So you still have to watch him pretty carefully.
Outside of the off stump. An ill-advised shot there by Brathwaite, as that one could have only brought about his wicket. Made no contact with 1 slip in position. The end of over number 4. Jordan has sent down 2 overs for 19. McAllister 2 overs, 1 made and done for 5. The Legends select 11, 24 without loss after 4 overs, seeking to get up to a target of 321.
Yes, indeed. Not a bad start. Worrell looking pretty solid. He's continuing from his fine form in the elite competition against Gladiola. Only on the weekend he got up to 80 yards in a total of 125, even though they were defeated, but he was the leader run scorer in both innings. He got 63 and 80, I think it was. So he is in form, and he's a pretty solid, in my opinion, solid opener. Again, another one for the future. So I keep saying that I believe that the Barbados cricket certainly is in good hands.
Well, he settles. The one slip goes down as McAllister is into him. Devery is swinging through mid-wicket, which is vacant. The fielder, who's behind square, has a long run across. And they'll turn and come back for 2. So with that 2, Worrell is up to 21, 26 without loss. A lot of batting to come. Let's look at it. Kadeem Alain, for whom I'm very sweet on, but he hasn't had the returns this year since he switched. I think he's at UWI now, having left Gladiola. There's Kamari Boyce, more than likely he would have been in that position. Rivaldo Clark, the talk of the town. Zidane Clark. I saw the last game, Carlton versus Gladiola, and he looks very, very accomplished with the bat. The bat at number 3 for Barbados in the under 19 slot, but he prefers his pace bowling these days, or his medium pace bowling, I should say, these days. As McAllister is into bowl to Worrell, and Worrell slashes it straight into the hands of the field at mid-on. And that was always on the cards. He never showed inclination to wanting to bat. And from the very first over, he had several swishes at McAllister and missed quite a few. And then he also charged down the wicket. First delivery to Akeem Jordan, who's a lot slower in pace. And now, the second delivery of over number 5. He throws his wicket away, caught by Dominic Drakes at mid-on, inside the circle of the bowler of McAllister for, I should say, a quick fire 21. And it's now 26 for 1. What do you make of that?
Yeah, certainly. It was certainly on the cards. He started from the beginning and he suggested that he was really in a hurry. But I would suggest if you're going to pick someone to really throw the kitchen sink at, it must be Jordan, who's bowling a lot slower than McAllister. So don't try to force it off McAllister. Just play him out, get your 1s and 2s off of him then, and you can deal with the bowler from the other end. So really and truthfully, a gifted wicket really. As I said, in this Barbados prize setup, a good one, but if someone could really impress, they can really force their way into this Barbados prize setup, and that is how Sean Worrell, who's in fine form in the elite competition, should have been looking at it. 100 here, let me say 100 not out, could have done so much for him here. 80 not out, whatever, I really could have done him justice. But in the end, he was in a hurry and just simply gifted it away.
Well, the new batsman is Ivan Grant, and he had a good T20 season this year. Hasn't transferred that form to the 50-over Super Cup. And this is an opportunity for him. He's in at number 3, and an opportunity to get a good score under his belt with his team 26 for 1, looking to chase down 321 as the light begin to take shape here at the Mecca. And Jair McAllister, the talk of the Caribbean, is unsung. 2.2 overs, 1 million, 1 for 7. His team's into bowl to Grant. First delivery, and Grant gets a short delivery that hurries him, and he plays it into the mid-wicket region with soft hands. Ball attacking that rib cage area. Seemed to be a little bit of jag back. Let's see me just jag back off the seam.
Yeah, certainly. And a little bit of bunks as well. Most difficult delivery to play from the pacer. No batsman really likes it in that area, especially consistently, unless you're the great Sir Gordon Greenidge, where you can just one for the year and dismiss it. But indeed, he's really coming down, as they say, with lots of pace here, and really impressing everyone.
Well, I will name a player for you who would like this bowling of recent vintage after this delivery, as McAllister is into bowl to Grant, and Grant gets a delivery which forces him on the back foot, plays it through the offside. Lovely shot. We'll go close to the boundary. We'll get one. The ball will win the race, and it crosses the rope just about now. Brilliant shot. It was so easy to play because he just used the pace of McAllister. It was not a bad delivery, but Grant used his height as well. Just stood tall, allowed the ball to hit the bat, sped across the carpet into the boundary for 4. He opens his account with a boundary, and the Legends select 11, 30 for 1.
Yes, indeed. He played that one on top of the bunks, just as you said, using the pace, and it just sped away. Timing was crucial there, and indeed a pretty good-looking shot. And you can do that with the pace of McAllister, and no need to force him. Use the pace of the delivery, and I'm telling you, you can still get your runs. But bat him, properly, sensibly, and be selective, and no doubt you can get a score.
Let's see how he comes back. He's into bowl to Grant, and Grant gets a short delivery, runs it down to third man, who's across to his left. And they take one. So good, sensible batting by Grant, playing within his means. Gets him to 5. 31 for 1 brings Cheyenne Brathwaite onto strike. The player I was thinking about of recent vintage that would love this bowling is a player called Philo Alfonso Wallace.
Oh, certainly a destructive batsman. And as a youngster, I had joined Spartan, Harleysman's club. He's chief cook and bottle washer there. I would have been fortunate enough to be a part of that team that included Philo Wallace. Indeed, he was one that was destructive. I mean, simply scintillating.
Here is McAllister to bowl to Cheyenne Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a short, ill-directed short delivery, well over his head, wide signal by the umpire, and deservedly so as well, and just overusing the short ball. Yeah, Carlisle Alonso, that's a favorite player of mine. He would have loved this as well, and I could go even further. A guy by the name of Ahmed Proverbs.
Oh, yes. And his brother Stanton. Those guys, once you were, the quicker you came, the further you went. Those guys were simply amazing. I mean, that cricket was,
They let nothing pass in those days. Here's Brathwaite, waits on McAllister. They also slam through the cover region for 4. Oh, hit with disdain, over pitch, outside line the off stump, and he linked into that, a freebie. Spiked through the offside, beautiful shot by Cheyenne Brathwaite to carry him to 8. Grant has 5, 36 for a loss of 1 at the completion of over number 5. The target remains 321.
Yes, indeed, beautiful looking shot. As a coach should be pleased, got close to it. Head was still right. As you see the replay, arms through the delivery, and indeed, lovely looking shot for 4. One who is also a very positive batsman indeed, looking to get on that front foot as much as possible and not lunging on the front foot, just up, as they would say, peeping, so you can transfer that way into that drive going forward, momentum going forward, and if it's short, you can transfer the way back and you can still play your pull shot. So indeed, a very good looking shot by young Brathwaite.
As we continue to look down the road, we could also bring home to Dwayne Smith.
Oh yes, another one of those guys
agent.
the agent, as we call, one of those guys who too really dismissive on the day, and those guys could take it away from you. And when you mention those guys, remember you mentioned those guys with no helmets at all.
And once you go in the mud, there always was the penalty to be paid. We could also stretch a little higher. We'll look at that momentarily as Jordan continues, and he's in to bowl to Grant, who elects to go back to a well-bowled delivery, well pitched up. I think he may have done well to keep that one out, because there's a delivery that was worth getting onto the front foot for. And I think in the golden days with a guy like Jordan bowling, the top batsman, I could tell you that Carlisle Best would be looking to get on the front foot for everything he bowls, because at his pace, he's not going to force Best to go on the back foot. He's going to hit a short ball from the front foot. He's going to hit a pitch-up ball from the front foot just because that's his pace. And I think that gave those guys an advantage.
And I can see him now just batting, scoring, and smiling. Carlisle Best.
Not only that, commentating as well. You missed that part. Here is Jordan, steams in to bowl to Grant, and Grant to this delivery is playing from the crease, runs it down to the fielder at point in Warwick-Han. There is no run, so slipping position, third man backward point, that's the short third man, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg back, and the long leg on the boundary. And we're talking some vintage players who were very aggressive at the top of the order.
You certainly got me going back now.
Yeah, you can go back.
You're getting me in the mood now, Lyndon.
Well, we have that time.
When you look at guys like Richie Richardson.
You're going a step higher now, a compulsive hooker. Here is Jordan, moves in to bowl to Grant. Grant advances down the wicket and hits it over the top of cover, into the boundary run, pretty close, and into the ropes just about now, and that is 4 runs. So again, the fact that they can predict the pace that Jordan can bowl at, and several batsmen opt in. This is the second batsman we've seen giving him the charge and hitting him before Grant advancing, keeping his eyes on the ball, and he went over the top. Not in full control, not as he would like to have hit it properly, but in the end it results in a 4. He's gone to 9. Brathwaite is on 8, 40 for 1 in over number 6.
Bearing in mind the pitch is still a good one. You can still go through the line of the ball, so it's still pretty easy to score. So you have to adjust, for sure, you have to adjust his length If not, he's going to find himself here with the field he has set, especially mid-on and mid-off, in all kinds of trouble.
As Jordan starts in to bowl a short delivery, and under it goes Grant, keeping his eyes on the delivery. And no trouble whatsoever in getting on that delivery. And that's the one short ball allowed to Grant, signaled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So Jordan, 2.4 overs, only done for 23. I'm going to go up country, not far in country, more in the Wildy area. And remember a guy by the name of Ron Bates.
Oh, yes, Ron Bates, another one who was very disruptive at the first division level. Had many battles against him. Another one who easily this time could have made his way into any Barbados side.
As Jordan is in, short delivery, and under it goes Grant. And the umpire signals the other short ball for the over. So, having done that, it is 40 for the loss of 1. So we can go by club. So we've got an Admiral Providence and Stanton Providence. So that is St. Catherine's and Police, or all police. Ron Bates from Cable and Wireless, BET, whichever you prefer. Dwayne Smith from YMPC. We'll get back to that. Suggestion by Harold Eastman, as the Silvies worked into the mid-wicket region. Bidon is onto it, but can't prevent that single. And it is up to 41 for the loss of 1. The Legends 11, seeking to get to 321, as over number 6 is completed. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 24 to Akeem Jordan and Jair McAllister. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17.
Yes, indeed. Since the loss of Worrell, these two batsmen, Brathwaite and Grant, looking to consolidate somewhat. So far, they've been doing a fine job with young Brathwaite, looking pretty solid, pretty confident in his approach. And Grant, I know who's one who is like his dad, who played back in the day, Adrian Grant, thirsty for runs, always wanting to score. So this partnership here could be the one to take them as close as they possibly could to the target. Looking these two, I know no doubt to get big scores here.
Adrian Grant, easily the best middle order batsman that Barbados had, in my opinion. Say that without having to retract it. But not 6 and 7, middle order. I call it middle order. 41 for 1. And we're going by clubs.
So we are Banks now. George Brathwaite. So George Brathwaite and Barry Callender, that's the two.
As this delivery from Dominic Drake, change of bowler. And he starts with a wide down the leg side. So yeah, big burly Barry Callender. And give it a good clout, especially if it's in his area. And I always thought he hit a mean ball. Not one that really relish a short delivery at pace, I would say. But a good clout nonetheless. We can go down to Maple. Is there anybody from...
I'm going to be a little unfair and a bit biased here. I'm going to take one more from Banks and I'm going to train Richard Holder for you.
Okay, I'll give you that. As this delivery is run down to Jamal Warrican, brilliantly stopped at his natural side, feeling at the backward point. So you've gone to Richard Holder. We're going down to Maple, we get Tennyson Gill. So we're going in vintage.
So you got Tenny Gill.
Something like that's before your time. So Harold trying to work his brain. Timothy Boyce from Maple, and we're talking about attacking batsmen. We haven't gone to those who are exceptional, as Drake is in outside in the off stump, allowed to go by Grant. There is no run. So from Maple, we come to your club, Carlton. Let's come up the coast.
Desmond Haynes, the most right honourable, Mr. Desmond Haynes, the most honourable, obviously, would be number 1.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to come forward and then go back, because there's so many. There's so many. Chris King, one of my favorites, very, very exciting player from the Carlton side. I played a few games against him. Very exciting player.
Drake is in, and playing off the back foot is Grant. Finds the fielder at point. There is no run. Still 42 for 1. You're at Carlton, you continue.
There's so many. Shirley Clark.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
You're going to come forward to Kyle Mears.
So you've jumped several areas, so you only have 4 players on Carolina.
There's so many. Sandyford brothers who did well for the Carlton club. The chairman of selectors now, Mr. Hendy Brooms. There's so many.
Was he a batsman that could play short ball? I think you're straying away. You're straying away from the top.
I think you're talking about good cricketers.
Okay. You carried the good cricketers now.
There's so many when the cricket was really at a level where it was so hard to select a Barbados side at that time.
It was extremely competitive in those days. As a matter of fact, I remember you have to have the Sunday Sun, and then you have to get the Wednesday paper. The reason for the Wednesday paper, because a whole page would be taken out with BCL scores.
It's true.
So plenty cricket used to be played in Barbados. As I said, that's when cricket was cricket. So we need to get it back to something like that, because a lot of the pastures these days are pretty empty. As this delivery is played into the offside, Dominic Drake's into the attack, and straight away he's on the mark. 5 deliveries he's sent down. He's only conceded 1 run, and that's why the ball is very first delivery. Let's go up to Wanderers. I think you might struggle to find a few aggressive batsmen there. You will find quality batsmen, but in terms of the area.
Shane Julian, you had Mark Seeley, it was.
But he wasn't aggressive. He was a good batsman. You're covering your bases by using good cricketers as an excuse.
Could be aggressive at times.
As this delivery is short, and onto the back foot goes Grant. And again, for the second time in the over, he finds Warwick-Khan. So the end of over number 7, done and dusted. 42 for the loss of 1.
Yes, indeed, a very good over from Young Drakes on target. Most of the over start, pretty good start for him. And this is one guy whom I agree with others who mentioned it. He's really improved leaps and bounds as well. When you saw him first playing his trade as a young cricketer, you knew for sure that this was one guy that was gifted and have certainly what it takes to make it to the next level. And indeed, he's shown you that he has what it takes.
As Jordan will continue from the Joel Garner end, he's into ball to Brathwaite. Brathwaite stretches forward, plays the ball to the offside. There's no run. I think with the young Dominic Drakes, he has a lot of potential, but I think one of the things that kind of like threw me off with him is he's gotten so caught up with the white ball format that he lost that zip he had as a youngster. And I hate, and use for lack of a better word at the moment, to see a youngster, you're just going to throw your game away just by concentrating on one particular version of the game. And hence he's so much into these lot of variations that you hardly see the pace that he uses to bowl at maybe, let's say, 5 years ago. And I'm not so sure if he can get back, but if he can get back anywhere into that area, I'm sure he has a lot of cricket within him that he can make the most of it. Here's a delivery banged hard into the ground by Cheyenne Brathwaite. Finds Warwick-Khan at point, can't score. 42 for 1.
So yeah, certainly, but I'm one that believes that he can. But to be fair with you, the white ball cricket, almost everything is in the favor of the batsman. The boundaries are shorter, the bats are bigger. So give the bowler something, you understand? Restricted feeling. So everything is in the favor of the batters. So give the pacers the pitch advantage.
Here's a delivery slashed off the edge, over the slip, down to the boundary for 4. So Brathwaite throwing his bat at it, and it was there asking to be hit, and he got an educated edge over slip, down to the boundary for 4. So with that 4, Brathwaite is into double figures. He's up to 12. Grant has 10. 46 for the loss of 1. 7.3 overs gone, seeking a target of 321. As Don, we look back, we're still at Wanderers, and you named 2 players. What about Richard Armstrong? You remember that name?
Richard was more...
You got a quality player.
Yeah, he was a solid batsman. He gave almost nothing away. So if you really want to get him out, you really had to bowl at him.
As Jordan is in, and there is a quick single taken by Brathwaite. Gets a respawn from Grant. Just a push forward, look up, no calling whatsoever. Good understanding, a good sharp single, and is up to 47 for 1, you were saying?
Yeah, solid in defense. Gave nothing away, Armstrong, and he really made you work for his wicket. But there was a guy, his last name was Cyrus, who sadly passed away I
think
don't
Kirk
remember
Cyrus?
yes, from St. James, I think it was. But he was one that was disruptive early. He hardly played forward. I remember a game I played against them, and he said to me, if I play forward today, the police should come and take me away. And I tell you, he had no problems at all remaining on the ground because he never played forward.
I haven't spoken about Armstrong. What about Sean Armstrong? Mr. Cool.
I'll deal with that after this delivery.
So it's going to be Jordan from the Joel Garner end. 47 for 1 with Grant on strike. He has 10 against his name. Slipping position. Third man. Backward point. And this delivery is short. He pulls it and gets an under edge on the bounce to the fielder in front of square or more in the mid-wicket position. That is Drake's. Can't score. 47 for 1.
Yes, indeed. Stylish, good-looking batsman. The more you spoke with him, the more confidence he got.
So he relished you talking during his innings?
He loved that. He really enjoyed it. So what we did with him, as we played against him,
you didn't talk.
We just make sure that we both said nothing, dismiss him, and let him go. But he eventually played for Banks as well. So the others who didn't know that obviously spoke to him during his innings, and he got a few runs.
Jordan, his final delivery of his fourth over is ill-directed down the leg side. He'll have to rewind and re-bowl. So wide, 48 for the loss of 1. Extras, just 4, 3 wides and 1 no ball. Remember, they're chasing down a target of 321 for victory. So with Wanderers, I think we've just about touched the best of Wanderers batting wise. We've gone from aggressive to quality batsmen.
A guy like Beresford as well. Beresford, who was a pretty good batsman. There were so many.
Debbie Richards hit straight back past the bowler in the air and will run out to the long off boundary for 4. So strangest shot. There was Grant looking to get on top of that delivery. And the 50s come up, 52 for 1, 50 off 52 deliveries, 37 minutes, 9 fours. 50 off 52 deliveries, 37 minutes of batting with 9 fours. Grant with that 4 goes to 14, and Brathwaite has 13, 52 for 1. After 8 overs, but not really intended to hit it. He found himself in no man's land, really.
It seemed as though he was in position so early, waiting for that one. He realized that it was not there.
Or the pace to work with.
Did not have the pace as you would suggest. That's why he sent me just flat batted it back past the bowler for 4. And Akeem Jordan looking a bit wary here. One who normally steams in, but no doubt not getting the results he wanted so far. A little bit lackluster.
And Drake's is in, and this delivery is played with soft hands out to Warwick-Khan at that gully position. Can't score. 52 for 1. We can go up to Bayfield, known for the pit bulls. I'm going to throw an aggressive player at you in Royal Stewart.
Yeah, aggressive, but not for long periods of time. But nevertheless, he was.
But he'll take on the fast bowls that will bowl the short stuff that we were discussing here.
Earlier, that was his job, to make sure that he threw the quick ones off. Came off more often than not, but another aggressive batsman.
Drake's is in, and Brathwaite for the 3rd time in his innings seeks that square cut. For the 3rd time, bangs it hard in the ground, can't score.
The late, may God continue to bless his, rest his soul and bless him. And Telston Payne, he was one that was as solid as a rock. He could be aggressive as anyone, defense as tight as anyone else, and he was one for sure. In my opinion, that would have been one of the best that would have come from St. Catherine's.
Yeah, we have Ellis Brathwaite, as this delivery brings Brathwaite forward. So what are we talking about? Ellis Brathwaite?
Yes, indeed, another good player who would have really and truthfully, you had to work in terms of bowling really to dismiss these batters. They simply give you nothing. And he also played for my old club, Banks. These guys were really, really talented, gifted batters. Again, unfortunate in terms of timing that they did not go on because the competition was so great.
As Drake's moves into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite stretches forward, wants a single, can't get it, as Primus skips across from that, well, I'll say a second slip position. There's a little bit of a gap and he has it under his control. So we would have left out Primus at Wanderers. Is that because you strayed away from aggressive batsmen into the
Not really.
So how could you left him out?
I was trying to keep it more back in the day.
We can go back and come forward.
We only ease
You
forward.
went to Desmond Haynes and you come forward to Kyle Mears. So how you left him
I
out?
want to be unfair and accommodate only certain clubs. I'm just teasing you. I'm not just teasing you.
Here is a short delivery, slow, back of the arm, slow delivery, and deceive Brathwaite, taken by the keeper. There's no run. So let's move, before we move to Empire, let's involve the law. They've gone from the Royal Barbados Police Force to the Police Service.
Yes, you had guys like Nigel Johnson. He was one that was a really solid batsman. Leslie Reefer. But if you want aggressive,
I like the aggressive. Let me give me the aggressive one first.
Carl King, savage.
The big guy.
Big burly, savage.
And here is the delivery, which is worked down to the fine leg boundary and a 4 runs. So delivery ill-directed by Drakes, and there is Cheyenne Brathwaite helping it down the leg side into the boundary for 4. So with that 4, he's up to 17. Grant is on 14, 56 for 1. As we are discussing players of the past who have done exceptionally well for their clubs, especially those who were aggressive against fast bowling. And in the process, we are including some of the better players that would have represented the club. Of course, we're speaking of our era, which I suspect would have been the late 80s into maybe 2000. I don't sure if you played to 2010. You were around for quite a while.
The strong, well-built, good models in terms of cricketers.
You sound like you're describing an old car. So, we are at police, and we've got a car.
There are many more at police, obviously.
Give me the aggressive ones. We've got Stanton Providence, Ahmed Providence,
Darren Thompson.
class player,
Yeah,
top keeper.
top notch.
Unlucky not to represent Barbados with the gloves.
My good friend who was aggressive, not consistently enough, but nevertheless a very good player once he was on. Rudolph Clark. Yeah, you know, he was one that once he's in and he starts to be aggressive, he could be disruptive as well.
What about Brian Corbin?
Brian Corbin was one. You're going to give them a lot. Rock was, amazing as a young player as well, even when he played for the BDF. The late Trevor Greenwich, who was pretty good, especially at short leg. And my good friend Trevor Griffith, who was one of some standing, especially in the slip cordon. Once you edge, don't look back, just walk.
Here is a change of bowling, and it is Warwick into the attack. And well left by Grant. That must have just shaved the off stump. But he's in good form. He allowed it to go by to the keeper. So slip backward point, cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket. Fielder behind screen on the 45 and a deep mid wicket, and there's no run. This one is played into the offside by Grant. So we're still taking in the police service. This fella's in Jules.
Yes.
Also
Mike McLean.
He was a class.
Gibbons.
All those are Spartan players first.
Well,
Obviously, Harold will have to let you know that they would have passed through Spartan.
we haven't gotten in the park
first.
yet. We haven't gotten in the park yet. So there's just a stone throw away. So we are finished with police then? Anyone else?
Yes, we're finished with police.
So let's jump the wall. In those days, I'll go over the ravine, as this delivery is bringing the batsman Grant forward. There's no run. Over number 10, just one delivery shy of that. And we're going to come over after this delivery to the park and look at those great players of yesteryear and present. As 56 for 1, the Legends make that 56 still, as a misfield by Warwick doesn't bring about a single. So the end of over number 10, 56 for 1, the Legends 11 seeking to get up to 321 for victory.
That was a maiden.
That's a maiden over. The second maiden bowl in this is done.
Yes, indeed. A very good start by Warwick, who is a seasoned campaigner and really showing his worth here as a senior pro. Not gifting anything away, bang on target from ball one. And if there was any suggestion that he is over the hills. I'm telling you, I don't believe it at all. He still has a lot to offer, and he's one who's very experienced, having played at the highest level. And I'm telling you for sure, he would be an asset to this side. And I hope to see him going from strength to strength. I hope that he has a really good 50 over season with his experience. He can really see this side through, this Barbados Pride side through.
So it's going to be Drake's to continue, and he's at the Malcolm Marshall end, like taking full effects, as it's 6:06 in the afternoon, or in the evening I should say. And here's Brathwaite waits on Drakes and tucks his delivery into the leg side. It brings the fielder from the square leg position of the boundary into play. One more achieve. 57 for the loss of one. Way in the park.
We are in Queen's Park.
Queen's Park.
So Cammy Smith, 1. Philo Wallace, 2. The late and my good friend and my mentor, Livingston Puckrin. We should have started Nolan Clark second, but Nolan Clark is in there. Emerson Trotman is in there. So Harold's going to get at least 15. He's going to love that.
Yeah, he's going deep. He's going before our time, but we can accommodate him. And of course, since Harold is gone there, we have to go back to the police and start with the great man. At 87 and still batting strong. So Gary.
It's true.
Come on.
It's true.
You seem dumbfounded there for a while.
It's true.
How could you?
Yes, remember he started there. The Right Honourable Sir Garfield Sobers, no doubt.
And this delivery is hoisted over the mid-on region. It will run across the rope just about now for 4. So a delivery by Drakes, a stand and deliver by Grant. He was just waiting for him to take the pace off. He took the pace off and he just cleared the left leg and slotted it over the mid-on region for 4. So with that 4, he's up to 15. 22 is Brathwaite, 62 for 1 in over number 11, chasing 321. Great shot.
Yes, indeed. He just hoisted that one away close to the boundary. Indeed, a pretty good-looking shot. These two now really looking to push on 62 for 1.
As Grant waits on Drake, so goes past the umpire, just about now balls a vicious slap to the fielder at that cover region. Zach McCaskey, he has it under control. There's no run, so again Drake's looking to use the variations, but I believe that as a fast bowler you ought to express yourself first, let the batsman know that I'm here. There are times you just need to remind the batsman that I'm here, I have a ball and I'm going to bowl as fast as possible at some time. When you get him in that frame of mind, then you can take the pace off, you can use your variations, and I think that we just need to get to that point, and the call continues to come in, you've just been scrutinized. So we have to go back to Maple, we get back to that. A good colleague of yours and myself, and I don't think it is that we purposely left him out. They say we were saving the best for last.
Yeah, simply. But there were so many good players. We were trying to limit the amount, but seeing that we've gone off with a few more from other clubs, we're going to get the calls. But of course, my very good friend, my very good and dear friend from the Maple side, Pedro Agar, who was also one who really loved this club, really, and gave it his all. But if we did not mention you, it was not purposely done, is that in round 2, the ones who we did not mention, we'll try to get them in round 2.
Here is Drake's on the way in, and Cheyenne Brathwaite runs this down to third man. Will take 1. Down to the third man fielder, run number 63 for the loss of 1. So we will continue. We're finished with Queen's Park?
Yes, certainly we finished with
because having finished with Queen's Park, we can now move to the university, which was the late entity into the cricket arena.
So what I'll do, Lyndon, I'll give you the privilege of dealing with that one.
Why? What's the difference? You were doing well. You probably want to start with Floyd Reefer.
My first pick.
Or you can give him BT and cable and wireless.
Yeah, because he wants to.
Yeah, so take him out of UE.
Yeah, we take him out of the university side.
Let's go.
Your first pick.
Let's start with Kyle Corbin.
Kyle Corbin, that was my pick as well. So
remember, it's a newer side. Jonathan Carter.
We can leave Floyd at
cable and wireless and thing.
No, university. We're gonna put him at university with Corbin. Jonathan Carter, as you mentioned.
Right? Rodman Powell. So you went back to go forward.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure that Carolyn Corbin will be ringing you if you leave out some of these players.
No, but
so we've gotten 3 so far.
Certainly, Corbin would have been one that I would have been expecting really to go on. He was continues to be a class act, and in my opinion, one of the better batters in Barbados. But a mixture of cricket and family. He's one who's very dedicated, and this one is swept for 4 for Hurricane.
You call that?
Certainly one who was one of the better batters in this country. But as I said, a mixture of cricket and family commitments, and he's one who's very serious and injuries in between. But he is one who I would certainly put at number 1 if I'm talking about the UWA side.
67 for 1. That delivery swept to Crow Corner, and having done that, now Zach McCaskey, has been slotted into that position, and there's the batsman coming forward, and the ball bubbles be off the pad down to that short third man. Can't score. 67 for 1. 23 is Brathwaite. Grant on a 19, and Warrakan in his second over, 1.2 overs, 1 maiden, and he's conceded 4 runs without taking a wicket. Dominic Drake's 3 overs of maidens done for 12. Akeem Jordan 4 overs of maidens done for 34, and Jair McAllister at the top of the order, very first delivery, and he sent down 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. So despite the fact that they've won numerous championships at KFL, we have only come up with 3 players having exited Floyd Reefer out of the equation. We've used one from outside of the Barbados. Here's the batsman advancing down the wicket, and the ball lands in a no man's land and will run across the rope at cover with the fielder 3/4 away in, and another boundary to Cheyenne Brathwaite. Moves him to 27, 71 for the loss of 1, and trying to open up his arms. Brathwaite, maybe he's just feeling a little more comfortable now that light has settled in, because let's try a little bit. Don, I don't know if you have had much experience. I don't think you have, especially at Kensington. But making that adjustment from sunlight to floodlight, how difficult do you think it is for a batsman?
It's difficult, the twilight aspect of it. Well, once you get past that twilight, and then you've adjusted to the light in thereafter, then it becomes pretty easy. But like anything else, it takes a little time getting accustomed to, really. And once you get accustomed to it, then it becomes rather easy.
The dew comes into the factor, and does it change the pitch per se?
And the heat from the lights too, that will create that extra moisture. Sometimes could prove to be a bit difficult in terms of the dew, and that on the pitch sometimes it causes the ball to just slide on a little bit more.
So at the end of over number 12. 72 for the loss of 1. Brathwaite 28, Grant 19. To come, Kadeem Aline, Kamardi Boyce, Rivaldo Clark, Zidane Clark, Shaquille Cumberbatch, Torian Gibson, Shem Holder, and Matthew Jones. 4 extras, 3 wides and 1 no ball, and 1 wicket for Jai McAllister. He's conceded 17 runs while taking that wicket. It's going to be Dominic Drakes to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. And we can go back to the topic at hand. We've been into the part. They recently had the local derby between Spartan and Empire. So let's go to Empire. We started with Carla Best at the top of the order in terms of dismissing anything short or anything with a good pace. The great Empire. I'll give you first jump after this delivery. And you can go now.
Right, so I'll start with...
Harold is feeding you information.
I was going to start with my mate from Combined Schools back in the day, Roland Holder. That's my first pick.
A good pick. Go on.
I'm going to look at the Innes boys.
Mike Innes.
Yep.
Peter Innes.
Yep.
Mike, extremely aggressive. Pause, as Drakes is now around the wicket, and this delivery is down the leg side. He appeals for caught behind, and umpire Thompson will have none of it. Must have been close to wide, or might have brushed his shirt on the way through. Cheyenne Brathwaite sporting a red helmet. So We at Empire, the home of champions.
Yep, I'm going to call one guy that could have been very disruptive on his day, Jeremy Ali.
Going great guns.
Yep.
Sherlin Graves.
Sherlin Graves, of course. I'm going to give you one who was not that attacking, but
After his delivery, which is run down into the crease and bounces over the stump. So fortune favors the Brave there by Brathwaite. Might be best advice to play the ball with a straight face as opposed to with using the angle back, looking for that position between the keeper and the backward point.
Yes, indeed. I'll give you one who, not that attacking, but could be, but one you really, really had to bowl out to get him out. Alfonso Lashley.
As Drakes is in to bowl to Brathwaite, and he comes forward, plays off the inner portion back to short mid wicket. There's no run. McCaskey is quickly into attendance as we continue to look through the Empire side.
I'm going to fast forward.
Notice, like, Harold, you haven't gone back down in time.
Yeah.
There's such great players from Empire.
You have to help me, of course. This is your club, Linda.
We invite Jamal to have his there. He's an ardent club member, like I am. As here comes Drake's short delivery, and the batsman is pulling. Not where he wanted to get it. You'll say in Bajan parlance, if you're playing in the road, he cuffed that one over the fielder who walking in, and they come back for 2. So Brathwaite moves to 30. 19 is Grant. 74 for loss of 1.
Yes, indeed. That one shortish. I'm not controlling it at all. And the fielder at mid wicket probably guilty of jumping a bit too early, as it just simply just flew over his head. I'm going to come way forward to a guy who I believe really should have been given a chance. I get in some trouble for this one, but after this delivery.
As Drakes moves into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite to this delivery is standing tall. Again, he runs the delivery down into his crease. It bounces and goes to Warwick Khan, who is in from that gullish position, or backward point actually, but more backward point walking in. Can't score. 74 for 1. Go ahead.
So I'll say this. A guy scores a lot of runs. 300s leading up to the trials. He got 250s. And when he got to the trials, he did not get any runs in the trials, and you deemed that not good enough to give him a play. But before that, he had 7 good scores before that.
We get his name after this delivery. Drakes is into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is tucking it down the leg side. It brings the fine leg into contention. He has it under his control. Brathwaite, that single, moves to 31. 75 for 1 at the completion of over number 13. You're saying?
Yes, and that name is Jabari Yard. Leading up to the tournament, the knockout tournament, he had some really good scores, including 300s. He came to trials. He did not get to play. The one game I think he played, I speak on the correction, and he didn't make it. All right? You're saying he did not get any runs at trials, so you're not going to pick him. All right, so what happens when the guy comes to trials, scores 100 or 200, you still don't pick him? So talk me through that one, Linda.
It could be a combination of things. More than likely, by the time you get the trials, I believe the team is 3/4 of the way done pick. And there might be just few places up for grabs. So it depends on where that guy is going to slot into the places that are up for grabs. Fair enough. As Warwick Khan to continue, and he is in, and Brathwaite is stretching onto the front foot. There is no run. Of course, there's the 3 Ws.
Oh, yes.
I'm just going back because Harold didn't help us here. He went back for Spartan. He carried us way back.
Yep.
And of course, there's the great late Seymour Nurse. This delivery is played into the mid-wicket region. There's no runs. Yeah. We started out with attacking batsmen who would normally take on the shorter stuff or the faster stuff. I think Don got a little bit lost in the way, so he jumped the gun and decided to bring in quality players so as to cover his tracks. So he pulled the fast one for me, so I'm very accommodating. This one is played into the mid-wicket region for 1. I know, we have one BCA still to come. So with that, Tony King.
Not a good player. Master playing slow bowling.
And that's a 50 partnership between these two. 50 or 58 deliveries, 41 minutes with 9 fours. 50 or 58 deliveries, 41 minutes with 9 fours. 50 partnership between Cheyenne Brathwaite and Ivan Grant. Grant on strike, and he looks for the reverse sweep and finds the fielder along the carpet, looking to get cute. And it looks good when it comes off, but when it doesn't come off, especially when it results in a wicket, really not ideal. He's batted well for his 19 from 29 deliveries. Just needs to carry on. He had 4 fours in his first 18 runs. And he just needs to milk the ball in here. Basically, gets a delivery which he goes onto the back foot and works it up to the long on region. We'll take 1, and that's all there will be. And a hefty single as Smith is onto it. That is Kemar Smith. So with Smith being mentioned, let's go to YMPC. We'd have already mentioned the agent, so we can go past the agent.
Collis King is one you have to mention for sure.
As onto the back foot goes Brathwaite. Can't pierce the offside. Drake's his intendants. There's no run. The end of over number 13. 77 for 1.
So yes, certainly. This pair looking pretty good at the partnership. I just said so far 51. What they would need to do about as normal as possible, deep into the district for another 15 overs or so. See where they're at. You still have the likes Kadeem Aline, Rivaldo, those guys who can really, Rivaldo Clark, those guys who can really push on and set this game up with Matthew Jones, who can still hit the ball pretty far, as we've seen in the finals recently, and set yourself up to push for victory coming on to the close of the match.
Well, a match winner now has the ball in his hand, so we have a bowling change at the Malcolm Marshall end. It's going to be Raymond Reefer into the attack. And still at YMPC, Sherwin Campbell.
Sherwin Campbell, for sure.
You have the 2 Hunts, Arlington and Terry.
And Terry, yeah.
I think Arlington would have played for Spartan as well. So
yeah.
Harold is pulling up some old Spartan guys.
You call Eddie Jones?
Eddie Jones.
Terry Roller. That was Sumai.
Yeah. Smoking Joe. Ever heard of that guy? Roger Coward.
Roger Coward.
That just about completes YMPC. As Reefer is in, and there's a delivery beautifully hit over long off. Lovely shot for 6, hit with disdain. And this is what I like to see good batsmen doing against BCA Pierces who are down in pace. And Reefer just ambled to the wicket, served up a half volley, no swing, no movement whatsoever. And with calculated ease, Ivan Grant helped himself to 6 over long off. Superb shot. He moves to 26, 83 for 1.
Shows you that the pitch is still good for batting.
Reefer will have to think his game now. And he steams into bowl to Grant. More effort in that delivery, forcing him onto the back foot. Or zeroed in at the pad, keeping him quiet, 83 for 1.
Indeed. Hamlin, no doubt, did not like the treatment he got first ball. So you see, Ben is back for that one. A lot quicker. And Grant having to come down hurriedly on this delivery to prevent it from really rattling the stumps.
As Reefer turns at the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl to Grant, goes past the umpire just about now. Grant has run this ball into the offside and will get a single. The ball pierces the cover and the backward point, and they take 1. With that single, he's up to 27. It brings Brathwaite onto strike. He's 32. 84 for 1, Wendell Coppin.
Yes, Wendell. I'm going to have to throw Mark Esway in the lane, simply because he was one that if 5 wickets or so were down, he could come into and he can play a cameo and he can simply change the match for you. So I have to throw Mark Esway in that lane.
Well, if you're going to throw in Stephen, Mark Esway in this team, also Stephen Lord, who had the patience, and a lot of charisma, a lot of chat. This one is played down to 3rd man. A single taken, 85 for 1. So quite a few. And just goes to show the plethora of players that Barbados has produced, many of whom have not gone on to represent Barbados and why Barbados cricket was so strong. And basically, as I said, we are speaking predominantly the 80s till now. Of course, the cricket goes way back prior to that. And then we come up to Pickwick. I'm going to give you a name you will not remember. I'll start with that after this delivery, which is steered down to the sweeper off the cover boundary, and they're going to come back for 2. So Grant is up to 29. Brathwaite has 33. 15 overs done and dusted, 87 for 1. Andrew Mason will be joining you momentarily, along with Ru. He's in some esteemed company. But before he joins you, we can finish this conversation. We have our final club left, Pickwick. I'm going to jumpstart you with the name of Ryan Hurley.
Yeah, of course, Ryan Hurley. My good friend Ryan with the bumper from just short 2 steps. And I'm gonna go with Mike Matthews.
Haley Matthews.
So Mike Matthews, Ryan Hurley. We're talking aggressive players and class players, and I'm not prepared to put a lady in with men. I'll do the ladies separate, and unfortunately we don't do a lot of cricket in Barbados where ladies is concerned, so we can have a bowling change. No, it's still Warwick. So we've gotten 2 for Pickwick thus far. Of course, Ahmed would have been there. Adrian would not have been an aggressive batsman per se.
Could be, if need be.
Harris.
George and Joe Harris.
Joe Harris. St. Hill.
At the top of the order.
Can't forget St. Hill.
And of course, Adrian Grant. And there is Brathwaite looking for an expansive sweep, looking to advance down the wicket as well. Doesn't make contact. So 15 gone. And so any further players from Pickwick that come to mind? Because my stint is running out. I'm sure when Jamal comes in, he can look at Yorkshire, who've recently been promoted.
Yeah, that is for round 2, Lyndon.
Well, right. So we'll be having a double change coming up. 87 for 1. They said that'll be for tea time. Swept in front of square. The fielder from mid-wicket gives a chase and cannot intercept. So 4 runs all along the carpet. Beautiful shot there by Brathwaite. His second attempt of a sweep, and with that he's to 37. 91 for 1. The legends rolling along in over number 16.
Yes, indeed. Looking pretty good. This partnership is now up to 65, and these two really complementing each other wonderfully. They're really batting beautifully together. They're running between the wickets pretty good. And as I said, the deeper they bat and set this game up, the better for the legend side, and give themselves a chance at winning this game.
As Warwick is in, and there's the batsman stretching forward in the approved fashion. That is Brathwaite. There's no run. 91 for 1 over number 16 in progress. 15.4 gone. I'll give you some bowling figures as they prepare to depart. McAllister 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Akeem Jordan 4 overs, 1 maiden, done for 34. Dominic Drake 4 overs, 1 maiden, done for 15. And here's Warwick tossed up and driven back past him to his left. He really should have done better. Was catchable, but he was falling away to his right side, and the ball hit to his natural side. Unable to do a Spider-Man stretch, so to speak. And with that, Brathwaite is up to 38. It brings Grant onto strike for the final delivery of this over. He is 29, 92 for 1 in the final delivery of over number 16. Here is Warwick passes the umpire, and Grant is stretching forward. There is Roshan Primus, who puts his hands in the air as though he's saying a silent prayer. I can tell you, as they prepare to depart, Legends 11 seeking 321 for victory. They're doing extremely nice as the water break comes up. They're 92 for the loss of 1 of 16 overs. 92 for 1. The partnership thus far is worth 66, with Brathwaite not out 38, having lost Roshan Worrell for 21. Even Grant has batted beautifully for his 29. 4 extras. And I'll give you some bowling figures, and I'll give you all the information. Still a lot of batting to come. Kamari Boyce, Kadeem Ali, Rivaldo Clark, Zidane Clark, Shaquille Cumberbatch, Torian Gibson, Shem Holder, and Matthew Jones. So I can talk through this process while the water break is going. Don, how you've seen the game gone so far?
So far, the highlight for me really will have been the 100 by Kyle Mears. Obviously, it was really a brilliant knock from the beginning. He paces in his wonderfully, and he built a magnificent innings really to get up to 113. I've been really impressed with the young Shaquille Cumberbatch. I've been impressed with him, and of course, the ever improving Zidane Clark, who continues, in my opinion, to go from strength to strength. Really, he has been really one for the eyes, and I'm telling you, he's certainly one for the future. The captain, Matthew Jones, pretty good spell as well, and also Williams, who partnered him for most of the spell from the southern end. He also looked good. I was impressed with young Motara, who got a lot of bunks. Not only did he get a lot of bunks, he got the ball really spun viciously, and I was very impressed with him also. Some good performances there coming through. But 92 for 1 was suggested to me that if they can bat for another, we say 10, 14 overs, normal, taking what is given to them, they don't need to take any chances. They can set this game really up for a very, very good finish. With the likes of Kadeem Ali to come, you still have young Clark. Rivaldo Clark is still there. Matthew Jones is still to come, and those are ones who can really score and score freely, and you can really set yourself up really to push for a victory in this game. But as I get ready to take my leave, I just want to thank you for going back down memory lane with me. It really was a joy to have gone back in time for so many great players who, because of the timing, I really didn't get a chance to represent their country, but they were certainly very, very, very good cricketers. I thank you as I take my leave, and no doubt the legends are going to push for victory here, Lyndon.
Well, certainly has been a pleasure. I think we are doing another stint, because with 16 overs gone, we'll possibly be back at over number 35, if memory serves me correct. So should we be okay for another stint in this run chase by the Legends All-Stars of a target of 321, 92 for 1. They've gone exceptionally well. And it's always good to look back, because, on any given Saturday, we don't get the opportunities to go back in time. We will be at a particular ground. And I think it'd be very good if you could look back at some of the players, especially if you are at a particular ground, you focus on the players who would have done well for the club over the period of time that the club has been in existence. And mind you, these days are days when the cricket is somewhat struggling. We're struggling to find fast bowlers. We're struggling to get good scores on Saturday. Some teams are struggling to put 11 players on the park, and it has a lot to do with the current situation coming out of COVID, and you can't fault a fella for having to put his job first these days. I think in our time we would have played the soft ball version of cricket first early in the morning from say 9 o'clock and go straight to hard ball. That doesn't exist. It's very hard for you to find a softball game playing in Barbados at all in any format now, and hence is it changing times. And now that the cricket has gone very commercial in terms of the T20, T10 to excite the public, and you can't fault it for going that road, because people want value for their money.
It's true.
And gone are the days when a fella is going to sit down, or a family is going to come out and sit in that cricket and just go bored, So it really bothers me that there are a lot of teams that are struggling to put 11 players on the park at every level. It's happening at every level. It's something that needs to be looked at. The professional setup needs to come into play. Clubs are struggling to maintain players in terms of getting players to be fully up to date with finance and what's not is concerned. But it's things that needs to be addressed in order to help Barbados cricket and by extension West Indies cricket.
Yes, certainly agree with you, Lyndon. One thing that I would hope and would like to see, and the powers are listening, are there any photos at all of former cricketers, cricketers who would have played for your club? If you can get any of them at all, just to put them up in your club for the youngsters who's coming through now to join your club, to see who would have passed through, who would have played for your club. So I think that's my stint for me here, Lyndon, as I prepare for Andrew to take over. Thanks again, and I'll see you a little further down, probably as you said, the 35th or so over.
Okay, so as he vacates, Jamal will join me, and then Andrew will take over. It's going to be Raymond Reefer to start back from the Malcolm Marshall end, and this is over number 17. The Legends All-Stars, 92 for 1, seeking 321. Here's Reefer with his first delivery. And off the edge, down to third man by Cheyenne Brathwaite for his 39th run. 93 for the loss of 1. And target for the 228 as I say welcome back to Jamal, who just fitting his headset on. 93 for 1, Reef at the top of his mark, where the third man is a backward point, sweep on the cover boundary, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fairly straight, and this delivery is played with soft hands to Warwick, who's patrolling that backward point region. There's no run. 93 for 1, chasing 321. Jamal, welcome back. How do you see it?
Even Stevens so far, run rate just about 5.6. These two have been doing a relatively good job. 93 for 1. I still feel as though when we get into the spin, when we see Kimar Smith, when we see the leg spinner as well, we may be able to get a better picture. But certainly these two, Brathwaite and Grant, going along the business quite nicely.
The target, the partnership worth 67 as Grant to this delivery is driving up to the fielder across to his right. That's Zach McCaskey patrolling the cover region as is throwing on the bounce to the keeper. 94 for 1 with both batsmen to the 30s. Grant has gone to 30, having scored having hit 4 fours in his first 18 runs. He's somewhat tempered his approach, his aggression. He has hit 1 6 since then, not another 4. But he's been at the crease for some 57 minutes. 38 deliveries he's only faced. Other hand, Brathwaite, who's on strength, has faced 48 for his 39, and he's stretching forward, head well over the delivery. Plays the ball on the offside, and there is no run. 94 for 1. I don't know if you would have heard the discussion. I think you missed it. But we were discussing some of the players who liked fast bowling in the early days, who were aggressive. We went through all the clubs, and we did not include Yorkshire, so it just says best for me to left that for you to do. We had several calls. We left out Pedro Eargard from Maple, so how could you do that? Harrow received a call instantly. We talked about St. Catherine's, Ahmed Proverbs, Royal Stewart, Police. So it's basically a very robust discussion in terms of a lot of the players who would have done exceptionally well for their clubs and did not go on to represent Barbados, or some who represented Barbados. So Barbados has produced a plethora of cricketers. And no doubt they've won this tournament 8 times, and several players never ever went to the next level.
Yeah, such is the nature of cricket in Barbados. Time a dozen, as we like to say. There are a lot of cricketers that have a similar ilk. That happens here.
As Grant to this delivery is going onto the back foot, allowing the ball to zero into him, the in-swinger from Reefer, who's operating from Malcolm Marshall end, and he invariably ends his operation. It invariably ends my stint. Reefer, 2 overs amazing for 13. Legends All Stars 11 is seeking a target of 321. They are 95 for 1. They need another 226 runs, more from Jamal Smith, and then he'll be joined by his superintendent, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, these two going along pretty nicely at 95 for 1. The only thing, Harold, if you help me there, is to see some dot balls. Notice that Cheyenne Brathwaite has been defending quite a few balls that have been on the stump. How many dot balls is that? He's 30 dots so far, although he's 40. You know, it just suggests that he's in a bit of a block bash kind of mode. And, you know, something has to give. He could continue this vein and get a pretty good score because he has a start already. But certainly when the ball is down on the sticks, Andrew, I don't know how much of that you would have noticed. When the ball is on the sticks on a good length, nothing happens. But apart from that, he's played okay. And Yvonne Grant, very improving cricketer, and improving rather quickly too. So I'm on the scene just about 3 years ago. Didn't think much of him. Saw some good scores from him last year in the T20 and this year again. And here he is putting on a pretty good display.
Yes, he's a good player. Well, of course, he comes from good stock. His father would have played for Barbados, Adrian Grant, playing for Pickwick and making a lot of runs for Pickwick. So it's going to be the spin of Javid Leacock as we start over number 18.
Yeah, Andrew just get the sense even in that delivery. Cheyenne Brathwaite has the propensity to overhit the ball. How many times have we seen him play a stroke, bang it into the ground or bang it into the fielder, full flourish of the bat and not really going anywhere? I think that's something he needs to work on. That was a right long hop. He'll be very disappointed he only got it to the sharp mid wicket.
Well, he's deep in his crease in this with a shot down towards that long on area, went right back, played across it, got a single, but you're right, he's not flowing. Just get the feeling that he's trying to play a calculated knock. He's normally very aggressive, but you're right about young Grant. He's really come on quite nicely.
Leaps and bounds.
Yeah, he has indeed. That's a loose shot to one that went through the arm from Javid Leacock. Interesting man, little man. Would have played for Maple, now playing for the UWI. And is in the Barbados side. He was there last year as well.
Yeah, I've been around for a long time, Andrew. I would have seen him as a little boy with his dad, muscular dude, taking him all around to play cricket, especially at West Terrace on evenings with your good friend, Carla Best.
Yep.
And, you know, very good to see him at this stage. He bowled very well last year. He started a bit short here. As he gets into his spell, we will see what he has to offer, but certainly good for the young man.
That's a poor delivery, and it's been dealt with. It's a poor one, there's no doubt about that. Swung wide of that long on area by Brathwaite. So the 100 has now come up for the Legends. They made a good start, 101 for 1. So the equation now, they require another 220 for victory. And the rate that they're currently scoring at is 5.66. The required rate is 7.20. So he's been calculated and getting more runs. You'll get a second here as this ball is tickled down to the fine leg area by Cheyenne Brathwaite, who captains the Empire side that has produced some wonderful cricketers, including Jamal Smith. So at the end of over number 18, it's 103 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Andrew, a pretty ordinary over from Javid Leacock for the start. His leg, you will give him a break for that, but that last delivery, that length, I think that's the area he needs to operate. We saw young Shishan Matara operating from this northern end as well, and finding some very good areas on the pitch. Obviously, they're two different leg spinners in their stature alone. Shishan standing at about 6'1", and Javid Leacock really just a little man, you have to say. But again, in that over, saw Cheyenne Brathwaite trying to overhit the ball that last delivery as well. You know, he seems like he uses a lot of energy at the crease. Look at him on the monitor, Andrew. You can see him there panting very hard, the sweat glistening off his skin. You know, he puts a lot of energy into what he's doing, and I just think sometimes he probably will be better served, you know, to time the ball a bit more. I think he really does try to overhit it. But this is really what I really want to see, this spell from Kemar Smith. Remember, he's been introduced to the Barbados team as the off-spin option.
Yep, well, let's see how he goes. He's going to bowl his first ball and starts well. Very flat, and can also bat as well. In fact, some interesting WhatsApp messages coming through. One gentleman said he would have been bold enough to play Matara, the leg spinner, sharp single, as that ball is played square in the offside. But of course, Kemar Smith would have gotten into the side purely on some very good performances in local cricket, plays for the YMPC.
Consistently as well, Andrew, but it could not be at the expense of Kemar Smith. We'll probably have to be at the expense of Javid Leacock, who bowled pretty well last year. So,
and I suppose would have maintained this place on that evidence.
Yeah, on that alone, Andrew. I mean, don't get me wrong, young man is bowling well. He bowled very well today as well. But continuity sometimes it isn't a bad thing, especially for Leacock just breaking into the team and finding his feet as well. But it's good to know that there's another leg spinner close by in the wings of certain quality.
Yep, you're right about that. There's no doubt about that. Well, while we were speaking, Brathwaite really decided to go after that and got the ball away. And it brings up his 50. A big, strong man from the parish of St. Philip, actually from Bayfield, actually a neighbour of mine, really. We're all from Bayfield, that wonderful part of St. Philip. And gets to his 50. Well played to Brathwaite.
Andrew, I'm slightly confused. I thought I was your neighbour. Last week, I basically came out semi gate and walked straight onto yours. So
Yeah, well,
where do you live?
all it means is that I've got more than one
It
house.
seems so. Harold, did you notice?
No, it is a way punctual.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right about Brathwaite. Really struggling on the back foot. They're looking to work the ball in the onside. Instead, the ball ends up down at cover. I just get the feeling just trying to curb that natural aggression to go after, trying to be calculated. Here's Smith again to him. And, well, a bit of a French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. And we'll look for the second, and we'll get it too as it goes down to that long leg area. But we want to make a statement. 2 or 3 years ago, many people felt that he might have forced his way into the Barbados side. That didn't happen. So we've now completed another over 19 gone. So it's 110 for one. Brathwaite 53. Grant has gone to 32.
Yeah, Andrew. I mean, even if we're looking at Shian Brathwaite, he looks much fitter than he usually does, but he always carries this disposition of someone who struggles with their fitness as well, and those things come into play. And that's not by any means to knock the young man, but even here now, you're seeing him. He looks like he's tiring a bit. Well, waff in between, and sometimes these things, see that to this kind of shy away from you. But there was about 3-4 years ago, he was scoring heavily. Possibly could have been included. Seemed to have lost his way, almost like a forgotten man. But he's here now. He's here on 53.
Well, the leg spin of Leacock. He continues. Earlier, it was Kyle Mears making 113 from 78 balls, 9 fours, and as many as 8 sixes. Craig Brathwaite got 17, and it was McCaskey was very much there on 36 and getting into a half century as this ball is hit away into the gap. Ball that was outside the line of the off stump and dragged away down towards that wide long on area, splitting the field quite nicely. Big strong man is Shane Brath, gets another boundary, and he now goes up to 57. It's 115 for one. Kimar Smith didn't do too much. He got 2. Akeem Jordan not out 38. Drake's got 30. And it was a situation where it was 320 all out in 49 overs and 5 balls. That, of course, is the Barbados team making 320 for 9. A very good effort on their part. Here's Leacock again. Another single to Grant, just pushed away in the offside. In terms of the bowling, we saw Shaquille Cumberbatch, 9 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, picking up 3 for 63, bowled in 3 spells. Figures of Matar, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38, very impressive, the 17-year-old. And I think you've got to keep your eyes on this young man. Very, very good indeed. I like him. I think he's one for the future. So it was 320 all out in 49 overs and 5 balls. And we got to look at the work of Chad Williams in the field and also bowling, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57. Now in response, Ashan World was caught by Drake Soft McAllister for 21. The only casualty, Shine Brathwaite is on 56, and with him is Grant, he's 35. They've added 92 in an unbroken stand for the second wicket. Here's Leacock again. Ball into Grant. Adrian Grant, who is his father, will be quite proud of his son, who's really come on quite nicely. Looks a lot fitter as well. When I first saw him, he looked as if he had 1 or 2 extra pounds on.
I actually told him that today. I told him he looked dark as well, so he's working very, very hard.
He's in the sun.
Yeah, he did admit, I saw him through the COVID period as well, working with Flory Riva at the university all by himself. He wants it.
Yes.
You can tell that he wants it. And that is very, very, very
How important is fitness?
In this day and age, Andrew, you can't hide, and that's something that needs to go with your game, because if you make runs and you're not able to save runs, you're not able to hold up in the field, people go past you.
Yeah, well.
Fitness.
Yeah, fitness. We're talking about fitness. Let's see Roddy Eswick. He needs to get fit. Roddy, 118 for 1. Man who seems to be able to land on his feet every time. He's gotten several jobs, good old Roddy Eswick. Have you ever met Roddy?
He's been my coach for a number of years when I played for Barbados on the big team and so on and so forth. I've done well, actually. I've done well.
Well, there's another attempt of the reverse sweep. They always try that shot when it looks like that. It looks very ugly. In fact, in the local derby, I saw 1 or 2 batsmen actually getting leg before sweeping. But it's something, I suppose, because of the amount of T20 cricket that is played. So here's Smith again, the off spinner. And that's badly lined. And that's going to go for 4. It was badly lined. The fielder on the boundary couldn't get across. Moving to his right down that long leg. It was played fine by Brathwaite. And he gets another boundary. Trying to make a statement here. Shane Brathwaite. Thought he actually captained the Empire side very well in the derby against Spartan on the weekend. I had the opportunity to do that game. And, you know, I'm big on field placing. Tactics are so important. We tend to underestimate it. I thought he was rather good.
Andrew, you did the derby in the park.
I did the derby. I was able to get a pick. I don't know, maybe someone might not have been available.
Somehow my playing days, I can't remember you being allowed to do a derby in the park. I'm glad to see you were back in good favour with the park guys.
Well, you know, they've treated me badly for quite a long time. There's no doubt about that. 122 for loss of 1. So the action continues. It's going to be Smith. Then they picked him in the Barbados team to go to Trinidad for the Super Cup.
Who's Sheehan?
Yeah, he said he would not. He said he wouldn't pick Craig Brathwaite. So that's the view of Ezra Stewart. Of course, Harold Eastman doesn't agree.
Well, Andrew, the good thing is that there are some advertisements going around now from the Barbados Cricket Association to get involved in the selections.
Right,
So,
yeah, the chairman. We had the chairman earlier.
Put the name in the hat.
Well, Harold told me that you've applied. Is that true?
Andrew? No. That's certainly not true. Still thinking about it. You never know.
Okay.
I think the deadline is next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, I'm told. Yes.
Consult my people.
Would you want to be chairman of selectors someday?
Not Barbados senior selectors. If we had to do something, it would be at the junior level for now.
Okay.
Baby steps.
Well, Elvis Howard has been in that position for quite a long time with some success. So we'll see what happens. Here's a big hit. Using his feet. That's very well played. That's gone for 6. Well played, Brathwaite. Disturbing the coconut trees on the far side of the ground. Well. Used his feet, got to the pitch and hit it high over that straight mid-wicket area. That's a good shot.
Yeah, very good shot indeed. And that's the thing about Brathwaite. He does have power sometimes to make up for a bit of tiredness. And to be fair, these 2 spinners have not settled well at all. They've allowed him to go after them. But Javed caught with some short deliveries, and Kimar Smith with some innocuous deliveries, you have to say. And he is that kind of a spinner, if we're being honest. You know, he can go for runs. He usually gets wicket to accompany that. As you see on the monitor now, Shane Brathwaite taking his chance down the track. I want to see he got all of it, Andrew. But the good thing is we are playing just away to the east. So that angle there is a very short side, possibly just probably some 55 meters to clear. So he's cleared that quite easily. But Kimar Smith under pressure, Jabalika under pressure. The Barbados Pride Super 50 team under pressure.
Right. Well, it's now gone to 139 for 1. Brathwaite goes to 76. Grant is 37. They've done a good job. So the equation, 182 more to get from 164 balls. And the rate required is 6.66. So that's manageable. And they've laid a strong foundation on which to build. So there you have it. 137 for loss of 1.
So what this does, Andrew, though, if we're taking a picture, a snapshot into the future.
At Yorkshire. Yorkshire doing very well against Spartan, then lost in 2 days to MPC. I wonder what happened there, really.
Yeah, these things do happen.
In fact, Don O'Neill just sent me a note and said, once Yorkshire away from Yorkshire.
Yeah, I've heard that.
They're not good. Well, we'll see. 139 for 1. Well, your next game on the weekend is against?
Who do you have? Empire.
Empire.
I'll tell you what.
And the game is where?
At Yorkshire.
At Yorkshire.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, though. you are supposed to be strong in your own backyard. I think that our good friend Harold Eastman should take that advice.
I would think so.
You need to be strong in your own backyard.
Having been 141, chasing 221.
They're playing
Well, they're playing a depleted UE team, just said by Harold Eastman. But just getting back to that game in the park, I mean, one would not have expected Spartan to have lost it. 221, 141 for one, and then they just kept losing wickets at wrong times for them, and a combination of good captaincy by Shane Brathwaite and of course the very experienced left arm spinner in Jamal Warkin combined. Here's Leacock to continue. Tumbling save by the fielder done at that short third man area. That's McAllister, who went with the Barbados team last year and didn't play a game, much to the surprise of many when Shannon Gabriel was bowling so well for the Trinidad side. Well, that's going to go out towards the boundary, and we'll get there. Drag from outside the land of the off stump. The long on came across, couldn't stop it, and that's gone away for 4.
Andrew, I'm very disappointed in Shea Hope. Again, back in that corner again. That's the 4 boundaries that have been struck off the leg spinner in that area. The mid wicket is still too square.
Too square.
It's a simple case of bringing the mid wicket basically to that corner position. Force Shea Brathwaite to try to sweep the ball square if he wants to get a boundary. Probably will contact it a little later or earlier, and he could probably bring an LBW into play. So that's an error.
So he's gone to 80 now. It's 144 for 1. Yeah, well, just get the feeling that he was tired, so he's gonna go for broke here. He's gonna try to bludgeon his way to the 100. So he's operating from the northern end. Harley Spin reckons he should come from the southern end. Shane Brathwaite, who said 2 years ago certainly looked as if he might have forced his way into the side.
Here's a question for you, Andrew. Where's Lenny Kobocha?
Well, not quite sure where he is.
He would have played recently, probably as recent as last year. If memory serves me correct.
Right. Here's Leacock again, bowling to Grant.
Quite interesting. Where's Lenny Kobocha? That's a very good question.
Well, we'll certainly do a research, pull up the UWI side and see if he's in there. Harold Eastman will certainly check that for us if possible. Oh, very well played by the young man. That's going to go for 4. Short and wide on the back foot, finding the gap between short third man and backward point. Very well played indeed by Grant.
Yeah, not an inspired spell at all so far from Javi Leacock. He's been too far, too short on too many occasions. And the young batter Ivan Grant obliging that man at point as well. Jai McAllister, he's not known for his dexterity. He certainly doesn't move well laterally. Possibly could have saved it if he could have gotten around and got down. But nevertheless, 4 more runs to the credit of Grant, 4 more runs to the credit of the legends.
Well, they've gone up to 149 for a loss of 1. Much better delivery, beautifully bowled, lovely control, bringing the batsman forward. Just a little bit of turn away from the right-hander, beating the outside edge to win the over. So we've now completed another over. In fact, we're now down to 172 to get from 156 balls, 149 for 1. Brathwaite is 81, Grant is on 42, and they've done a very good job. The only man to go, Worrell, he was caught by Drake's off McAllister for 21. So 172 to get from 156 balls. The rate required is on the 7. They're currently scoring at 6.21. The rate required is 6.68 as the action continues. Of course, the tournament starts on October the 7th. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the CCC at the Queen's Park Oval. And on that same day, the Ghana Harpy Eagles will play against the Windwards, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Then on the 18th, the Leewards will play against the Hurricanes, and the Jamaica Scorpions, well, they'll be very much there as well. And they're at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And we can maybe look and see what happens on the 19th. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will play against the Windwards. That game is a 9 o'clock game. And Barbados will play on the 20th against Jamaica. And that's a game that is going to be played at UWI. So the 150 has now come up. They've made a strong reply here. Barbados finishing second, reaching the semi-finals last year. And as you said earlier, would have won the championship back in 2016. They've won it 8 times, Barbados. So 150 for 1. Here's Smith to bowl to Grant. Grant, who looks a busy player, works it down to Macwood Square. Roshan Primus comes off the burner to pick it up. Another big man. Powerful man he is. Bowls a heavy ball. Of course, in the equation, we also have to look at someone like Roston Chase to help with the spin attack. How will that look in terms of the spinners? So you got the 3 plus Roston Chase.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Mostly Roston Chase would do a lot of work. If I'm being honest, I think Joe Wargan and Roston Chase
will do a lot of work.
Would probably be the spinners.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we see here from Kemar Smith so far. Very defensive, very flat.
Yes, he certainly bowls gives the ball a lot more air in local cricket. In fact, I saw him last year up at Bayfield in a crazy match, really, where effectively they were MPC 14 runs for 9 wickets. The last pair added a lot of runs. In fact, he got a century and then bowled St. Catherine's out. And what a performance it was. Now it's Smith going round the wicket, so that's pretty defensive. But the over comes to an end. At the end of it, with vigilance of making 100, Shane Brathwaite is on 83. He's faced 81 balls, striking 11 fours and 2 sixes, and has gotten good support from Grant, who's on 44, looking to get to his half century. And the equation now 168 to get from 150 balls, so they're very much on course. 151 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, we see the reintroduction of Joe Wargan. I think Sheho has had enough now in terms of experimenting with his younger bowlers. Certainly he'll look to get Wargan to probably tie down this end for 3 or 4 overs and see if he can get a breakthrough, because it's getting to the stage, Andrew, where they need to take a wicket and need to take a wicket quite quickly. But you know, cricket has so many complexions. This partnership is going on so nicely. They've been in for so long. A double strike here in the next 5 to 10 overs or so, we can have a totally different cricket game. So still a lot of work for Grant and Brathwaite to do for themselves and for the game.
So Warkan will start his 5th over. He's been economical. 4 overs 1, mid none for 16. Jordan 4 overs no bids done for 34. Dominic Drake's 4 overs no bids done for 15. Reefer 2 overs for 13 runs. Javed Leacock, a bit expensive, 4 overs no bids done for 35. And Smith very flat, 4 overs no bids done for 23. So 167 to get from 149 balls. It's Warkan, and he's going to bowl to Shane Brathwaite, who is looking good, very good indeed. Just 17 away from his 100. Would want to get there.
Here he is again, Andrew. Remember what I told you, Warkan does not use a sweeper for Shane Brathwaite. He doesn't seem to be able to extend that top hand and get the deliveries down to the sweeper. He dragged that one as well. It rolled neatly out to that extra cover region. So that's something that they're working on, and he'll have to be careful here against Warkan. He's not going to get any freebies.
So here's Warkan again, this time to bowl to Grant. Vast experience, of course, playing for the West Indies. Plays for Empire in the local competition. Are you still a member of Empire, Jamal?
Yeah, man. Yeah, always a blue.
Okay. Well, that was very, very hopeful, very wishful in terms of the leg before decision going in his favour. That was clearly missing the leg stump. Would have missed about 10 leg stumps there. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite, one of the top umpires in regional cricket. And that's hit pretty straight. What a shot by the young man. That's gone for 6. Straight as an arrow. And what a way to bring up the 50. Young Grant, lots of abilities, come onto the scene and has made a statement. Most of his runs being scored in T20 cricket, but now in the 50 over, he's done a wonderful job. He's 50 from 61 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Well played, young Grant.
Good stroke, taking his opportunity. You are Kansas offering a bit of flight. Julia obliging was Grant down the ground. Straight strike for 4 runs. He looks good, Andrew. He looks really, really organised.
He does. Well, we want to make a statement. We want to get a big one. Very well bowled by Warken. Beautiful flight. Beating the batsman in the air, and ball came from the inner portion of the bat and went down to that short mid-wicket area. So we've completed another over, and it's always good to look at the equation. So 161 for 1. Grant is 51, Brathwaite 84. And it's now 160 to get from 144 balls. The rate required is 6.67. So on that evidence, you would think that the side that is doing pretty good so far, the BCA Legends, possibly could go on to win this, but you never know. They've got Kadeem Allen, highly talented cricketer. Rivaldo Clark, we reckon that perhaps he might have made maybe the Barbados side would have come pretty close, I'm told. And of course, young Taron Gibson can bat a bit. So there's batting in the hut. But these two have done a good job. Brathwaite has been good, 84. And it's going to be Leacock who's going to come from the southern end, the end that Harold Eastman is shouting in my ears. He's coming from the right end. He's coming from the southern end of the ground, the Malcolm Marshall end. And starts with one just outside the leg stump, but he's been okay. Just thereabouts, you know. It's not the type that would fill your eyes really, but he's okay. He's good, decent 6 out of 10. One would think. He's flat on the leg stump. Brathwaite can't put him away. I think he's certainly thinking about his 100 here. Young Brathwaite. Now what is he doing there? Well, it got away and it will go for 4. Well, well, the reverse sweep came out and he was successful. When it doesn't come off, it certainly gives you a bit of a struggle, but he gets it. And it goes away for 4 to carry the score now up to 165 for loss of 1. He's up to 88.
Was that a reverse sweep, Andrew? He just changed his body position.
We did.
Yeah, it wasn't a reverse sweep. It was a sweep that looked very odd. They take his left foot went in front, his right foot went in front of his left.
But let's see it in the monitor again if that can come up. So it was not the reverse sweep. Now he is swinging the ball away. Is he going to be out? No, it goes over the head of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. Well, it was in there for a long time. 6 runs to the young man. There was a chance for a wicket. And he's now rushed to 94. Somebody should tell him he's close enough. There's no need to be flirting with danger here. Looks for the single, and we'll get it too. Well done to Cheyenne Brathwaite. I would think tomorrow that our good friend Ezra Short may be writing. See what I tell you. This man should be in the side. 172 for 1, but he looks good. Lots of ability. Said the captain of the Empire side. Comes from Bayfield in St. Philip, and would have actually started his cricket at St. Catharines. We were all surprised when he didn't play for St. Catharines. We tried to get him, but he's firm in the courts of our friends at Empire. Grant just steers the ball square in the offside, and from here, up here you could hear a loud shout of no coming from the man who was within striking distance. He's on the cusp of making 100. Cheyenne Brathwaite 95, 172 for 1, 149 to get for 138 balls. But you were telling me earlier about the shot. I described it as a reverse sweep. What did he do exactly?
It was a right-footed square sweep.
A right-footed.
Square sweep.
Okay.
I just came up with that.
Okay, fair enough.
Because his right foot went in front of his left. That's why it looked
Okay.
odd, but it was the same.
Okay.
The same mark swing. So let's call it a right-footed sweep.
Harold Eastman is saying the scoreboard is wrong. So let's hope we get it right. But the attention is turned to this man, big and strong. And we're talking about Cheyenne Brathwaite. Here we go. And it's going to be Warken, who's his teammate. Like he captains Warken in the local competition. And very keen to get to his 100. Just plays the ball away down to that long on there for one. He's not going to go and do anything foolish, as they say, one would think. He'll want to walk it to the 100. Sometimes when you get to 80, you play one or two shots. But as soon as you get into the 90s, you say, look, there's no need to flirt with danger. I can just walk to the 100. He's now just 4 runs away. Cheyenne Brathwaite. Yvonne Grant comes to the battle. That's YVAN. That's the first name on the back for two. Warken, who's been tight, very experienced cricket he is. Jamal Warken. What a bowl at Queen's Park on the weekend with Cheyenne Brathwaite in at Silly Point dropping catches. That's lovely flowing drive. Seems to be a player that Harold Eastman is seeing for the first time. He told me he's never seen him bat, but he's impressed with this young man. So 174 for one. All eyes on the man who's just doing a bit of gardening. Cheyenne Brathwaite, who is on 96. And this has been a very good knock from him. He's done a good job. Can he get to the 100? Here's Warken to bowl to Brathwaite, who's got 96. Will get a single pushed away down to that mid-wicket area. Leacock doesn't pick it up, parries it up to mid-off, and the ball went behind the non-striker, so it was Brathwaite's call. So he's now up to 97 now. This is good batting. This is good batting by the young man. And he's done very well. The 150 partnership has come up, and this really is good from these two young cricketers looking to make a statement that they certainly have. So Brathwaite 97, Grant 53, and 145 to get from 132 balls. The rate is manageable at 6.57 as these two battle away. Of course, you're talking about the BCA legends playing against the Barbados Pride, making 320, with Kyle Mears making 113 and really hit the ball to all parts of Kensington Oval. So the scoreboard has been corrected. Harold Eastman points out that it is right. I'm sure they're listening to us on the stream. Here we go. It's Leacock to start another over. So this is over number 29, 177 for one. And the attention is turned to Cheyenne Brathwaite, who is on 97. Just faced 89 balls, but this has been a very good knock from the young man. So let's see what happens. Will Captain Hope maybe just try to squeeze him a bit by bringing some fielders inside the circle? But at the moment, plenty of real estate to get singles. Here's Leacock to him again. And he's keen to come onto the front foot. Doesn't want to give this 100 away. You could see that he's changed his whole approach. He just wants to just walk to it, just a little nibble there, a little nibble there to get to that 100. Very well bowled indeed. short cover is in. There's a short third man and a short point. So there are 3 men on the offside saving 1. Extra cover right on the boundary. Mid off, long on, mid wicket on the boundary, and a short fine leg. Leacock again. Brathwaite can't score. Pushed away up to cover. So that is good work. Warkan comes across to pick it up. The control from Leacock has been good. Brathwaite is on 97. Was there bat under that? It goes down towards that short fine leg area. All eyes will be on the umpire. And there was bat. So it came from the bottom of the bat. Went down to short fine leg for 1. So Brathwaite goes to 98 now, with visions of making 100 at Kensington Oval, trying to make a statement. Watched by the chairman of selectors, and I would imagine the other selectors. Chairman of selectors who had a lovely interview with us. Here's a bit of a paddle from Grant. We'll get 1. We'll come back for the second as well. And in fact, it'll go for 4 because the fielder down on the boundary at Longley can't get across his right in time. So that's a boundary. Last ball was badly lined and it was punished. So the BCA legends continue to do very well. This is a big statement they're making. They won 82 for 1. Grant has gone to 58 from 69 balls, and Brathwaite, he's on 98 from 93 balls. So the equation, 139 to get from 126 balls as we start over number 30, being bowled by Jamal Warkan. So he's going to bowl to Shane Brathwaite. Game being watched by the West Indies selector, Roland Butcher, who's come into the box. Haven't had an interview with him since he became a selector. Trying to get him on Mason and Guest. That's unlikely, as Harold Easton may be becoming Prime Minister of Barbados. Here we go. Of course, the undisputed lead is Mia Amor. Here's Brathwaite coming forward. Ball pitched in the middle stump. And it's played up towards that mid-off area. So Brathwaite is on 98. And I'm sure that Roland Butcher would have taken a note or two, like red plastic bag in his notes. Here we go. Brathwaite is back. Looks for the single. There's none for him. Looking a bit tentative now. That's what happens with you. Get into the 90s. Remember Alvin Caliteran getting into the 90s on 7 occasions, I'm told. What a player he was. Brathwaite 98. Warkan has been good at him so far. He's onto the front foot, pushes down towards that long off area for a single. A little bit disappointed that there is no mid-off. I would put a mid-off in, challenge him to go over the top. The ball went down to long off. Did it? Yes. And he gets a single. So he goes to 99. I certainly would have had that mid-off in. Would you have done that as well? Or you would have had the long off?
Modern day cricket do, so I'll probably still have it long off.
Okay. Well, that's why they make 350. You know, captains are very, very defensive in cricket nowadays. So, what do we have? We've got Brathwaite at 99. Here's Warkan. Oh, bit of a French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. That was very well bowled by Warkan. He was brilliant on the weekend against Spartan. Got 12 wickets in the match. He tells me he likes to bowl at Queen's Park. Not only Queen's Park in Trinidad, but Queen's Park in Barbados. He's been tight. He's been good. And will do a lot of bowling for Barbados. So that's a single off the very last ball of the over. So it means that Grant will have the strike. We're going to have a change of commentators pretty soon. 2 gentlemen would have had a long rest in Donovan Lovell, big man who I understand has played for several clubs in Barbados. I think this told me he's played about for 10 clubs. He's going to come to Yorkshire next when he comes out of retirement. He's going to be joined by Lyndon Yard, who would have played for Empire and I think YMPC as well, if my memory serves me right. But he's long retired.
Did he play for Malvern too?
I think he would have played for Malvern as well. So here we go. 184 for 1. Brathwaite 99, Grant 59, and Leacock to continue. It's a ball a lot better from the southern end. 6 overs, no middles. Has been expensive, none for 52 as he comes in to Grant. Grant is back and steers the ball down for that backward point area for single. So the attention is now turned to Cheyenne Brathwaite. We said a year or two ago, certainly would have caught the attention of several people. People thought he might have gone on to have played, but this has been a controlled knock from him and looking to get to his 100. So Brathwaite is on 99. Here's Leacock to Brathwaite. And gets to his 100 with a turn away in the onside. Down towards the position of backward square. Well played to the young man. 100 from 97 balls at the crease for 130 minutes. 12 fours and 3 sixes with a strike rate of just over 100, but that's not important. What's important is he'll be able to get to that milestone. Good knock from Cheyenne Brathwaite. Exactly 100 not out. Congratulations to the young man.
Yeah, 100 is 100 is 100. 100 in front of the selectors and 100 in the face really of the Barbados Super 50 team. And that is a statement. Well played by the young man.
No, that's going to go away. That's gone for 6. Oh, what a poor delivery. Hope he doesn't bowl those in Trinidad. It was a long hop hit high over the top of the wicket. That's really crunched for 6 runs. That's a very ordinary delivery by Leacock, and he's been punished.
Been an ordinary spell, Andrew. You said he's bowled better for himself, but I dare say I wouldn't suggest that. I think he's all over the shop.
Okay.
He's having a bad
Well, I'll pull it back, really. I was rather kind to the young man. Well, that's a much better delivery. I'm sure you'll agree with me for once in your life. That was well bowled on the top of the off stump, just pushing the ball into the offside. But he's been ordinary, and you got to be careful, really. Hope he bowls better in Trinidad. So the action continues. 2 balls left. We're going to have a change of commentator at the end of this over. That was very close to the off stump. Actually, would have played that from the off stump. And it's Grant flirting with danger there just now. But he's done well. He's 66. 100 to Brathwaite. 192 for 1. 129 to get from 115. 1 ball to come in over number 31. And last ball. Not a run scored. Steered square in the offside to end the over. So at the end of it, just a quick recap. 320 made by the Barbados Pride, with Kyle Mears making 113, and in response some 31 overs bowled. It's 192 for 1. Brathwaite 100, and with him is Grant. He's got 66. They've done an extremely good job. So the equation 129 to get 1 from 114 balls with a rate of 6.79. On that evidence, as we change commentators, the Barbados legends, the BCA legends, will think they've got an excellent opportunity to win this.
Yeah, most certainly. 129 from 114 is the equation at the moment. Still a ways to go, Andrew. It's a double strike. It can mean the world, particularly when the other batters are sitting down in the leggers for a very, very long time. So it's very important that Cheyenne Brathwaite goes beyond this 100, probably getting 130 plus if he's going to put his team in a winning position. He set it up, but he really needs to finish it. And obviously, Ivan Grant going along nicely as well. Possibilities are endless for him.
Well, it's interesting that you said that, because certainly in terms of double strikes, we saw that on the weekend when Spartan played against Empire. 140 for 1, then the wicket fell. Then all of a sudden, they were falling like ripe mangoes. In the end, Spartan lost the game. I understand that Harold Eastman cried for a day and a half. Can you imagine being in such a strong position to win and you lose it? So I'll just do this last over before Lyndon Yard, who is an Empire man, comes a calling. So we've got several Empire men in here. And Jamal Smith, who at one stage was secretary of Empire, and he was also playing for Yorkshire. I don't know how that could have been done, but he's a man of many means.
Non-playing membership.
No. Here's Walker again, good friend of Jamal Leacock, and of course a good friend of Jamal Smith. So It's been interesting in terms of Warcan. 7 overs and 3 balls, 1 bidden, none for 31. It's been tight. Just trying to pull it back, just trying to get that rate up to 7 and 8. But I think more importantly, they want to get a wicket or 2 here just to stop this flow. These two have done a good job. And that's it straight, but not very well timed by Grant. Down to long on for just a single. Hear the wooden sound coming in to the microphones after that shot was played. So Harold is thinking that McAllister should come back in the attack with his pace to try to prize the wicket out, but we shall see. So, last ball, bowled in the over, and it's 194 for 1. Grant 67, Brathwaite 101. So let's look at that equation. 127 to get from 108 balls. Rate required of 7.06. They're currently scoring at 6.06. So they are well positioned at 194 for 1. Time for a double change. It's going to be Donovan Lovell, and he's going to be joined by Lyndon Yard.
Thank you very much, Lyndon.
For those of you who are following, you can follow on BCA TV 246. BCA TV 246 in pristine cricketing conditions here at Kensington Oval. The lights on in all its glory on a cool and a nice Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening. 194 for 1, the target 321. And these two have battled with calculated precision, Don.
Yeah, certainly. I mentioned before I went off air that this was a partnership, and if they come back down pretty deep, they have a very good chance of winning this one.
Well, we're going to have a bowling change. Rashawn Primus is into the attack for the first time tonight, and he's in from the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl to Grant, and Grant gets a what I would call a man ball. Kind of reminds me a lot of Darren Sammy. Doesn't have that pace, but it hits the wicket very, very hard. The kind of bowler who will jerk your bat. That you get in line, but then once you don't have that tight grip, the ball can just force you back a little bit. And that's what Rashawn Primus brings to any cricket game. It has the ability to hit the bat fairly hard. And belatedly brought into the attack at the Malcolm Marshall end. 195. He's into bowl to Brathwaite, the Centurion, on 101. And Brathwaite is driving a delivery pitched up. He has kind of a round arm action, not as low in trajectory a la Fidel Edwards, but kind of bring his arm somewhat off his ears as opposed to close to his ears, and does generate some pace from his shoulders. 101 is Brathwaite from approximately 101 delivery. 138 minutes, 12 fours and 3 sixes, batted beautifully, and so too is Grant at the non-striker's end. Primus into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is whipping this one down behind square, and the fielder of the fine leg boundary has it under his control. That's Leacock, and they take a single. So Brathwaite to 102, and it's 196 for the loss of 1. The Legends All-Stars looking to get the 321. They're in prime position. 5 extras, so it's been a disciplined display from the Pride Select 11, where sundries are concerned, but might be a little concerning that they haven't been able to pick up wickets. As this delivery, Grant is tearing it down to the fielder of the cover boundary, who's across to his left, a long run across, and the runs approximately maybe 10 meters, and they will have time for 2. So Grant on 68, visions of getting the century here at Kensington Oval, will be the prime place to get 100. He has 70 of some 82 deliveries, 121 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Give you some bowling figures after this, as the Pride definitely in search of a wicket. 123 from 104 deliveries. Here's Primus on the way to bowl to Grant, and Grant gets a short delivery and forces it down to the field off the cover boundary, who is coming in off the boundary, and will challenge and come back for 2 and make that 2 very, very easy. So Primus not at all happy with the sweep off the boundary. That's the 200, and the 200s come up off 202 deliveries, 39 minutes of batting, 22 fours and 6 sixes. 22 fours, 6 sixes, 202 deliveries, 139 minutes for the 200 for Legends All-Stars 11.
Yeah, certainly. I must really say that Brathwaite really deserved that 100. He really batted wonderfully here. Some fine shots all around the oval, and really deserved that 100.
Primus bowls a short delivery outselling the off stump. Grant has little to do with it, just pulls his head back, allow it to go through to keep a sheer hope. And he, at the moment, hoping for one of his bowlers to give him something to work with. From the top, Dominic Drakes, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Jomal Warwick-Khan, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Raymond Reefer, as we are at the break, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Javid Leacock, the right arm leg spinner, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 60. Keemar Smith, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 23. And Rashawn Primus, 1 over for 6 runs. So just to get the figures of Keem Jordan, I think he had 4 overs, no maidens, none for 34, if memory serves me correct. Harold will give me that adjustment as he does that now. Yes, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 34. And Jair McAllister, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And if you are now joining us, I remember play got going at 1 o'clock today with the Pride 11 batting first. Kyle Mears was caught by Evan Grant off the bowling of Shad Williams for 113, faced 78 deliveries, 9 fours and 8 sixes. And he only had 38 dot balls in that knock. Craig Brathwaite was the first to go, caught and bowl by Shaquille Cumberbatch for 17. Zachary McCaskey got in before he was brilliantly caught by Grant off the bowling of Zishan Mutara for 36. Roston Chase looked like the Roston Chase of the old before he was caught by Williams off the bowling of Zishan Mutara for 56. 52 deliveries, striking some 7 fours and 1 6. Raymond Reefer didn't contribute a lot. He was bowled by Shad Williams for 1. Neither two did the batsman Keemar Smith. Leg before we get Shad Williams for 2. Rashawn Primus, he was stuffed by a short ball from Shaquille Cumberbatch, caught by Zishan Mutara. Dolliver catch for 8. Akeem Jordan struggled a little bit early in his innings before at the end he finished not out on 38, having faced some 42 deliveries, 62 minutes of batting, 1 4 and 2 sixes, and that just about summed up his 38. Dominic Drakes flashed around a little bit for 30 of 26 deliveries, 2 fours, 2 sixes before he was caught by Cheyenne Brathwaite off the both Shaquille Cumberbatch and Jamal Warwick-Khan. He was the last man out, caught by Cheyenne Brathwaite off the bowling of Zishan Mutara for 3. Leaving Javid Leacock not out on no score. 49.5 overs for a total of 320 all out. The Barbados Pride 16 extras, comprising 4 byes, 1 leg bye, 6 wides, and 5 no balls. Bowling figures for the Legends All-Stars. Zidane Clark, 8 overs. Zidane Clark, 8 overs, no maidens, and he picked up none for 48. Both decent in parts. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 48. Shaquille Cumberbatch, fairly impressive. 9.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 63. 9.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 63. Bowled particularly well towards the end. Shea Simmons, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 51. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 51. Found it rough with Kyle Mears at the start of his spell. Went for 26 in his first over, 14 in his second over. And he will take a little while to get back into the thick of things. Hopefully he will be around in the upcoming matches, the upcoming elite matches, which begins on Saturday. Matthew Jones, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 58. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 58. Shad Williams, left arm Chinaman, opting to change his style of bowling. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57 under the circumstances. Good bowling. And Zishan Mutara, who I thought was the pick of the bowlers from ball 1. 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38. 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38 to the 16-year-old right arm leg spinner. So there you have it. 320 for 9. 320 off 49.5 overs all out. Kyle Mears, 113 off 78 deliveries. And so far, that has been matched not in the same brilliant fashion, but with calculated precision, as Cheyenne Brathwaite has pasted himself well. 102 from 102 deliveries. He is still batting, which is very, very important. It's 200 for a loss of 1. Play is about to resume. Your thoughts on that comprehensive summary?
Well, certainly, if I go back to the beginning, as you did, I was really impressed with the knock by Kyle Mears at 113. It was a good-looking one. Started cautiously. He was selective in his stroke play. He ran some singles in between, which was good. And then he got going and really played a masterful knock indeed. And as I said before, if you're now joining me, I was really impressed with Shaquille Cumberbatch, also Zidane Clark, and of course young Motara, who got the ball not only to bounce but spun a lot, and indeed he was accurate, and 99.5% of the time, which was really good to see this youngster, whom I know have all the talent and all the promise in the world, and I'm sure that he, once he's handled correctly, and no doubt will go on. But at the moment, now we at present time belongs certainly to young Brathwaite, who is really looks really good for this 102 so far.
And he waits on his club mate, Jamal Warwick-Khan, who's into him. He tossed up and he swings a full toss out to mid-wicket. The fielder comes in, and does he take it? And it might bounce just in front of it. That's just in front of it. Dominic Drakes, and did well to get in. And he attempted to go for the catch, which was the important thing. And it was always dropping, it was touch and go. And he held it on the bounce. And in the meantime, Brathwaite is up to 103. And that moves the total to 201. Legends All-Star. And Warwick-Khan will now do business with Grant, who has 72 against his name. He's in, and Grant goes onto the back foot, transferring the weight, forces the ball out into the offside. The sweeper off the cover boundary is Raymond Rifa. Another single achieved, 73 to Grant, and they're doing it in singles. 119 required from 100 deliveries. Where's your money?
I've always said the Legends are going to pull this one off from the break. Let's take nothing away from young Grant, who has been the perfect foil for Brathwaite. They've really batted beautifully together.
And there's a fantastic sweep down behind square. Beautiful shot, growing in confidence, and now looking to go into another gear. And Brathwaite with that boundary moves to 107. And I'm only envisioning, I'm doing a little comparison in my mind, and I'm thinking if Brathwaite bats 33 overs, this is the 34th, and he opened the batting, and Kyle Mears had done this, then we possibly would have been looking at close to a total of 400 a 400 run chase. Now he's down the wicket and launches it over the fielder at the long on position for 6. So Brathwaite has decided that he's had enough of Warwick-Khan, who's been tight thus far. 8.4 overs, 1 maiden, and he's conceded 44 runs while he's been tight. He's not looked threatening. It's 212 for loss of 1. Brathwaite 113.
Well, yeah, certainly. With the start that the Pride had, they really should have gone up to at least anywhere near 360, 370 really.
And now he backs away and slashes it through the offside. He's going to run close to the boundary and across the road for another 4. So suddenly, Brathwaite decides he's going to open up his shoulders, and the bowler to come under harsh punishment is none other than Jamal Warwick-Khan. And Brathwaite is up to 117 from 106 deliveries. The Legends All-Stars 216 for 1, with 1 to come in over number 34.
You know, all this knock could do for young Brathwaite is to put him in good stead. He came in from the beginning, he looked well, he ran well, shot selection was good.
Final delivery, here's Warwick-Khan into him, and he gets it every tossed up and drives it hard into the ground, well knocked down by the fielder there at the short mid-on position, and that concludes over number 34, with Brathwaite extended in his innings 117, Grant on a patient 73, having started with 4 fours in his first 18 deliveries. Watch the replay here, and he came down the wicket, that delivery slanting in from off stump to center, gave himself some room, and he hit it into the 3 Ws, then giving himself some more rooms, lost his balance a little bit, but he had the width to work with and slammed it through the offside for 4. So a decent over, and Brathwaite looking to change gears, and it's now about Grant, who has 73, and he too will probably be envisioning himself getting 100. 105 remaining from 96 deliveries. Grant, as I said, he is on 73 from 85. Brathwaite is on 117 from 107. And it's going to be Primus for his second over. And I think it's at this stage where we saw Shaquille come back, being pressed back into action. You need a partnership breaker here. And Primus has been entrusted with that job. Goes past umpire Thompson just about now and bowls to Grant, and Grant gets a delivery, which is short angle in at the body. He uses the pace of Primus to perfection and glides it down to third man for 1. And this is what we saw when Kyle Mears was going, where Zachary McCaskey was just rotating the strike. And Grant prepared to play the foil role here, a sheet anchor role, and rotate the strike and give Brathwaite much of the strike. He's 117. Grant out of strike is on 74. 104 from 95 deliveries. So you will say that the Legends All-Stars are in total command of the Barbados Pride 11 as Primus is in the short delivery, and there is Cheyenne Brathwaite looking to swat it through the mid-wicket region, and the signal of 1 for the over, 1 short delivery for the over to the batsman by umpire Dave Thompson, who I personally believe should have gotten a lot further, was really in prime position to go to the next level, and for some reason he has been a dot ball. His progress seems to have stymied for some reason, as here is Primus into bold delivery, which is run down to third man using the pace of delivery, given the room weight off, and Keymar Smith patrols that position and has his return on the bounce to Captain Hope, and Hope will be looking for some success. They need to break the partnership here because these two are really galloping on. 218 for 1 over number 35 in progress. We're halfway through that with Brathwaite on 118, 109 deliveries his face. Grant on strike, he's faced some 85 deliveries for his 74. Third man backward point cover on the boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, as this delivery is short side of the off-stop and forced down to Zachary McCaskey, who is patrolling that cover boundary. And another single achieved by Ivan Grant. He moves to 75. And how you've seen the innings of Grant?
Sensible batting here by Grant. A perfect foil for young Brathwaite. They're really batting beautifully together. Their running between the wickets has been superb. Their understanding of each other and perfect foil for each other. And rotating the strike is very important by young Grant.
And there is Brathwaite now looking to throw everything at it. That's a very naughty shot. The best way I could describe it without being too harsh on him. He's batted well, and I think he just needs to carry on. The game isn't over as yet. He has 118 against his name. I think a little fatigue is setting him. Looking at his stance seems to have been relaxed somewhat. I mean, I think, as I said, fatigue might be setting in, but he still has to concentrate and realize that the game isn't over because you're 118. I mean, there's a lot of batting to come. Maybe you want to give someone else a knock, but that's not the way to do it. Probably best that you just retire and let somebody else come in and have a knock. He has 118 against his name. And he waits on Primus, who's into him, goes past the umpire, and this delivery gets a short delivery. Innocuous delivery down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. And he had a fan at it, just trying to help it over the keepers already down the leg side. And Brathwaite will wait once again. As I said, his body language seemed to change within the last, I would say, 10 minutes. He went into overgear with Warwican, and he's now having his battles with Primus. So you want to make Primus work for that wicket if you're going to give him 220 for 1. Primus steams in and bowls the delivery, which the batsman is dragging from the centre off stump. It parries off Akeem Jordan at mid wicket, and they take 1. So hit hard to his left. He did well to get in the way, but was unable to stop it. And what is important is that Brathwaite has survived over number 35. He has 119 against his name from 111 deliveries. Grant has 75 against his name from 87 deliveries. It's 221 for 1 after 35 overs, with the Legends All-Stars in total control of Barbados Pride, who made 320 all out of 49.5 overs. The equation, 100 from 90 deliveries.
Yes, indeed. You don't always want to compare, but sometimes you have to, even though they're different levels. But he's 119. Obviously, he's tired. So fitness comes into play here now. But the other level, once the batters are in, and the game is in sight of being finished by the batsman who's in, and that's exactly what they would do. So he would need to stay there with Grant, finish this game off completely, take nothing at all for chance. On the other hand, the Barbados Pride side would need to get a wicket or two really to get back into this game.
And straight away, he's dragging this one out through the offside. Jordan comes into play once again, and they're back for two, so Warwick on the bowl his final over. It's gone for 50 thus far in 9.1 overs, and having gone 50, Brathwaite has 121 against his name, 223 for 1 in over number 36. Warwick on his final over. We want to break this partnership. And he comes into bowl to Brathwaite, who is advancing down the wicket and whips a full toss out to square leg, out to the fielder in front of square, I should say. That is Dominic Drakes. And coming in off the boundary. One more to Brathwaite. 1-2-2, 2-2-4 is the score for 1. And Grant on 75. So field adjustment. The fielder in the cow corner is now being brought up to a straightish mid-on. The fielder in front of square comes out to the mid-wicket position on the boundary, and there's a short fine leg in position as well as a short third man. Here is a drive which eludes the grasp of that is Leacock, and they get 1. So Grant up to 76. 1-2-2. Brathwaite, who comes into strike, and immediately the field begins to spread far and wide, go back out into the country. Warrican moves into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite advances down the wicket and slams this up to long on. There's a fielder in attendance, and that is Keymar Smith. So run number 123 to Brathwaite. And that's a 200 partnership. 200 partnership offered 193 deliveries, 139 minutes, 24s and 7 sixes. 24s, 7 sixes. 139 minutes, 193 deliveries for the 200 partnership between Ivan Grant and young Cheyenne Brathwaite. That delivery spins past a probing edge of a probing bat there, probing prod really, by Grant. One of few deliveries has beaten his bat. And what's important, it doesn't take anything, taken cleanly by Hope. He survives as work on the ball. His final delivery is in, and there's the batsman who's come forward and is castled. So as I was saying, one of two deliveries has pinned past the bat, and I suspect he was played inside the line of the delivery, and he really deserved to carry on, Ivan Grant, but he got the 76 and played down the wrong line, and he's been bowled a good innings in the end. Can't take anything away from him, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed with his manner of dismissal. And could that be the breakthrough, or could it have come maybe couple overs too late? What I can tell you is that the Legends All-Stars in search of 321 for victory. They are now 226 for the loss of 2 at the completion of over number 36. And I can tell you, Joma Warwican has sent down 10 overs, 1 maiden, and he's picked up 1 for 53. How important was this innings of Ivan Grant?
Yes, very important. At the time when they came together, they really batted well for this partnership of 200. And as I said, perfect foil for each other. As we see the replay here, they certainly pushed down the wrong line, but really a very important innings, a pleasant one indeed. They ran well between the wickets, these two. They really understood each other perfectly, and they really should have finished this game off. But goodish delivery from Warwican, who eventually got a wicket, but a very good knock for young Grant, who continues really to impress. So if the Barbados Pride side could get Brathwaite now, along with one more, they could be in the game again, really. But the Legends side really still in control.
Well, Primus is joined by Rivaldo Clark, and Primus is looking to whip this one to the leg side. The ball goes down to third man. Smith is in attendance, and they get one leg by. So the total up to 227, beg your pardon, 227 for 2, as Rivaldo Clark will now have his first strike under the lights here tonight. And it is 123 to Brathwaite. Primus with the ball in his hand. Back to the top of his mark from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. Rivaldo Clark in a rich vein of form. And he waits on Primus, who starts in, goes past the umpire and bowls to Clark, and Clark is hitting this one straight. Magnificent shot over the bowler's head, and that's gone away for 4. So he signaled his intention. It was not a bad delivery. It was not a pitched up delivery. It was not a short delivery. But when a batsman is in form, you are in form.
Yeah, certainly that suggested why he got 100 the weekend just gone is really in superb knock. And from the signal here, he's really looking to close out this one for the Legends.
231 for 2. Primus on the way into bowl to Clark. How does he come back? Clark stylishly is in behind it. Delivery pitched up. Works the ball down to the field of Warwican, who's patrolled that backward point position. And Clark can't score. So I think that boundary might have just somewhat surprised Primus because, as I said, it wasn't a half tracker, it wasn't a pitched up delivery, but just a batsman in good form, and he hit it audaciously over the umpire and the bowler's head for 4, and he has 4 against his name. 231 for 2, and this delivery he's running down to third man. Across to his left comes Keemar Smith, and hurls the return on the bounce to Captain Hope behind the stumps. It's now 232 for 2. Target becoming even smaller. 89 from 80 deliveries. And Cheyenne Brathwaite, 123 from 115 deliveries. 161 minutes, 14 fours and 4 sixes. A straight rate of 106.9. At approximately 8:02. He waits on Primus, who seems in past the umpire and bowls a very full toss, which is whipped down to backward square. There's a fielder out there from mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2. Very, very good running. And I think Akeem Jordan from fine leg went around to his left, and Raymond Reefer to his right. Reefer got there first and could not prevent that second run. Brathwaite inches to 125, and the Legends All-Stars inching pretty close to victory. 234 for 2. In the process of over number 37, with just 1 delivery shy of that, completing that over. Again, just look at the stance of Brathwaite. You can see that there's some fatigue really setting in as he waits on Primus, who's into him, and he is looking to run this one down to third man. Plays it hard into the ground. It eventually makes its way down to third man, and with that he's up to 126. You will have the strike right away to start over number 38. 235 for 2. The Legends All-Stars dominating the Barbados Pride team. And I'm seeing we have another delivery left here. Seeing it is over, but there's another delivery left. So Brathwaite at his non-striker's end, and Clark on strike. Primus moves into bowl to Clark, and Clark gets a short delivery and almost plays it into his stumps. A delivery that would have gotten up chest height. Played it with soft hands, but luckily for him, it just bounced towards the outside of the off stump. And yes, there's a no ball has been delivered, so free hit. So this is what you would like. Yeah, I think there was a no ball signal before. This is what you would like as a new batsman, to come in and get a free hit early in your innings. And now he has an opportunity to loose his shoulders. Most batsmen these days, once there's a free hit, try to make maximum use of it. 235 for 2. Primus moves into bowl to Clark, and Clark to this delivery is getting delivery outside line of leg stump. Wide signal by the umpire, so he'll have to go once again. Wide signal by umpire Dave Thompson, and the free hit signal again. So 235 becomes 236. And 7 extras. No extras, now up to 8. as Clark waits on Primus, goes past the umpire from the southern end, and he is having an almighty heave. Looking to clear the left leg and gets it down to Leacock, who's patrolling the fine leg position, and they take one to complete that over. So now that the over has been completed, I will give you a updated score momentarily, but I can tell you that 37 overs have been delivered already, and Brathwaite has 120. Just gonna get that correct. And in the interim, while Harold make the necessary adjustment, Don, definitely the Legends have dominated this game.
Yes, certainly. From the outset, when the Barbados Pride side were in a really good position, and Captain Matthew Jones, along with young Chad Williams, really dragged them back, pulled them back, so to speak, got some wickets in between, a total that really should have been past 350 automatically by some runs. Really and truthfully, they did not get enough from the start they had, really. And now some good batting by both Grant and Brathwaite was really put them in a really good position to win this one. Young Rivaldo Clark in, it means that Brathwaite can take a breath, so to speak, hit the gaps, get the ones. Clark capable of scoring boundaries as well, catch his breath really, and try to finish off this innings and finish off what have been so far a very good knock by Brathwaite. So they are still in the driver's seat as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Jair McAllister is back for his second spell. He's going to be introduced from the Joe Garner end for the first time this game. And he's into bowl to Rivaldo Clark, who's squared up with a delivery on the line of the off. Some good line, good length. And respectfully, the young man plays it to the offside and knocked down by Jomal Warrican, who's patrolling that backward point region. There is no run. And the third man on the boundary. There's a sweep on the cover boundary. There's a mid-off cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a fielder down on the fine leg position. And Jair McAllister in his second spell with a towel in his trousers at the back. And he steams in to bowl to Rivaldo Clark. And this delivery, Clark is having an almighty heave. And not what you'll invite the schoolboy to watch. He's in good form, but I still think that you have to respect bowlers. You still have to respect and play the cricket on merit. He has an opportunity. There's 85 to get from 78 deliveries, and a naughty shot in the circumstances.
Certainly, good, sensible cricket is what it takes here, really. Obviously, McAllister being brought back as the attacking choice to get a wicket at this stage, so you cannot allow him to do that.
And he steams into bowl to Clark, and Clark is hitting this one in the air. It will land in no man's land, and it will turn and come back for two. Trying to drag it through mid-wicket. Got it just to the right of the fielder at the mid-on position, running back. And he cleared the mid-wicket and the mid-on. And the ball landed safely. He's back for two. And just probably trying to finish it in an aggressive mood. His team is on top, but he still like to see batsmen using the initiative and the advantage. He's up to 8 of 7 deliveries, 238 for 2 in over number 38 as McAllister is in. This delivery is forced to Leacock, who finds himself in that cover region, and again getting himself out of position because the delivery was very straight at him. He was onto the back foot. It was not a delivery that he covered the stump. We just stood there and the ball just cannoned into the bat.
Again, and we see it from time to time. The strike bowler comes back. His aim is to get a wicket, and we play it right into his hands. What you get from him, take, and you wait on the other bowlers.
Well, we'll see what Clark will get, and he gets a Yorker, digs it out, finds the fielder who has a shot at the stumps. Doesn't hit, and Cheyenne would have been home. That fielder looks to be Dominic Drakes. And another run achieved, 239 for 2. Brathwaite on 123 comes back into the strike. 9 is Clark, 9 from 9 deliveries. And we're in over number 38 of 50, a possible 50. 73 deliveries, for which to get 82 runs. And we've been blessed with good weather all day long. as McAllister in to bowl, and there's a which is run down to the backward point region. The fielder of the cover boundary has a long run across, so too is the fielder of the third man position, and two more attained by Brathwaite, carries him to 127 by my count. I'll wait on Harold to get the corrected score. 241 is the corrected score. Brathwaite 125. Harold just took two, so he's now 127 instead of 125. 125. So he's 125 of 241 runs, and I can tell you that is the completion of over number 38. Clark, Rivaldo Clark, is 9 from 9. Any changes in how you see it, Don?
I'm still going with my predictions. Rivaldo obviously in form, but you still have to bat innings by innings. It does not mean automatically that you walk to the crease and you just begin to beat ball from ball one because you're in form. You still have to be selective, you have to be watchful, and you still have to use a little common sense in between. They want the wicket, they've brought back the strike bowler for that reason. So your job is to make sure that he does not get that wicket. One can bring two, put you under pressure, and quickly the game can easily just run away from you. So Brathwaite is still there, he's 125 and still going. I rotate the strike. Give him the strike, he's still going, he's scoring freely still, along with your ones and twos, and you can easily get home from this position.
Primus is off, 3 overs, no minutes done for 20, and the new batsman into the account is, new bowler, sorry, is Kemar Smith. 4 overs before this, and here's the delivery. The batsman is down the wicket and drives it through mid-off. Lovely shot. The mid-off is up, had absolutely no chance. Long on his back, and again the aggressive intent by Rivaldo Clark carries him to 13. Brathwaite is a 125, 245 for 2.
Certainly, no risk involved. Mid-off, you got close to the ball, you chipped to the ball, got to the pitch, drove it beautifully to his right. You got 4, no risk. That's good, sensible batting.
Smith, 4.1 overs, no minutes, none for 27. He's in to bowl to Rivaldo Clark from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he goes back, uses the pace and runs it down to third man. Backward point, and Jamal Warrican will have a run down to third man. They'll turn and come back for 2. So with those 2, Clark is up to 15 from 11 deliveries, and the Legends All-Stars getting a lot closer to the target of 321. They're 247 for 2. But a lot of batting to come. Kadeem Ali, Kamari Boyce, Zidane Clark, Shaquille Commonbatch, Teron Gibson, Shem Holder, and Matthew Jones. Big hitting Matthew Jones. So I suspect a lot of this batting will not be used up tonight.
No, certainly not. But you never know. It's a funny old game, Lyndon.
Well, based on what we've seen so far from the prize bowling, they seem to lack that quality bowler who's going to try something on this wicket. And I think by trying something, it means that you have to control the batsman. At the moment, they're just waiting for things to happen, and definitely isn't happening. And Captain Hope just makes a field adjustment, asking his fielder to get a little closer for Clark. And he goes onto the back foot and forces the delivery into the hands of Jamal Warrican. And it's an innings that simply reminded me of Rashawn Worrell. Just seemed in a hurry to play the whirl of shots, and there is young Rivaldo Clark giving his wicket away, a delivery on a good length. On top of that off stump, he didn't have the room to play the forcing shot, went for the forcing shot, and easily found Jamal Warrican, who just lay there like a baby and accepted it and did a little rocking in the cradle, and a soft dismissal for Rivaldo Clark, out for 15 off 12 deliveries, and it's 247. Watch the replay, made some room, delivery obviously cutting in the off spinner from on that off stump, and in my opinion an unnecessary shot. But you know, when you say A, you gotta see B, because had it gone for a boundary, you'll say it's a good shot, but fortune favors the brave there, and in the end, as we would say, somebody turned a bad ball into a good ball. That's not the case. It's a good ball that he just didn't respect the delivery enough, and he's out for a quick 15 off 12 deliveries. 2 fours as Demetrius Richards comes to the crease at number 5.
Yes, certainly. But Lyndon, you said that there might not be as penetrative as they should be, the Barbados side. But if the batsmen let them back into the game by playing careless shots like that, and then they don't have to be penetrative, they're going to get the wickets anyhow. So, you know, Brathwaite is still there. He's on 125. Stay with him, rotate the strike, take it right away down. Don't take it for granted that you still have batsmen in the shed. You were there, do it. Finish the game while you're there. Too many times we keep letting teams back into matches that we really should close out.
Well, Smith is known to take wickets at alarming level. Sometimes, in my opinion, a little too expensive, but he's got 1 of 2 against his name, and it's 3 down for 247. He's into bowl to Demetrius Richards, who goes onto the back foot and forces delivery up to the fielder at that cover position, who has it under his control, can't score, and usually gets through his overs pretty quickly. Turns at top of his mark, bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Richards, and Richards to this delivery is stretching forward again. Finds Leacock can't score, so that just about pushing through the overs. 4.5 overs, no meetings, 1 for 30, 2 for 30 to Smith, and he's 2 for 30, 1 for 30. Actually 1 for 30 with 3 wickets down. So the end of that over. Over number 39 is being bowled, 247 for the loss of 3. Cheyenne Brathwaite, not at 126, 119 deliveries, 175 minutes, 14 fours and 4 sixes. And we've had 9 extras, where Demetrius Richards yet to score, having faced some 3 deliveries. Smith, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29.
I can tell you for sure, young Demetrius Richards, once he's there, he is going to be looking to score. He's a busy cricketer. Likes to feed the ball in the bat, likes to get the boundaries as well. And as I said, he's a very busy player. And if he can stay there with Brathwaite, no doubt, I'm still confident enough that the legends could see it all the way home.
McAllister aborts his run after he was halfway through it. And there is Brathwaite, Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's well set on 126, just needs to finish the game. 74 required from 66 deliveries, or 11 overs. Here's McAllister. Only Joel Garner in to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is delivery is hitting this in the ear, and it goes down to third man, who falls safely. Third man is around to his right, and Brathwaite comes back for 2. So clearly his intent also is to get on with it, and we've seen this intent from him, I would say, from maybe the last 4 overs, when he took a liking to Jamal Warwican in his penultimate over. 2, that carries him to 128. They're 1 run shy of the 250. Remember, the target is 321. After the Barbados Pride were dismissed in 49.5 overs for 320, 113 of that to Kyle Mears. Here's McAllister into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a Yorker on the line of the off stump, and with his feet spread eagled, he drags it up to the mid-on position where there is Smith. 250 comes up. 250 off 245 deliveries, 177 minutes, 26 fours and 7 sixes. 26 fours and 7 sixes for the 250. 245 deliveries, 177 minutes. So the left-hander Richards comes on to strike, and the field is plucked from the leg side to fill that position at point. So it's point, third point. There's 2 fielders out, a third man. Or he's seeing 3 fielders out there. Okay, so here's McAllister, moves into bowl to Richards, and Richards gets to be on the line of the leg stump, turns it to short mid wicket. There's no run. So let me take you around the field. There's a fine leg in position. There's a square leg as well. Mid on, mid wicket, mid off, cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, and the fielder at backward point. So that is the field for McAllister. Conversation ensuing down at third man. Don't know what that could be about. 250 for the loss of 3. Start of over number 40, or the middle of over number 40. McAllister is in and on the line of the leg stump. Fine leg has a long run across and gets there in time, and they will be back for 2. So the left and right combination forcing McAllister to make the adjustment. Hasn't done that, and giving away 2 easy runs. Just clipping it off the leg. Demetrius Richards using the pace, 252 for the loss of 3. He opens his account. He has 2 from 5, and at the non-striker's end is the other opener, or the opener, I should say, in Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's not at 129. McAllister, the process of his fifth over is into bowl to Richards, and Richards gets delivery on the line of center going towards the off stump, forces on the back foot, plays the ball down to Dominic Drakes, who finds himself patrolling that cover region. Can't score. Yeah. Just one delivery shy of over number 40. So he sent down 4.5 overs, 1 maiden, and he's picked up 1 for 27. First onto the scene for his pace, Jair McAllister. And he's passing umpire Gregory Brathwaite just about now. Was a short delivery, which kind of almost throws Demetrius Richards around his stump. And he's had his problems with short deliveries. And he's known to be fairly aggressive, but I find from time to time watching him, he's not the most comfortable batsman against a short delivery, especially with pace. But as we'll all say, I don't know any batsman that really likes genuine pace, especially if the bowler is going to be between, let's say, 95 to clocking. And from that shoulder to head area, that's the most uncomfortable area. And I like to see my fast bowlers, if you're going to attack, that's your area you want to be. You don't want to be under the armpits and below, because that's usually meat and drink. And at the end of over number 40, it is 252 for 3. The Legends All-Stars in search of 321 to win. Brathwaite 129, he has a strike, and Richards has 2. So, final power play with 5 fielders out, and there is the reverse sweep for 4. Swatted from that center and leg stump. Beautiful shot. And again, the signs of a man in form. So he's dominated the attack. He's seen off all the bowlers and he's seen them come back. He knows what they're capable of. He's still there. He's well entrenched. His blood is flowing through his veins naturally. He moves to 133. Smith is the unfortunate bowler there. And he is in the process of his 6 over, 256 for 3. Now he's down the wicket and hoists this high in the air. The fielder at long on is interested. He comes around and the ball goes all the way for 6. So what a shot by Brathwaite. It went high in the air and went above where we can see, because we lost it. We are in the 405 suite. And the ball going beyond where we can see. So we had to judge by the fielder. He came around, circled like a plane, and the ball landed behind him nicely for 6. 139 is Brathwaite, 262 for 3. As Smith is into bowl to Brathwaite, and again he goes for the reverse sweep. There's a peel from Smith. Jerry McAllister overruns the ball in his excitement to pick it up, and leg by signal by umpire Dave Thompson. And Brathwaite now at the non-striker's end with that leg by, 263 for 3. Demetrius Richards, he will have dealings with Smith. We are in the 41st over, 58 from 57 deliveries, just above a runner ball. And as long as Brathwaite stays there, and he just looks a little winded, and quite rightfully one can understand that. Here is Richards, the left-hander, and he's looking to get cheeky. He runs this ball down. He finds the fielder at slip, which is Jomal Warrican on the bounce. Can't score. He remains on 2, having faced some 8 deliveries. 263 for 3, and over number 41. He goes on to the back foot, forces it through the offside. A dive there by Leacock can't prevent that second run. And Richards to 4. And with 1 delivery remaining in the 41st, 139 is Brathwaite at the non-strikers, and here's Smith into bowl to Richards, and Richards is playing the square drive, finds the fielder in Reefer, who fields at that backward point position, and actually at that widest, shortest third man position, I should say. Can't score. Over number 41 comes to an end. 265 for 3. Brathwaite 139. Richards has 4. Smith has sent down 6 overs. No maidens. And he's picked up 1 for 41. 54 deliveries remaining. That's 9 overs. And we have 56 runs. What say you, Mr. Lovell?
Yeah, certainly. McAllister is back to pick up the wicket. He's still bowling with a lot of pace. He's still running and he wants that wicket. So, batters, make sure What if he gives you take ones, he gives you twos, he bowls a bad ball, and then you can score. Because certainly don't give him your wicket because you're easily scoring from the other end. So if you're going to get 2, 3 from his over, that's okay because you can make up with the ball who's coming from the other end. And that's exactly what happened. The over is gone.
A fine leg, a square leg, and a mid wicket on the boundary. McAllister is into bowl to Brathwaite, and the educated edge down to third man, beats the third man, which is a little wide, and they'll take them however they come. So with that, he moves to 143, and the Legends All-Stars rolling on to 269 for 3.
Yeah, certainly that one was quick, took the edge, and even though there was a third man, he just could not get it wrong in time. So you've gotten 4 from that over so far. Whatever he gives you, then you take it. May it be a single, whatever. Just make sure that he does not pick up a wicket here or 2 to put you under pressure as you finish your run chase.
I sense Brathwaite is going to go all out at McAllister, who's into bowl to Brathwaite, and he gets a delivery that pushes him back on the off stump, steers it down to third man for 1, gets off the strike, which is important for him. 144, so the next target will be that 150 for him. 270 for the loss of 3, and then the final target is 51 for 52 deliveries.
It's true. You've got the wickets in hand, obviously. You still have here Chem Holder, you've got still Zidane Clark to bat, you still got Matthew Jones. So you're really in a good position still to close out this game here. Demetrius Richards is there who can score quickly. So you can take your ones, come to the non-strikers end, catch your breath a bit, as they would say, and then you can push on again.
Well, more balls than runs. 52 deliveries, 51 runs required. Here's McAllister into bowl to Richards. Richards slashes it very hard into the ground and knocked down by Jamal Warrican, who's feeling at that backward point position. There's a sweeper, kind of squares on that cover boundary. The cover in attendance. It's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, and there's a third man in the field for McAllister, who is doing battle with Demetrius Richards. He has 4 against his name. Here's McAllister, goes past the umpire and bowls at the Richards. It's pitched up, and there's Demetrius Richards looking to clear the left leg, and in the end, clearing the right leg, sorry, in the end, drags it into the wicket, can't score. And it's good to see the young man not only bowling fast but prepare to pitch up deliveries as well. So it isn't all pace in terms of banging the ball into the wicket, and has improved his cricket leaps and bounds. Pace was always there, and he steams in, goes past umpire Brathwaite just about now, bowls the Richards outside the off stump, run down to third man with an angled bat by Richards for his 5th run. It's 3 wickets down for 271. The Legends All-Stars. Brathwaite comes into strike. 144 he has against his name. And he will face the final delivery, legit that is, of over number 42. As umpire Dave Thompson goes to the other side of the playing arena, on the leg side. And McAllister just rubs his hand in the turf, trying to get some of the sweat off, make sure his hands are free and nice, as he moves into bowl to Brathwaite, who is playing an expansive swing as the debut pitched up, work down to square leg by signal by the umpire, Greg Brathwaite, and that concludes over number 42. 272 for 3, 42 overs gone. Brathwaite, a hurricane 144 from 127 deliveries. Demetrius Richards is not on 5. 49 required from 48 deliveries.
Certainly, these Legends still are in control. Brathwaite is still there. That's important for them. Demetrius Richards, one who can score, has the ability to score and score quickly as well. Importantly, you've still got wickets in hand. So it is all yours to lose in terms of the Legends here. But as far as I'm concerned, they're still in the driver's seat. Good, sensible batting from here, and you can close it all out with a victory.
Well, here is Smith in the bowl to Brathwaite, who advances down the wicket and works the ball with soft hands behind square. And they take 1 to Raymond Reefer, who's not had a lot of bowling in this game. 2 overs for 13 runs. Possibility we won't see him for the rest of the game. Javid Leacock, 7 overs, 1 minute done for 60. Jamal Warwick has completed his quota, 10 overs, 1 minute 1 for 53. Dominic Drake's 4 overs, no minutes done for 15. Akeem Jordan, 4 overs, no minutes done for 34. And Kemar Smith is in, and onto the back foot goes Demetrius Richards, flashes it through the offside. There's a sweeper off the cover boundary. We'll limit them to 1. He is up to 6. Richards brings Brathwaite on 145 back into strike, 47 from 46 deliveries, 274 for 3. In over number 43, as Warwick goes to a short fine leg, or I should say on the 45 really. Yeah, he's on the 45, not quite back on the circle. As here is Brathwaite looking to smack that one down the leg side and doesn't make any contact. Smith is not one to really toss the ball, usually pretty flat, and most of his deliveries are directed at the batsman, so I think he's looking to cramp Brathwaite and not give him the room. 145 against his name. He's into ball to Brathwaite, who advances down the wicket and hits this one high, hard and far. That's gone all the way into Hanshaw Linnis. A massive shot, and what a way to break this 150. 151 to Cheyenne Brathwaite. 151, 130 balls, 190 minutes, 16 fours and 6 sixes. So once again, 151 to the young man, 130 deliveries, 190 minutes, 16 fours and 6 sixes in a wonderful display.
Yes, certainly indeed a very good shot. Got to the pitch and he really smacked that one clean out of the ground. Really a man in form. Not only that, this knock can do him no harm. As I always say to my charges, you never know. Giving up is not an option. You never know. You never know. And this knock could really go a long way for this young man. I really, truthfully, it's been a really a good one here tonight. Really played some very attractive shots all around the ground. Positive, good shot selection. Good running also between the wickets, with partnership between himself and Grant. And indeed, he deserves this 150. And I really hope he can close out and come not out here tonight, because it really has been a tremendous effort from young Brathwaite. And I really hope he can close it out with a not out behind this knock.
280 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite 151. And I think the guard on duty, he probably didn't see that one coming, but he certainly would have heard a knocking or banging in the yard. It was a huge hit. Prepared to use his feet. And the bowler to suffer there, Kemar Smith. 1 for 49 in 6.4 overs. He has 2 deliveries remaining. 41 from 44 deliveries into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite backs away and bangs it up to long off. The field is across to his left. They take 1. So run number 152 to Brathwaite. It's been a hurricane knock. Beautiful and is well crafted. Bided this time didn't start in the aggressive form that we usually accustomed to him. Bided this time, worked the ball around, and he changed gears periodically as he saw the need to. And he's faced 131 deliveries of 281 for a loss of 3 in over number 43, about to be completed. As Richards goes on to the back foot, flashes outside the off stump, through to the keeper, taken by Captain Hope, and he tosses it to Jamal Warwick on that slip, who will in turn toss it to the next bowler to bowl from the Joe Garner end. As 43 overs have been bowled, the target 321, 40 required from 42 deliveries. Kemar Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50.
Yes, certainly indeed, Lyndon. And even though you can cross over in terms of sports, and I always like to use the example of Michael Jordan, who first started, and when he tried out for the basketball team, he didn't make it in the initial stages, but he easily end up, and this caused a lot of confusion in certain circles, being one of the best basketballers that ever lived. So I said that to go back to the point that I made before. You never know. You put this knot here in front of the powers that be, and it very well could be your pathway on to better and bigger things. Indeed, a fantastic knock again by young Brathwaite. Richards needs to stay there with him to the end, and I am confident that wants, he can do that. But still, he likes a Matthew Jones to come if needed. Still, Zidane Clark if needed. They can certainly get over the line.
Well, Akeem Jordan is back, and I think it's at this stage that one has been in the past worried about him. He does well at the top of the order, but then when he comes back, he's a little bit on the fringe side, and he is set up here for the fringe as well, because 40 are required from 42 deliveries, and he's going to come back to a man batting like a man possessed, a man in tremendous form in Cheyenne Brathwaite. 152 against his name, and Jordan, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 34 is back from the end for which he started, and not impactful in his opening spell. We see how he goes here with only 40 required. Well, he's very meticulous in how he's setting his field, and very patient, this Cheyenne Brathwaite, who waits on him. And he starts in from the Joe Garner end. His first delivery is he's looking to play a windmill, kind of like a Dhoni shot. We're looking to dig out that Yorker. It's an angle towards the leg stump, leg by signal by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And just doing a little bit of stretches to make sure that the thigh strain and what's not don't come into play. Maybe a little bit of cramp is setting in. He's 152, he's at the non-striker's end. Is Brathwaite. Demetrius Richards is on 6. And they are club mates, Demetrius Richards and Akeem Jordan. 39 required from 41 deliveries. Third man, backward point, sweep on the cover point boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, long on, mid-wicket. And there's a drive over. He bisects the fielder at cover and mid-off, which is up and down to the boundary for 4, given the room by Akeem Jordan, and spanked away over the offside for 4. So Richards opening his shoulder. He is up to 10. 152 is Brathwaite. 286 for 3 is the score for the Legends All-Stars, and they're rolling on.
This is what I've been speaking about all the time. Akeem is excellent with the new ball at the top. When he comes back, sometimes he comes back pretty light after his delivery.
And he steams into bowl to Richards, and Richards is digging out a Yorker, brings the fielder off that point boundary into play. Come back for 2, the return comes in. Very, very good running by Demetrius Richards. Very quick between the wickets. And coming back for 233 required from 39 deliveries, 288 for 3.
This is where, in my opinion, again, you're back, your second spell, the ball is obviously not as new as you will have it in the opening spell, not as hard, obviously. This is where angles come into play. When you run close then to the wickets, trying to get the ball to outswing, come in, or you run wide, you change your angle up. But if you're just going to run and just float the ball up, then you certainly aren't in for trouble.
Well, he comes into bowl to Richards, who moves about the crease and gets a short delivery and pulls it, and, or I should say, knocks it down to the fielder off the square leg boundary to take 1. Just moving early just to offset the rhythm of Akeem Jordan. It really didn't bother him, and maybe I don't think that was really necessary, because he's in one gear. He doesn't have an extra gear that he will go up and worry you. So I don't think you really need to do all this fancy dancing about the wicket to throw him off. But it worked for Richards there. He's up to 13. And what it did is it bring the dangerous Brathwaite back into strike. He's 152. 32 required from 38 deliveries, 289 for 3. Jordan moves into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is getting delivery, using the pace delivery, beats the field at third. Man's going to run down to the boundary and across the ropes for 4. Jair McAllister had absolutely no chance. He was, I think, 3/4 of the way out on the boundary, and that used the pace of delivery again. Not a stock delivery, given room, weight off, and a batsman in perfect form. 156 is Brathwaite, 28 from 37, 293 for 3. The target 321, looking even smaller.
Well, obviously, if that was a new ball, then that new ball was touchdown. Obviously, it move off the seam because it was a hard new ball. But there's really variations coming here now.
Well, he comes in and bowls delivery on the line of the leg stump, looking for that Yorker. Worked into the leg side for 1, and with that single, it is 293. Make that 294. 294 at the completion of over number 44. Brathwaite will have the strike. He has 156 against his name from 134 deliveries. Demetrius Richards is on 13, having faced 18 deliveries. And Akeem Jordan has now sent down 5 overs, no meanings, none for 45. And we've got just about 6 overs remaining, 36 deliveries, and only 27 to get. What do you make of it? Where's your money?
Certainly from the beginning, I've told you, Lyndon, the legends, from the time the Barbados prize side did not get up to at least 360, in my opinion, it was done and dusted, especially with this innings by Brathwaite and young Grant, really propelled them to a position where they should easily, from here, cruise home. Brathwaite is still there, 156. With young Richards, legends all the way.
And here is a debut which is dragged out through mid-wicket for 4 as Brathwaite advancing down the wicket. The fielder threw himself to his right, which is Javid Leacock, and the fielder at mid-wicket on the boundary still had absolutely no chance, Rashawn Primus, and that's another 4. 160, 298 for 3, and Richards in full cry, 23 required from 35 deliveries. Smith on the way into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite makes some room and looks to slam that one through the offside. The 50 partnership has come up, 50 off 34 deliveries, 25 minutes, 5 4s and 2 6s again. 5 4s, 2 6s, 34 deliveries for the 50 partnership between Brathwaite and Demetrius Richards. Here is Smith on the way, and Brathwaite gets cute, finds the fielder, Jerry McAllister, on the 45. Behind square. Can't score. 298 for 3. 160 is Brathwaite. It's been a magnificent innings. Watched by the Barbados Pride captain Shea Hope behind the stump, and now he advances down the wicket, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, and smartly just chucks it into the leg side for run number 161. 299 for 3 on the board in the 45th over. 22 from 32 deliveries, and it's been a dominant display of batsmanship by Cheyenne Brathwaite. I said he had 100 last year. Police. It was a little unfortunate not to make the national side again. He's one of the reserves here again, and he's done justice. I think most of the selectors are here. The chairman of the selectors, Mr. Andy Brooms. I'm sure he'll be very, very much impressed. And this is what you got to do when you don't make the side. You got to stamp your authority when given the opportunity. Demetrius Richards on 13, and he looks to get cute. Falls over and gets it down to fine leg. Will go across the rope just about now, and we'll see a signal of 4 from Dave Thompson, the umpire. So over number 45 has been completed, and the 300 comes up. 300 of 279 deliveries, 202 minutes, 32 4s and 9 6s. 32 4s, 9 6s, 279 deliveries, 202 minutes for the Legends All-Stars 300. Mr. Lovell.
Yes, certainly a fine display of batsmanship here by young Brathwaite and now Richards. And you said that he narrowly missed out being one of the reserves. That's why he said, well, you never ever know. And I like to go back. And I remember 1994 when Shivnarang Chandapal got the opportunity to represent the West Indies amidst all kinds of confusion. People saying one certain role holder should have gone to play for all kinds of reasons, especially performance-wise. But Chandapal got the opportunity and he grabbed it with both hands and he never looked back. This could be one of those moments.
Well, here is Jordan, and this delivery is worked up to long off. They will take 1, refreeze onto it. Run number 304 in the book. 162 at the moment for Brathwaite. Just waiting on Harold to get it. All right. 17 from 29 deliveries. We make it. Field being adjusted by Captain Hope. And Jordan is going to go right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Demetrius Richards, who has 17 against his name. And here is Jordan in outside of the awesome and slammed up to the fielder at that mid-off position. In attendance is Keemar Smith, the right arm off spinner, who has sent down 8 overs, no meetings, 1 for 59. And Brathwaite On the non-strikers end, on 162.17 is Richards. And he waits on Jordan, who's right arm around the wicket. They pitched up and slammed over extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot, a half volley on the line of the off stump. He cleared the left leg and slapped it disdainfully. Actually cleared the right leg, slapped it disdainfully over the extra cover region, we'll call a cow corner, and into the boundary for 4. And they're marching a lot closer.
Yes, indeed, a very good shot. And as I said before, coming back for a second spell, you've gone to the leg side, looking to go over cover. You follow him. You keep him tight. You go close to his pads. You can't just float the ball outside the off stump and hope that he's going to miss that. He's going to play it 6 out of 6 times because you're simply just running up and just floating the deliveries and more or less hoping that you get a wicket.
Correct. His score 310 for the loss of 3. Brathwaite 164, Richards 21 on strike. Jordan is into him and he's dragging a Yorker to mid wicket and we'll get a single. The return comes in and Brathwaite beats the return home in the 46th over. And another single achieved by Richards. He moves to 22 from 23 deliveries. It brings Brathwaite onto strike. He has 164 from 139 deliveries. Legends All-Stars 311 for 3, chasing down 321 for victory. So they require 10 from 26 deliveries. And Jordan 5.4 overs, no middles, none for 51. It's been a beautiful display by the Legends. Sensible cricket, brilliant batting by this young man, Cheyenne Brathwaite. And he waits on Jordan, who has a cow corner in position now. And he steams into bowl to Brathwaite, who gets a change of pace delivery on the line of the off stump, angling back into the off stump. And he allows the ball to come onto him and plays it down to Jair McAllister at that short third man position. And he collects a valuable single to move to 165. The Legends rolling closer, 312 or 3.
Those two last deliveries now, a perfect example of variations. One to Demetrius Richards, close to the pad, middle and leg stump, choked him, can't score. This one to young Brathwaite, pace off, back in length, he could only get a single. So that's what I'm talking about when I speak about variations. And when you're coming back with the ball at his hole, because the higher the level you go, obviously you can't just run in and float the ball and hope. Because those guys at that level are going to smash you all over the park. It's as simple as that.
I think he understands that the hope is behind the stumps. That's the captain. He is both to Richards, and Richards launches it out to mid-wicket, which is vacant over mid-wicket. To get one, they can turn and come back for 2. Onto it comes the fielder from square leg. And Richards helps himself to 2. He moves to 24 as over number 46 is out of the way. Brathwaite has 165, and the total for the Legends All-Stars move up to 314 for 3. 4 overs remaining, 7 runs required. And what more can we say, Don, but that the All-Stars has definitely dominated the Pride. And it means they'll have a lot of work to do.
Simply outplay them. Especially with the battles. I said earlier, with the start they had at the Barbados Pride, they really should have gone up to at least 350, 360. But some intelligent bowling by Matthew Jones and young
Zishan Mutara along with Shad Williams. And
Shad Williams really did a beautiful job in pegging them back and chasing a modest total, in my opinion. Then of 320 was certainly on the card for the Legend. And what a way to send a message by young Brathwaite. 165 from 140 balls. This is indeed sending a message to all concerned.
And they will be very concerned for the Pride attack as well, because it really has not threatened here at all. And this wicket here is a good batting wicket. And you will more than likely find these types of wickets in Trinidad, albeit they'll be favoring spin. And will also keep low, so your bowlers has got to find ways to create pressure. One way of creating pressure, apart from taking wickets, is to bowl dot delivery. You have to bowl one side of the wicket, and we cannot really pinpoint a bowler here, apart from Warwick, maybe for his first 7 overs that was tight. But he had no help from the other end. The bowlers were just running and putting the ball there. Roshan Primus is back, and Ray Marie for 2 overs, no maidens, done for 13. Primus back into the attack, and Cheyenne Brathwaite on 165.7 to get, and Primus just runs through the handbrakes and doesn't deliver. Jerry McAllister, he bowled with some pace and some aggression, 6 overs, 1 minute, 1 for 33, and he tried very hard. Even in his second spell, he came back. I thought he bowled better in his second spell than his first spell, but he does generate that pace and gives you the X factor where pace is concerned. Akeem Jordan, very, very, very ordinary, as this delivery is worked down to short third man. Jerry McAllister is in attendance and has a shot at the stumps, and will take 2. The return comes in for the second time at the striker's end, and back to McAllister, and for the second time he's forced to field 1 delivery twice.
Yes, certainly. Really, should have only been 1 run, but good running again between these two. Looking to close out here, a further 5 runs.
Yeah, 5 to get from 23 deliveries, 316 for 3, the target 321. And Brathwaite on 167, he waits on Primus, whose teams past the umpire just about now, and bowls deliveries just short, dug into the wicket, and thought about hooking, realized he was in no man's land really, editing to hit it up in the air because it was outside in the off stump. He was looking to hit it up into Hanshel Innes, and in the end he allowed it to go by. He just pulled his head out of the way, and 316 for 3 the total remains for the Legends All-Stars, seeking 321 after the Pride were dismissed for 320. And effectively it means that despite the fact that Kyle Mears scored 113, they would have missed the trick in the middle, especially when the 2 left arm spinners were on. And here is a delivery. The batsman is working up to the long on region. They will take 1, and Brathwaite is up to 168, and now 4 required from 21 deliveries, 317 for 3. And I was saying that partnership between Primus and between Chase, who got 56, and with him was McCaskey. And they utilized some overs in between there. We thought that they allowed the spinners with 2 left arm spinners bowling, one bowling the Chinaman, the other bowling left arm variety. And I think that they just meandered through the overs without trying to transfer the pressure. And they had a good start, a rousing start. Mears got his 113 in under 200 runs. And, you know, he set the tone, so they were in the driver's seat at that moment, and then they allowed the spinners just to dominate. Let's take nothing away from Zishan Mutari bowled exceptionally well, but I thought that no pressure was really applied to the spinners, and hence they found themselves maybe, as this one is played down to the field of the point boundary, and they take another 2. So 2 more to Richards. He is now up to 26, 319 for a loss of 3. Just 2 runs required from some 20 deliveries. And Demetrius Richards on 26 from 25 deliveries, 143 balls faced by Cheyenne Brathwaite for a hurricane knock of 168. He's been splendid all afternoon. Here is Primus. Starts in from the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl to Richards, and he moves early and has a swat. That's delivery that's pounded into the turf, balloons over the batsman's head. Signal of 1 bouncer per batsman for this over, and still 2 to get. And as I said, some concerns and some worries obviously in the Barbados camp with the bowling that they're going to have, and they will need the batsman to capitalize as well, because if your bowling is going to be like this, obviously your batsman have to set a more than a reasonable target for the side to defend. Cheeky trying to work it into the offside, and he gets some bat on it. No signal from the umpire. So the scores are tied, or do you say the scores are level?
Level, tied, how we want to put it. But to be, in all fairness, I don't suspect that the Barbados Pride going to Trinidad would not put in 250% effort. But what I'd like to see, though it does not matter what kind of game it is, as long as you walk on the park, it is a competitive game, you have to give 220%. And I find this happens in a lot of our cricket, where some people might deem a game not of importance. Every game is important. Value your performances. Try to do well. Stay in form. Keep getting runs. Even if you're playing in the bus terminal, keep getting a score. Keep getting wickets, because it transfers into the games as you go on. So wherever you go, make sure you perform at your optimum all the time. And it's as simple as that. That's the way I learned it.
Well, it is 8:54, so if you're intent on catching the 9 o'clock bus, you might not make it. You say, if you're playing the bus terminal, like that term, it's Jordan to finish. 1 run required for victory. Demetrius Richards on strike, and he gets a short living swings across it. The ball hits the boot, or the pads, of keeper Shea Hope, who picks it up, and no run is achieved. So scores are level, 320 for the loss of 3. And that's the final total that the Barbados Pride made, 320 all out of 49.5 overs. Richards not out on 27. He has a strike. At the non-strikers end, it's been all about Cheyenne Brathwaite. A fantastic 168 and a 17 required from just 17 deliveries, sorry, and just 1 run required. Here's Jordan, who is up and bowls a delivery which goes past the keeper and down to fine leg across the rope. Wide signal by the umpire, so that will do it in form of a wide, and that is game, set, and match, as the Legends All-Stars will finish at 321 for 3, 321 for 3, behind a brilliant knock of 168 from Cheyenne Brathwaite, not out. 143 deliveries he faced, 215 minutes he spent at the crease. He struck 18 fours and 6 sixes, and his final strike rate stands at 117.4. And not out with him is Demetrius Richards, not out on 27, 28 deliveries, 3 fours in his knock of 41 minutes. And in between those two, Rashawn Worrell, he caught Drakes off the bowling of Jerry McAllister for 21. Evan Grant was bowled Warwican for 76. Rivaldo Clark caught Warwican, bowled Smith for 15. And the extras 14, 5 leg byes, 6 wides, 3 no balls. And I'll give you some bowling figures from the top. Starting with Jerry McAllister. He sent down some 6 overs, 1 maiden, and he picked up 1 for 33. Hakeem Jordan, 6.1 overs, no maidens, none for 55. Dominic Drakes, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Jomal Warwican, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. Raymond Reefer, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Javid Leacock, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 60. Kemar Smith, 8 overs, no maidens, and he sent down, he picked up 1 for 59. Kemar Smith, and the other bowler to be used was Roshan Primus. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 28, as the players explain or exchange pleasantries on a wonderful game and a comprehensive 7-wicket victory for the Legends All-Stars with 17 balls to spare. Let's start at the top. Cheyenne Brathwaite, 168.
Yes, certainly. Cheyenne Brathwaite, a wonderful knock. A mixture of excellent running between the wickets, patience in terms of good deliveries, turning for 1s and 2s, and he played some beautiful shots all around the ground, and really that knock of 168 is testimony to someone who is more than talented, and indeed really seems to be in fine knock, and a tremendous knock by the young man.
Yes, the first wicket went down with Worrell. He went with a total on 26. And then we had a 200-run partnership between Evan Grant and young Cheyenne Brathwaite. Grant, he got a well-played 70-odd, I think 76, I'll get back to that. That partnership, 200. How did you see that partnership?
A certainly vital knock by young Grant. Worrell seemed to be in a hurry from the get-go, wanting to knock the 321 runs off in 2 overs, and he suggested that he was not going to be there for a long time, but a good time. And when he went, then young Grant, really the perfect foil for Shane Brathwaite, really a good understanding in terms of running between the wickets, and they really batted beautifully together.
Yeah, Grant got 76 off 90 deliveries. As I said, a fantastic partnership of 200 off 100 and 95 deliveries that really took the game away from the Barbados Pride, and then towards the end, a decent partnership of 72 between Demetrius Richards and Cyan Braffett. 72 of some 53 deliveries, and that was just the writing on the wall as they got home rather comfortably.
Yes, certainly. And if you've been following Demetrius Richards, who plays for the Wildy side, he is one who is a very busy player, and as long as he's there, for sure, the runs are going to flow as well. But what I like that he did tonight, as attacking as he normally is, he kept rotating the strike, keeping Braffett going, and really another good partnership between Braffett and Richards, really that saw them home in the end. I would say aided and abetted, really and truthfully, by some horrible bowling at times, bowling that lacked penetration, really, and it was in the end easy for the Legend side to get across the line.
All right, let's look at the bowling. Jerry McAllister.
Well, McAllister, I told you from the beginning, impressed.
1 for 33.
Impressed with his energy. He started from the south, and he really worked up a head of steam. And when he came back the second time, obviously looking to get that breakthrough, a wicket or two at that stage would have put them back in the game, especially if it would have been the wicket of Braffett. He was still hostile, he was still charging in, and he still looked full of energy, but in the end, just couldn't do it for the Barbados Pride.
I think what was most important with Braffett, it was a chanceless innings. And he paced himself well. He picked his gears to go into. He picked the fielders. He's picked the gaps as well. And you can't take nothing away from him. Really, really fantastic innings.
What he did to Leighton that was very impressive, because I was here saying it in my mind, get a single, get off strike, come up top, relax a little bit, catch your breath, and then go. And that's exactly what he did. So as you said, masterful innings. And as I said before, this can do him no harm. Really and truthfully, I can't stop but to shower him with praises, because it was a mature and not from this young man. And indeed, it was a joy to see, and indeed a beautiful innings by young Braffett.
Hakeem Jordan.
As I said before, I've seen him for a while. He's one from the Wildy side, and you will know that I have some association with, and I've told him on a couple of occasions, and when the ball is new and hard, you're at your best. But when you're coming back for a second spell, that is the challenge. He tends to come back, as they would say, a bit too light. Nothing behind the ball, really. So that's where variations are important. Your angles are important. You run close to the stumps, angle away, run wide, get the ball to come back in. Variation is very important. But if you're just going to run up and float the ball and ask to be hit, that's exactly what's going to be happen. It's going to happen. You're going to be hit, and you're going to be hit far out of the park.
Dominic Drakes.
Dominic Drake, certainly one who has improved a lot. Leaps and bounds, really, from young Dominic in experience. Now played some franchise cricket, and he's showing it here. He might be down in pace a bit, but in terms of variations, he's there. And I was really impressed with him. His angles were good. The slow ball worked for him a lot, and he was really steady today. And I was very, as I said, impressed with him.
Joma Warrican.
Warrican, old stalwart. One with loads of experience, would have played for the West Indies, obviously, and a few years in the Barbados Pride side. One, in my opinion, should not be counted out. When he was included in the side, some people had their own opinions, and they're entitled to that, most definitely. But he was solid in terms of bowling tonight. He was accurate. He really gifted not much away at all, and he showed his experience here. To some of the batsmen, he was pushing it through, others he was flying a bit, so his variations were good, and I was very impressed with him. I think that he is one certainly that would have to lead the charge for the Barbados Pride side.
Raymond Riva, just 2 overs for 13.
Raymond probably short of work, or probably just don't want to get injured before the leave for Trinidad, but not much here tonight, but one who's reliable, and he's shown you over the years. We've played this trade for the Warriors before, And then the Barbados side, he's one that's been consistent for a lot of years. And he is one that there's always a question mark over his head. But in my opinion, there shouldn't be, because he's the one that's been consistently performing for the last 5 years. And I'm confident that once we get to Trinidad, with those pitches, some are slow and low, but his variations, he'll do quite well.
The right arm leg spin of Javid Leacock.
Well, Javid, who obviously came through the Carlton program, I've known him for a lot of years. My concern with him, and I spoke to him only recently when I did a game at UWI, he seems to be bowling at one pace only. One pace, in and out. There's no variation from him. Well, tonight he got a few to bounce pretty nicely because of the track and stuff. But I mean, he's not slowing it up. He's not kind of flighting it. He's not going wide. He's not bowling that googly as much as he should. Just one pace. So once good batters realize that it's just a one-man show in terms of your bowling, you can find yourself really wanting as you go up really in levels. If you meet batters who can really bat.
Kemar Smith, the right arm off spinner, the utility player.
Well, Kemar Smith, one who has a knack of getting wickets. He's done really well this season for his side YMPC, and he also got a chance because of those good performances to represent the Barbados side recently overseas. And what I like about him, there's not a lot of turn, a lot of spin, but he bowls primarily wicket to wicket. You miss, I'm in business. He gives you, in terms of whiff, almost nothing. He's hardly down the leg side. He's wicket to wicket, and there's not a lot of flight. So it's difficult really to get under him to go for those big shots. So he is one who I'm confident with the wicket staying low sometimes too in Trinidad. One, if selected and gets a chance, I really feel he can do a bit in Trinidad.
And finally, the medium pace, or just above medium pace, the heavy ball bowled by Roshan Primus.
Well, you know, Roshan Primus, all-around a cricketer for years, I've been asking for him. One of talent, obviously, with the bat, and handy with the ball. Again, a confidence player. But once he can get it right, I'm sure that he is one who could make a big impact for this Barbados Pride side. As you said, he bowls a heavy ball, and you know, he's accurate most of the time, and a very good bouncer that surprises you really. So he is one who I'm confident to really can do well and do well for the Barbados Pride side.
And if you missed the Pride innings, Kyle Mears got 113 from 78 deliveries, 9 fours and 8 sixes. Craig Brathwaite got 17. Zachary McCaskey got 36. Roston Chase, he got 56. Ray Marifa contributed to 1. Kemar Smith made only 2. Roshan Primus made 8. Akeem Jordan not out 38. Dominic Drakes 30. Jamal Warwick-Khan made 3. And Javid Leacock, he did not score, finishing not out on not. Bowling, Zidane Clark, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 48. Shaquille Cumberbatch, 9.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 63. Shea Simmons, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 51. Matthew Jones, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 58. Shadow Williams, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 57. Zishan Mutara, the right arm leg spinner, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38. Extras, 16, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 6 wides, and 5 no balls. A total of 320 all out of 49.5 overs. Did you think that that was going to be enough? Before you answer that, let me give you the fall of wickets for that innings. 1 for 40, 2 for 165, 3 for 205, 4 for 208, 5 for 222, 6 for 233, 7 for 251, 8 for 296, 9 for 301, final total 320. And did you think that that was going to be enough?
Certainly, I told you from the beginning, based on the start that they had really, with that 500 from Kyle Mears, then they were pegged back in the middle by the captain, Matthew Jones, and Shad Williams, and young Matara. I said, no, it's not enough, far from enough. You really should have gone up to at least 360 runs really with that start you had. But kudos really to Matthew Jones and Shad Williams. They really were tight on their lines, and in terms of whiff, didn't offer a lot of width. Even when they bowled a few overs at Kyle Mears, you will see that Jones came in tight on that middle stump, really, and not giving him the arms to score. And in terms of the length, he was not full. He didn't flight a lot at him. He was a bit quicker, so it made it a bit difficult then for the batters to score. And then with McAllister and who was there at the time? Who just McCaskey, who was just contented not to take any chances and knock it around. But in the end, they gifted it in a way. So as long as they did not get up at a 360, I figured the writing was on the wall, and the Legends side had a good chance.
Well, let's go back to the innings of Kyle Mears of 113. He was dismissed with a total of 165. Yet he only batted 22 overs. So there is room for improvement as well, because he got 113 out of 165, and technically he still left another 28 overs for the others to bat. So that is an area where he can improve on as well. He formed a partnership of 125 in tandem there with Zachary McCaskey, who made 25 out of that 37 of that partnership of 125 off 93 deliveries. So while he was good and he struck 9 4s and 8 6s, he still leaves a lot of balls, a lot of overs, because he got out in the 22nd over for 113 with a total of 165. So there's a room that Kyle Mears can improve on.
Yeah, certainly, and that's why the guys at the highest level always tell you, once you're in, cash in. Just like as Brathwaite got to 168, he really should have gone on to score a double hundred here easily. And then the game would have obviously been out of the reach of the Legends, in my opinion. So that's an area that they have to work on, obviously. Once you're in, just cash in.
So, as I make my exit, I'm just going to hand, Andrew's going to come to give you the final rights. And just if you're just joining us in this all-important practice game for the Barbados Pride, who were dismissed for 320 off 49.5 overs, led by an attractive and a robust 113 by Kyle Mears, 9 4s and 8 6s. When he was dismissed, the total was 165, and I thought that the batsman never capitalized, and in the end, maybe were probably 60 runs short, as a death of left arm spin from Shad Williams, left arm Chinaman from the Malcolm Marshall end, and the left arm spin of the captain, Matthew Jones, was allowed to dominate rather than pressing home their advantage, and in the end, it proved a cakewalk for the Legends All-Stars, who got up to 321 for 3, led by a brilliant knock of 168, not out by Cheyenne Brathwaite, the opener. And if you are to compare, Andrew, as you join me, if I want you to compare the importance of the knock here by Cheyenne Brathwaite in comparison to the aggressive knock, very impressive as well, by Kyle Mears. But I'm thinking when you're at that level and you are in, you got to carry the game to the end. So he got out with a total of 165. He's done his work, but his work could have carried on further, as shown up here in the end, because you have a situation where the bowlers definitely didn't look the part, and obviously you're going to have to want to bat teams out of the game if your bowlers is going to be like how the Barbados bowling is here. Bear in mind, the wickets in Trinidad are likely to play low, and they're probably just better for batting.
Yes, and I would think as well, too, that perhaps in Trinidad, you're not going to get 321. You got to certainly work with maybe, you never know, 220, 230, because those pitches are generally very good in terms of the bowling. But losing here to the BCA Legends, do you think there should be some concern about losing?
I would not be too concerned about losing. I look at the pockets where they could have done better. And as I said, for me, in the BCA innings, the Pride innings, you knock off Kyle Mears. It just wasn't enough.
Right.
113 out of 165, and you leave 28 overs that you could have batted. So if he bats the same 44 overs as Cheyenne Brathwaite, he gets a double 100 easy.
Right.
And then the Pride, they set the target maybe 400 out. And I think this is the perfect opportunity here that the Pride should have cashed in. So you've got a Roston Chase who's in, he gets 56. You have a Zachary McCaskey who gets in, gets bogged down, and then can't get away the ball, then gives his hand away while soaking up overs. Remember, you're going to bat a death of spin in Trinidad, and you allowed the left arm Chinaman to dominate from the Malcolm Marshall end, and the left arm spinner and the captain Matthew Jones to dominate in tandem. So you had them in tandem. The only difference is Chinaman, which is a lot more difficult, and he's now practicing his craft. So I think that a chance could have been taken against Williams, and then the right-arm spin of young Zishan Mutar, who bowled particularly well at 16, was very impressed. But they were more content just to work the ball. The importance of transferring the pressure onto the opposition, they did not do that, and hence they were well short.
Yeah, I agree, because at one stage it looked as if they would have gotten more than 320. They got 320, and in the end, the side that batted second actually won the game comfortably.
Rather comfortably, with sensible batting. I was a little disappointed that young Evan Grant didn't go on to get 100, got the 76 before he played the wrong line to Jamal Warwick, and who's the leading spinner. He had 7 for 35 in a tight spell, but then Cheyenne Braffett stepped into him for his last 2 overs, which shows the importance you're in. The wicket doesn't change. The bowlers are coming back. They have to come with new ideas. You're in. You got to bat deep. And I think this is one of the area, for me, the key area that the Barbados Pride has to look at, especially with how they set up their batting order. You know, there's going to be Shamar Brooks and Shea Hope to fill the breaches in between. So it's how to set the batting order is going to be important. But I'm very concerned with the bowling. I'm very concerned with the bowling here, because they never looked threatening at no point in time in trying to restrict the team from getting to 320. You know, you're either going to get wickets or you're going to contain them. A bowler has to contain a batsman. Mears did a fantastic job. He jumped into the bowlers straight away. He cooled out at times, but in the end, he still got out with a lot of time left. So you got to bat deep. And if your bowler's not going to get wickets to control the batsman, then you're going to bowl one line. The captain has to be very meticulous how he set his field and ask him to bowl this one particular line. You got to look at the conditions you're going to be playing under, and the teams you're going to be up against.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure having you very much part of the commentary team. We want to thank all those who participated. Of course, Harold Eastman, our statistician, was very much a part of the commentary team to ensure that we got all the necessary information. We want to thank, of course, Lyndon Yard, who was very much a part of the commentary team. We also want to thank Jamal Smith and, of course, Donovan Lovell. Very, very important. And in terms of Samuel Mason, what a name to have, Samuel Mason, who is a new boy on the block, did a very good job today. His Skyline Media very much involved in it. Let me get it right. Sky Lounge Media want to get it right. They did an excellent job to ensure that we were able to bring this for you, and understand that we had over 5,000 viewers in and out, ensuring that we were able to bring it for you. It's been a long day. It's just after 9 o'clock. We're going to wrap it now. We want to thank you very much for being very much a part of this broadcast. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the team, for the final time, saying goodbye from the region's Mecca.